but
someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, everybody. Welcome on in. So some of you guys may notice that initially I was going to be covering the Brian Koberger hearing tonight, but I made a decision, given what happened in court today for Karen Reed, to do this instead, and here's why. So first of all, shout out to James for being first in the chat and the first like. Love it. But yes, so as it pertains to this, so basically, while I have so many thoughts about the hearing from Brian Koberger today, you know, there's going to be, I believe, some new court filings coming out in the wake of that. But nothing that happened that I saw today is like immediately affecting anything as it pertains to the case, like right now, right? Of course, this was a pre-trial conference pertaining to what will be happening for the trial, which is beginning in August. So, you know, in other words, it's not, given what happened in court today for Karen Reed, it wasn't nearly as pressing, especially because what happened in court today will have, I believe, a direct impact on what follows tomorrow. I think there's going to be a lot of fallout after what happened at the end of the day in Karen Reed's trial from day 16, this day in court. So tomorrow will be day 17, and it will be really interesting to see what happens. And in order to be up to speed on what happens tomorrow, we need to be up to speed on what happened today. So I think what we will be doing is, obviously now we are covering today's day in court. And then tomorrow we will cover, of course, tomorrow. And then I believe what we will be doing is we will do the Brian Koberger hearing on Saturday. Hopefully Twiz will be able to join us. You know, depending on how everything goes and how long, you know, these particular days in court are, we might end up being able to cover the hearing after, maybe after the live stream tonight, or maybe after the live stream tomorrow. More than likely, we'll just save it for Saturday, so that way we can really go through it. As I was listening to it, I feel like I could have made a comment on literally every single thing that Judge Hippler said. So, anyway, hopefully you guys are all fine with that. So James says he likes my decision. Excellent. Yeah, we want to make sure everybody's up to speed as we go into court tomorrow. So again, just sort of like what is the most pressing in order of all the different cases. Welcome, Mary. Happy to see you here as well, my friend. So hopefully if Candace is joining in, hopefully she's feeling better also. She's had COVID. So okay, but first up, we do have an order regarding the buffer zone. This just got posted here. So from Judge Bev. So the court is in receipt. So this, well, let me read the title. Supplemental order regarding the buffer zone. And welcome, Need Some Z's. Happy to see you as well. The court is in receipt of the decision of the United States Court of Appeals for the First Circuit. And we read, by the way, the latest filing from out of the Court of Appeals. That was a scathing filing. We read that. What was that? Last live stream? One before? Anyway. So the court has received the decision of the United States Court of Appeals for the First Circuit here and after the decision to simplify any potential First Amendment issues related to the buffer zone restrictions implemented by prior orders. This court, guided by the Court of Appeals suggestion set out on page 12 of the decision, issues the following supplemental order regarding the buffer zone. Also, there's Candace. How are you feeling, my friend? Hopefully you're doing better. First, for all reasons cited in support of prior orders and based upon the parameters of the dispute as narrowed and described in the decision, all orders of this court remain in place insofar as they apply to the courthouse property. Interesting. Second, prior orders remain in place as applied to pathways, including public sidewalks and roads through which and at which times trial participants enter and exit the courthouse. Third, noisy protests, including those using amplified sound, honking horns, or loud screaming and yelling that are intended to interfere with the administration of justice or are intended to influence any judge, juror, witness, or court officer in the discharge of her duties, his or her duties, are prohibited within the buffer zone. Fourth, the display of written or graphic materials that are intended to interfere with the administration of justice are or are intended to influence any judge, juror, witness, or court officer in the discharge of their duties are prohibited within the buffer zone. This just, to me, does not clarify anything that was laid out in the previous filing. There was a lot of question over what can be on the t-shirts or the sweatshirts, and this is so vague, right? Any material. Okay. Fifth, any person whose activity has been restricted by an officer enforcing this order may request review by a judge of the Superior Court, which request shall be heard as expeditiously as possible. Quiet off-site demonstrations on public property in areas and at times that do not interfere with trial participants' entrance into or exit from the courthouse, and that do not interfere with the orderly administration of justice, and that are not intended to influence any trial participants in the discharge of their duties, are specifically outside the scope of the buffer zone restrictions. Here's the thing, though. There's a lot in this about the intent to influence, right? And this is where it's just, that's like mind reading, like objection speculation. You know what I mean? Like, for example, the one that was like the hoodie or whatever that said like, what was it? Norfolk DA's office are criminals or something along those lines, right? That's freedom of speech. I don't think that person, I forget her name at the moment, but the lady that was wearing that sweatshirt that so bravely posted a picture of her in her bra, I don't think she actually thought that that was going to influence anybody, right? But regardless, how can any court officer say what somebody's intention is, right? I don't know. What do you guys think of this? I expect there to be more fallout as it pertains to this. And she didn't address any of the issues that were raised in that previous filing. Eric Walsh, thank you. Need some Z's. Thank you. Yeah, no, 100%. Need some Z's also saying, in my opinion, Bev is making it vague on purpose so people can still be arrested. Yep. And she seems to not even care at all. Like that filing was absolutely scathing of her, right? And she's not addressing any of the issues that were raised. Anyway, but that's the latest filing we have there. So there you go, guys. So ordered. So now we will jump on into the trial testimony. So let me just reshare. So some of you guys may have watched some of this. I know it was a crazy day for the world of trials because we had so much going on at once. But we pick up where we left off from yesterday with Maureen Hartnett on the stand, and then she finishes up, and then Scordi-Bello is on the stand the rest of the day, and that was a huge surprise. I was shocked. I mean, what is clear to me is whatever Hank says he's going to do, he does the opposite, right? Because he said he wasn't going to be calling her. And the other thing that's interesting is last year at the first trial, I feel like she was only on the stand for like maybe an hour and a half. I meant to double check that, and there were so many other things I was trying to get rounded up for this. Anyway, so I didn't have a chance to look, but I recall thinking it was really surprisingly short. And you compare that to today, she was on the stand for the entire day minus, let's see. So Maureen Hartnett is on the stand for briefly, and the rest of the day, all this, right? Minus the lunch break. And then the end of the day hearing is all Scordi-Bello. So definitely a more vigorous cross. We had Mr. Alessi on cross here. Welcome on in, Kelly. Yeah, to the extent that the time of death, it's like more than that, right? It's the time of the accident, which is the time of the murder, right? So it's all of the things, right? It's the time of the, because technically he was still alive, right? When they found him, but ostensibly, the time of the collision, the time of the accident, the time of the murder, right? In the Commonwealth's view. And we're going to talk about that. So don't worry. I just have a lot of thoughts. I have a lot of thoughts about that you guys will hear. You're very welcome, James. Couldn't agree more. Greenan is becoming more and more desperate. Yep. Kelly says today was sort of a drag in court. I didn't really feel that way, but again, I didn't watch all of it. I was trying to pop back and forth between this and the Coburger hearing, also while doing other things. And of course I had lessons and whatnot as well. But hopefully it will feel like less of a drag as we watch it here together and sort through all this. So All right, let's jump right on in. There she is.
Okay.
Was now opening 18.
You are unmuted. I was told counsel wanted to see me. Okay.
She always asks with her. They always need to see you. You know, and another thing that was interesting that we learned from the court TV thing we were watching last night. So she is, I mean, we're seeing it firsthand here, right? But she's the last person to get there. Everybody else is there waiting on her. And then she literally is the last person to enter the room and take the bench. And that's when court starts.
Again, Ms.
So
Reed.
everybody has to wait on her, right?
Good morning, jurors. We thank you for your patience. Once again, we worked out something here this morning rather than having you watch us.
It was like 2 minutes,
Appreciate your
Bev.
patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you able to follow the
This
instructions?
is what I'm saying. She's the last one to get there, right? And then they have like a 2 minute or less sidebar. And then she's like, I'm sorry, we wasted your time. Nah, nah. It's like, dude.
From discussing this case with anyone since we
Thanks,
left
James.
yesterday. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or
Okay, we don't need
investigation
to-
into this case?
We don't need to hear all this. Okay, here she comes. And here she is.
Go right ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Hartnett, and welcome back this morning.
Good morning.
Your Honor, if I could please have Exhibit 145 that is in evidence
Okay.
Published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf. Ms. Hartnett, you will recall discussion about the taillight from the Lexus that was discussed on both direct and cross-examination
recall it.
yesterday.
Yes.
And you recall the discussion with regard to the weather that was in existence on or about January 29th. I'm not going to go into it at all. I just want to sort of refresh and reorient to where we were on that topic. You recall that?
Yes.
Do y'all see
And-
this thing on the right-hand side? Doesn't it look kind of like a toilet seat with the lid up or the top lid up? You guys see that? What the hell is that thing?
I am now going to reference specifically what you referred
Mini
to
toilet
yesterday, I believe, as the inner part of the taillight, sometimes the inside of the taillight. Do I have that parlance correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Pollen.
Thank you.
The pollen.
So my question is, did you find any sand or salt or any other debris in the inside portion of that taillight?
No, I did not.
Now, and you can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. You recall discussion about shards of taillight? Do you recall that discussion at all in your testimony?
No, I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. I wasn't certain whether we had that parlance. So my question is, to your knowledge, was there any testing of any taillight alleged to have been found at 34 Fairview for biological material?
No, there was not.
And could you just please state what your definition is, inclusion, when you refer to biological material?
Those items were not processed in the criminalistics unit for any type of biological, meaning they would not tested for blood, semen, saliva, or a skin cell collection.
I'm sorry, Ms.
Yeah, and so the salt, this I guess sand is also used when it comes to the roads and whatnot. The salt definitely makes sense, and that was a great question. I guess that's what sand is about as well. Welcome, Twiz.
The last part that you.
Or a
Here
skin
in North Carolina, they don't use any sand.
cell collection.
Twiz, by the way, Twiz was at the hearing, as you guys I'm sure know. He has his fresh looking haircut, hanging out in the courtroom. So I was always like, "Hi, Twiz."
Now turning and changing topics. There was a T-shirt and a hoodie of the decedent. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And are you okay with my parlance of T-shirt, the yellow or orange T-shirt on the one hand, and then the gray hoodie sweatshirt? Is that an acceptable parlance for you?
Yes.
So with regard to those two items, if I could, Your Honor, have published what is already in evidence, Exhibit 151 and 150, and Mr. Wolk, if we could please put those side by side. Already, so is it correct that what's on the left is the right sleeve of what we refer to as the hoodie, and on the right is the, what color would you like to call that t-shirt?
Orange, please.
All right, so the orange t-shirt. Is that what we're looking at up on the screen?
Yes, so it's the right sleeve of the gray hoodie and the back of the orange t-shirt.
Thank you. Am I correct that you included a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from each of these two items, or from these two items collectively?
I don't handwrite notes on my report, so I'm just confused about where you're asking that.
Okay, I'll ask a different question. Hopefully it will be clear. Did you find debris on either of those two items of clothing?
Yes, I performed a debris collection on each of those items and combined them.
I'm sorry, it's not your fault, it's mine. There's a HVAC noise I can't hear. If you
So
could
can we
speak up
turn the
just
air
a little.
conditioning off, please?
I'm okay
I
with
can
it.
speak
It's
up.
just
I'm
if you could
sorry.
speak up a little. I don't want to
Of course.
discomfort people. Can you move the mic?
Yes, I can speak up. My
If you
apologies.
could speak a little louder, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Can you repeat your answer, please?
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Sure. Did you find debris on these articles of clothing?
Yes, I took scrapings from each of these items of clothing and combined the debris. Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You don't use the sand here, I don't think. Yeah. Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
With regard to scrapings, can you describe how the term scrapings relates to these two items of these two items that are on the screen?
Yes. Scraping is the mechanism I use to remove any debris that was remaining on both the sweatshirt and the t-shirt. I held.
Just to reiterate, so among many of the crazy things that came out yesterday, right? We had the red Solo cups, right? She took 2 swabs from one of the cups, and it was never tested for anything. Like, I timestamped that because it was like, what? Like, why even bother? That was never even explained. Like, why was it not? It wasn't even they didn't even confirm that it was blood, let alone test it for DNA. I mean, it's just. And then there's like the debris on the clothing, right? Which they're talking about, or they talked about some yesterday too. But like, as far as the pants are concerned, it was never tested for if it was. I mean, it's just, anyway.
Held each up over my lab bench. I took a long metal spatula and scraped any debris that was on these items into a small glassine packet.
Is it correct that you do not know where the debris came from specifically, other than it came from one or both items of both of these two items?
Yes, that's correct.
So the debris could be from just the hoodie, it could be just from the t-shirt, or it could be a combination of the both?
Yes, the items were packaged together, so they were already commingled. So there was no way for me to determine which debris came from which item, and it would be misleading to label them as such. So I combined them.
Exactly where my next point was going to go to. Thank you. And my next
They
question.
were already commingled.
So
Wow,
where,
it's sad.
what, if anything, were these two items contained in when you got them?
They were contained in a brown paper bag, and they may have been contained in a larger box, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
So when you got them and you saw them for the first time, using your term, they were commingled together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there any debris in the bottom of the bag?
There may have been. When I examine something on my bench, I also shake out the bag to ensure that nothing is left behind and that everything is examined and accounted for.
Now, am I also correct that there is no description of the actual debris that you found? For example, you didn't specify whether it was little fibers, little hair, little pieces of this or that. Do I have that correct?
Correct. I did not do any examination. I just packaged it.
And therefore, you didn't know
things like that
whether any of the debris was of plastic or a plasticine nature, correct?
Correct. That would not be part of my analysis.
So I'm just pausing real quick to say, first of all, welcome, Kane. I do agree with we need some Z's here as well, though. That this witness came across as honest and not involved in any corruption. Yeah, I mean, and she's not part of law enforcement. A lot of the trouble here is what she was given, right? You know what I mean? Like, if you're, what do they say? Like, shit in, shit out or something. I don't know, whatever the saying is. She was handed these items packaged all cattywampus, as it were. And, so, as it pertains to the taillight, though, again, thinking about yesterday, she could have swabbed the whole thing, and she could have used more than one swab, and she could have detailed where she swabbed. So there's, that's on her. But yeah, you know, a lot of this is, you know, the fault of law enforcement, I would say.
There was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered. Is that also correct?
I labeled the debris with an item number.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what you mean by marker, if that's what you mean.
Parts of debris, in other words, there wasn't separate identification or markers for it, separate pieces of debris.
No, I did not separate out the debris.
There was no photograph taken of the debris.
Not by me, no.
Do you have knowledge of whether there was a photograph taken of the debris by anybody?
I do not.
So you have, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that there's a photograph of the debris.
That's correct, I do not.
When you received the hoodie and the T-shirt that's depicted as 150 and 151, they came in together, commingled with some debris at the bottom in an evidence bag. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if there was debris at the bottom of the bag. What I can say is that there was debris on the items and I did shake out the bag. I don't have a memory of anything coming out of the bag. I don't know.
So there could have been debris at the bottom of the bag when you shook it out. You just don't recall.
Yes, correct.
If we could, Your Honor, please have Exhibit 154 already in evidence published. And let's keep it there for a moment, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk for you to zoom in. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this generally, and then I'm going to have it zoom in so you can read it, as an evidence bag?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Wolk, could you please zoom in starting from the top so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read this? And if you could, Ms. Hartnett, just take a moment to read it, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, but I want you to have a fair opportunity to read it. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
And if we can then scroll down, Mr. Wolk, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read the rest of what's on there.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wolk, if you could just leave it where it is now. With Your Honor's permission, I don't see a need to keep the lights off and have that on, but if
That's
Ms.
great.
Hartnett
Lights
needs
on,
it,
please.
you'll just let us know. So is this the evidence bag that the T-shirt and the hoodie were in when you received those items?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
You see the name of collected by someone there. Can you read who that states it was collected by?
Yes.
And state what that is.
It says TPR Proctor.
And are you able to conclude what the TPR stands for?
Generally, we use that to abbreviate trooper.
Right. So that is former Trooper Proctor that it says collected by, correct?
That is what's written on the bag, yes.
And the date of the collection, if we can just, Mr. Wolk, just focus in on that. Thank you. The date of the collection is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it a fair conclusion from this evidence bag and your experience on the matter to conclude that former Trooper Proctor was the person who collected the evidence and put it in the bag?
I have no knowledge of who actually collected it and put it in the bag. I can only read what I see on the monitor.
In terms of, and if we could, Mr. Wolk, please take that down and put back up the side-to-side images and depictions of the T-shirt and the hoodie. Do you know the journey, if you will, of those two items before you received them?
No, I do not.
The debris that you ultimately saw on the hoodie and the T-shirt, and that which may or may not have also been additionally in the bag, do you know where that debris would have been picked up from?
No, I don't know the source of the debris.
And you were not provided with information as to the potential source of that debris, correct?
No.
Were you aware of whether or not the debris, whether those items had been on the floor of an ambulance or a floor of a hospital?
No, I did not have any information like that.
Is it important to maintain the sanitary condition of evidence generally to avoid contamination?
We do our best to avoid contamination once we receive items into evidence, yes.
And what are some of the protocols that are used to avoid contamination of evidence? Generally,
Generally, wearing gloves, putting items in packaging, bleaching any materials or utensils that we're going to use, or using disposable materials, sterile materials when possible or necessary. We also wear lab coats when processing evidence.
is another protocol or technique to separate out pieces of evidence to prevent cross-contamination?
Sometimes we will separate pieces of evidence. If the items are already mixed in with each other, then the items are kept together, can be kept together.
Do you know the chain of custody of either the hoodie or the t-shirt?
I only have record of the chain of custody from when it was delivered to the lab.
So before any delivery to the lab, you do not have knowledge of the chain of custody of either of those two items?
No, I just know which detective unit dropped the items off.
And which detective unit was that?
Norfolk Detective Unit.
What I would like to now do is to, we can now take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I want to sort of speciate, if you will, separate out the evidence that you have talked about so far so that it's clear what you submitted and what may have been submitted by others to the lab. Do you understand that concept generally?
Yes.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is to give categories, and if you would be kind enough to say, I submitted it by some other person, that would be helpful. Any items that were collected from the vehicle, who submitted those to the lab or brought them to the lab?
I did.
The swabs from the red Solo cups.
I submitted the swabs.
The drinking glass that you were presented with at Canton PD.
I submitted that item.
The two clothing items that we just saw on the screen, the hoodie and the t-shirt.
Those were submitted by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
Were there also any fingernails that were part of the investigation and that you had knowledge of?
Yes.
Describe what those were, please.
Fingernails may be collected at the medical examiner's office, and they're clippings from the top of the fingernails of the victim.
And were those submitted to the lab?
Yes.
And by whom?
By the Norfolk Detective Unit.
And the phrase known blood standards, are you familiar with that phrase?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, please, what that means?
A known blood standard is a sample of blood that is collected from an identified person.
And which person were those known blood standards related to your knowledge in this matter?
We received a tube of blood that was identified as belonging to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to the fingernails and the known blood standards, who submitted those to the lab?
The Norfolk County Detective Unit.
So am I correct to conclude that for those items that you submitted to the lab, you knew sort of the journey, if you will, but that those items that were submitted by, I think you referred to as Norfolk County, was that your parlance?
Yes, correct.
You don't have knowledge about those other than that they were submitted by them?
Prior to them arriving at the lab, correct. I had no knowledge of where they were stored or anything like that before that.
And no knowledge of those items not submitted by you would include no knowledge of the chain of custody of those items, correct?
No knowledge prior to them being received into the lab. That is correct.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, please, probably be 30 to 45 seconds. Thank you.
Pretty soon, he drops a crazy bombshell here that we didn't have any.
At this time, thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hartnett.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Brennan, any redirect?
Yes.
Maybe it's on recalls. Oh, sorry. I'm thinking of Scordi-Bello. Just kidding. It's early on in the cross of Scordi-Bello. Never mind. Just kidding. Where there's a bombshell that's dropped there. Okay. All right. Redirect.
You mentioned that you had an opportunity to observe a paper bag that had red Solo cups in it,
I have to say, I like his outfit today.
Yes, that's correct.
and the red Solo cups had a coloring of red in the cups.
Yes.
Coloring
You've never
of red.
seen blood preserved in cups like that before?
Objection, Your Honor.
To the form. Sustained.
Had you ever seen blood stored in cups like that before?
No.
Do you know the circumstances of storing that blood?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
When the blood was stored in the cups, do you know the circumstances?
Okay.
Your Honor, objection. Can we have a sidebar, please?
Okay.
Wow. Damon, I don't know why you think this helps you though.
Specifically of the cup.
Yeah.
Okay. Quickie?
The coloring in those cups, do you know firsthand what that comprised of, what the item was?
Are you asking me if I knew what the contents specifically of the cup
Yes.
were? No, I did not.
And so the red cups with the red spots stored in them, do you know the circumstances surrounding the effort made to try to preserve that evidence?
Can you just be more specific in what you mean by circumstances?
Sure. Do you know where those red cups came from?
I was told they were collected from the scene. I don't have firsthand knowledge of the collection.
And you weren't at the scene that morning, were you?
No, I was not.
Do you know what the circumstances or the challenges were that morning?
No, I'm not aware.
You said that you respond to active scenes and sometimes, like in this case, after the event happens?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a difference when you're at an active scene as opposed to when you arrive at a scene that is past the event?
I would say multiple units are working at the same time, attempting to document, preserve, and collect evidence.
You were asked a few questions about the top back of the Lexus SUV.
Yes, that's correct.
When you were first asked the question, you were asked if you had studied that area, and you said you didn't recall if you looked at that area.
I did look at the area. I looked over the entire vehicle, but I didn't know anything specific in that area, no.
When you say you looked over the entire vehicle, did you look over the back of the vehicle as well?
Yes, the only part I did not look at was the roof of the vehicle.
Did you study all sides equally? Did you spend time with the entire vehicle?
I believe I made an effort, yes, to look at the entire vehicle.
When you studied the back of the vehicle, not the right side or left side, the back, middle, did you find any hair?
I did not note any hair, no.
Did you find any scratches?
The only scratches I noted were ones that I'd spoken of previously on the right.
When you looked at the left side of that Lexus, did you find any dents or scratches?
Nothing that I noted, no.
Did you find any hair on that side of the car?
Not that I noted, no.
Did you find any dents, scratches, or hair anywhere but on other than the right side quarter of that Lexus?
I did not note any. I also did not examine the interior of the vehicle.
You said that you removed the hair. What do you do after you remove the hair?
The hair is placed into a small glassine envelope, then placed into a larger manila envelope, and then I signed and sealed it, gave it the appropriate case number and item number, and then secured it in our storage room.
Can that hair be further tested?
Yes.
Is that something you would do or a different person?
I don't perform testing on the hair. I performed a microscopic examination of it, and then additional testing can be performed by a different unit.
Let me ask you some questions about where you found the hair. You saw the two different angle pictures yesterday that you described.
Yes, I saw 2 pictures of that hair yesterday.
You were also shown some video where the car had snow and ice on it. Is water a conduit? Does water ever act as an
Oh
adhesive?
my God.
Objection, Your Honor.
Wow.
Watch the form of the question.
Okay.
Objection.
Why don't I show you a similar video that you were shown yesterday, but we've clarified it so it's more clear. I'm going to ask you to take a look at video 125.
Why would you not use that the first time?
Can we stop that, please?
No, it's so clear.
And can you see that's 5:51:54 p.m. on 1/29/22?
Yes.
When you first saw this vehicle, it didn't have that snow on the right back near that taillight, did it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently, Mr.
When
Bruce.
you saw this vehicle for the first time, did it have that snow packed into the back right?
She was
Of the
like,
car.
I don't know what it is.
No, to the best of my recollection, there was no snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
The hair where you found it, you see the red back taillight, the piece of red that's showing?
I do see that, yes.
In reference or relative to that red, was the hair to the right, left, below?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Do you see the ice or snow on the right side quarter panel of that Lexus?
I don't see it on the quarter panel. I'm not sure what you're speaking of.
If we could move that video forward, please, to 702. And then to 749, please. Stop. Go forward just a little bit, please. Stop. Okay. There's still remnants of snow. Did it look like that when you first saw it?
No, I believe I did not see any snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
You could fast forward, please. Thank you. You can take that down. Thank you. You were asked if you had any information about when damage occurred,
Yes, that's correct.
and you offered us you don't have no idea, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, I do not know when the damage occurred.
You were asked whether or not damage existed on that car prior to that day, prior to January 29, 2022. You remember that question?
Yes.
Did you know there were ring videos of that car from January 28, 2022?
No.
want to show you some photos and ask you a few questions. If we could have 147C, please. If you could close up. Do you remember what that's a picture of or photograph of?
Yes,
What is it?
that is a tear that was on the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt.
The threads coming from the side of that hole?
Yes.
Those threads, could you pull those threads and pull them out by hand if you wanted to?
Can you repeat that question?
If you pulled on those threads, could you pull thread from that hole if you wanted to?
Objection, Your Honor.
Spencer's here. Welcome.
I don't know. I didn't attempt to pull at them at all.
Did you examine them to see if they were woven or loose, those threads?
Yes.
Okay, and what were they?
They were loose, the fibers that had started to separate off from the
sorry, I'm
shirt.
just seeing what the question was. Here.
Separate and weave.
Sorry. Did I see the two men that appear and disappear in the footage? I didn't see them. Hang on. Let me back it up a second. Interesting. Let's go back. I didn't see the two. Oh, it doesn't surprise me though. Okay, let's take a look.
Do a similar video that you were showing yesterday, but we've clarified it so it's more clear. I'm going to ask you to take a look at video 125.
And I'm going to put it on normal speed. Do, 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 do.
Can we stop that, please? And can you see that's 5:51:54 p.m. on 1/29/22?
Here,
Yes.
When you first saw this vehicle, it didn't have that snow on the right back near that taillight, did it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently, Mr. Brown.
When you saw this vehicle for the first time, did it have that snow packed into the back right of the car?
No, to the best of my recollection, there was no snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
And the hair where you found it, you see the
Yes.
red back taillight, the piece of red that's showing?
I do see that, yes.
In reference or relative
the
to
video
that
was
red,
like it
was
jumped
the
like
hair to the
minutes.
right, left, below?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Do you see the ice or snow on?
I don't care about his questions as much. We're looking for
If we
people.
could move that video forward,
Okay, let's
please, to
see.
702. And then to 749, please. Stop. Go forward just a little bit, please. Stop. Okay. There's still remnants of snow. Did it look like that when you first saw it?
No, I believe I did not see any snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
You could fast forward, please.
Right there. Oh, I think I just saw an apparition. Hold on, let me back it up again.
You could fast forward, please.
Oh, there's one. There's one. There, I saw a person.
Thank you.
So I
can
know
take that down.
one person. There was a second one. Okay. Let's see. Is it supposed to be, is it the same ghost or a different ghost?
There's still remnants of snow. Did it look like that when you first saw it?
Great point, Spencer.
No, I believe I did not see
And this-
any snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
You could fast forward, please.
Missed one already. Well, they're kind of hard to see. Let me back it up again here. Is it the same person? One in between the cars to the far back. Okay. Was there a person just there? Was it just there? I mean, God, it's so like a flash. Can't fucking tell.
And then to 749, please. Stop.
Oh,
Go forward just a little.
aha. Wow. Yeah. It's really in the blink of an eye, though, isn't it? Well done for those of you guys who noticed that. I mean, it's like if I wasn't looking for it, I wouldn't have. If you guys had mentioned it, I mean, I didn't notice it. I mean, it's so quick, isn't it? Interesting. Okay.
A bit, please. Stop.
Now, does the time, let's look at the timestamps here.
Stop.
Hold on. Go back.
Stop. Go forward just a little bit, please. Stop.
I mean, we can't really be surprised though, right? Because like this is par for the course with these Lallyport videos where people are appearing and disappearing and, you know, inverted. And I mean, just it's a mess in every freaking way.
There's still remnants.
Okay, so I'm going to go.
Had any information about when damage occurred?
Yes, that's correct.
And you offered us, you don't have no idea, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Oh, you've been in the
No, I
hospital?
do not know when the damage occurred.
Are you okay?
You were asked whether or not damage existed on that car.
So
Prior to that.
Spencer's been in the hospital. Spencer, get well soon. Hopefully you are on the mend, whatever. Hopefully you're doing okay. I know you've had some different health issues. You don't have to share what you don't want to, but sending you hugs. But this is Canton, Massachusetts.
That day, prior to January 29, 2022. You remember that question?
Yes.
Did you know there were ring videos of that car from January 28, 2022?
No.
I want to show you some photos and ask you a few questions. If we could have 147C, please. If you could close up. Do you remember what that's a picture of or a photograph of?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a tear that was on the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt.
The threads coming from the side of that hole?
Yes.
Those threads, could you pull those threads and pull them out by hand if you wanted to?
Can you repeat that question?
If you pulled on those threads, could you pull threads from that hole if you wanted to?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I don't know. I didn't attempt to.
So I think part of what this question is going to, though, is like, remember the whole thing about Jen McCabe saying there was like the piece of metal sticking out? Maybe that's what Hank is trying to say. And also that you could pull on it and make it bigger. That's what she said. And that it's not, maybe it was just, it could have just been a little pokey poke and then it got bigger. Anyway, welcome,
To pull out
Kat
the metal.
Rachel.
Did you examine them to see if they were woven or loose, those threads?
Yes.
Okay, and what were they?
They were loose. The fibers had started to separate up from the shirt. Separate and weave. I don't want to say they were separated from the shirt completely. The weave was starting to separate.
If we could have photograph 57.
Kane, how are your buttered grapes and your mustard salad?
57, 57.
I told Twiz we were all getting loopy earlier. That was before the end of the day.
Are those the red cups that you saw?
So Spencer, in case you didn't know, what you're looking at here is 6 red solo cups. I'm saying for Spencer and anyone else who's newer to the case, what you're looking at here is quote unquote evidence that was collected from a murder, okay, or alleged murder, where there was snow. They used solo cups. So what you're looking at here is 6 solo cups where they scooped up the snow, and there is something in the snow. It was never tested. Could have been blood. Was never tested. They took the 6 solo cups and put them in a Stop and Shop grocery bag and then left them on the floor of the Sallyport, which we call the Lallyport, for I think a couple days before they were then moved somewhere. And there's no chain of custody, but it doesn't really matter when you've got this situation. And also we have the solo cup emojis for y'all that are members. So
Yes.
And what color is the fluid inside?
I noted there was red-brown stains inside.
And do you see that white object, the rag or the paper towel?
Objection, Your Honor. Go.
Yes, sustained.
Spencer, I think
You were asked
might
about,
have
you can take that down. You were asked about who had custody of items. You only have custody of items once you receive them, right?
Yes, that's correct.
If somebody had access to that rag and dipped it in those cups and then smeared it on the taillight, and you went and tested, would you potentially be able to?
Spencer's saying that the room got him through his time in the hospital. I'm glad to hear it. It is amazing, isn't it? Yeah, we did a second showing. I can't remember if the second showing was the one you were there for. Anyway, we did watch it twice, the room, maybe 3 times.
Find that red liquid on the taillight.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's sustained.
If strands of cloth were pulled from those clothing and placed in the taillight area, would you know when they were placed?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you get to a scene and you examine an area, if you don't see it firsthand,
This was there. The second
is there any way you can date when items are placed on an object?
I'm sorry. Can you ask that one more time, please?
Sure. When you look at an area like a taillight, if you found blood or cloth or another item in that area, would you know when it was placed in that area?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I think there are really just too many variables to say either way.
And if,
I mean, it does beg the question, right? Like the whole thing where he mentioned Nick Gianturco, and that was from like decades ago. From what the article that we were reading said, like, it makes me wonder, does he have like early onset dementia or something? You know what I mean? Like, how the hell do you even, like, that's wild to me.
an item like blood or cloth was placed in that area, is that something you would be looking for in your examination?
In which area?
Say the taillight, for example.
If there was an object placed in the taillight, would I be looking for that? I'd be looking for any item evidence. I'm not specifically looking for anything. I'm just looking for anything that would potentially be evidence.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Liston?
Your Honor.
Recross, free cross, and then we're on to the medical examiner. A medical examiner surprise.
If we could, Your Honor, have 147C republished.
It's so funny because like today when I was going back and forth, right, as you guys know, from this and then to the Koberger hearing, and it was so weird. I was like, am I going crazy? Like every time I would like pop into Kane's stream, whether it was his stream or sometimes he was pulling up another stream, I kept hearing my name. Like every time I'd pop in from like checking on, see who's on the witness stand, and then pop back in, and it's like, I don't know, it was like, what is going on? Anyway, hopefully it was all in good fun since I missed a lot. In other words, I missed whatever was being talked about, and then I would pop in, and then I would like hear Kane say Chelsea, and I'm like, what's going on?
Question, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilman.
So that might have been something we weren't allowed to see.
Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilman. 147C, I believe it.
Okay, I think you already had it up there.
No, it's this one. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you just moments ago a question about this depiction?
Yes.
And to be clear, this is the right sleeve of the gray hoodie, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You didn't perform any analysis of this area of the right hoodie, did you?
I performed damage analysis on each of those tears on the sleeve.
Right, but you didn't perform an analysis as to the source of that item, what it could be, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. You didn't do any analysis of what could have caused that hole in the sweatshirt, did you?
No, I did not.
No further questions. Again, thank you for answering my question.
Okay, Ms. Hartnett, you are all set.
I wanted to correct something from the record yesterday. I wasn't sure when it was appropriate to do that.
Okay, do you recall which lawyer asked you the question?
Yes, Mr. Alessi asked me the question.
Your Honor, are we going to proceed along with that?
So why don't I see you at second?
Yeah, they need to go to sidebar over that. Let's see what happens. There's the only fan. All right.
I'm going to let you step down because questions from both sides are completed.
Okay,
So
thank
thank you though.
Okay, so she doesn't need to fix it. That's funny, Spencer.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, who is your next witness?
Okay, so before he says who the next witness is, remember, he said that they were not going to be calling the medical examiner. All right.
Next witness is Dr. Scordi-Bello.
And there it is, Dr. Scordi-Bello, the medical examiner. So again, whatever Brennan says he's going to do, apparently he does the opposite. So. They're going to sidebar first. Classic. Okay. Sorry, hold on. Check it out. There's Vinnie Politan right there. Look at his face. Hi, All right.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you
For anyone who hasn't seen her testify before, she has some mannerisms I just wanted to let y'all know for anyone who's like paying attention. Like she closes her eyes a lot when she talks. That's kind of threw some people off in the first trial, understandably. So it's kind of but you get used to it. That's just her baseline. That's just how she is. She just closes her eyes a lot when she's talking and like for a long period of time. So just if you aren't familiar with her, just so y'all don't get thrown off by that.
please introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning. My name is Irini Scordi-Bello. That's spelled IRINI-SCORDI-BELLO.
Sorry, doing it.
I am a medical examiner employed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
How long have you been
Does anyone need a refresher on coroner versus medical examiner? Let me know.
a medical examiner for?
In the state of Massachusetts since December of 2016, In general, I've been a medical examiner since 2008.
Did you attend medical school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you attend medical school?
I completed medical school in New York City at the Mount Sinai School of Medicine, now known as ICANN School of Medicine.
Did you?
And actually, to that end, maybe he's thinking, oh, if we call her, maybe the jury will forget that we didn't call Trooper Proctor. That's a joke, half joke, but also maybe not, maybe serious as well. Half joke on that one. Yeah.
You attend a residency.
Yes, I completed my residency in anatomic pathology at the Mount Sinai Hospital.
Is that what you specialized in during your residency?
Yes.
After your residency, did you go right to the medical examiner's office or did you work anywhere else?
After my residency, I completed a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology. That was done at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York. And then I went to work as a medical examiner.
Is there a certain type of doctor you are? Do you have a particular?
Yes, I am a forensic pathologist.
What are your duties at the medical examiner's office?
My duties and responsibilities at the medical examiner's office include performing examinations and autopsies to determine the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under our jurisdiction.
How many other doctors work with you at the medical examiner's office?
So that was the main thing I wanted. Oh my God, that pause is awful. Sorry. She determines the cause, manner of death. We're going to skip past some of the basic preliminary things here. Okay.
Too much detail. Can you describe to the jury what the process is when you're trying to determine the manner and cause of death?
You would like me to explain what an autopsy is?
Please.
An autopsy is a large surgical procedure.
Now this I think is worth listening to.
With two main parts. The external examination, which is an examination of the outside of the body, where we document physical characteristics such as hair color, eye color. We document any identifying features such as scars or tattoos, height, weight. And then we also document any signs of disease or any signs of injury on the body. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination, where we make surgical type incisions on the body and we examine the internal organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen and the pelvis, as well as the head and the brain. Part of the autopsy procedure, and this depends on the kind of case we're doing an autopsy on, might include other studies such as taking evidence, toxicology, which is done on almost every case, and any additional dissections or any additional steps we might feel we have to take. But that's in general what an autopsy is.
Do you ever seek the assistance of any other doctors or professionals that have specialties in your determination in autopsy about manner and cause of death?
Yes, absolutely. We often, well, like I mentioned before, we
now, also I have to know, she's wearing like a cheetah print or some sort of cat print shirt. No offense to cats. Shout out to all the cats. I wouldn't have, you know, I'm not trying to say that this means anything. I wouldn't have, well, how to say, of all, you know, sometimes there's people where it's like you know, it wouldn't surprise you. For me personally, I found that kind of surprising when I noticed that she was wearing like a whatever type of print, cat print situation. You know, interesting.
From toxicology on almost all our cases, and those samples are sent to the toxicology state lab. We also have a board certified neuropathologist and cardiac pathologist in our office, and very often we will consult with them in determining cause and manner of death.
Now,
the cause of death and manner.
For anyone to, you know, just to refresh everyone's recollection. So there was a reason he asked that question, right? Because of Dr. Irini Stonebridge.
Or death the same or two different things?
They're two completely different things.
Can you explain to us what the difference is between the two of them?
Yes. Cause of death refers to the
Now,
disease.
here's the thing. We know what these are, but I always love hearing how different people explain it differently. I'm trying to remember, who was it in a trial recently? Somebody explained it, and I was like, I think that's the best I've ever heard it explained. Who was that? I can't fucking remember at this juncture. But anyway, let's see how she does.
Can you explain to us what the difference is between the two of them?
Yes. Cause of death refers to the disease or the injury that initiates a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone's death. So that disease or that injury can be a natural disease such as atherosclerosis or coronary artery disease, or it can be some sort of injury. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances that led to the death. So there are 5 manners of death that we use in our practice. The most common one is actually natural. Natural means that the person's cause of death, the disease that killed them, was due to natural causes. And that would include heart disease, diabetes, cancer. All those are natural processes that take place in the body that lead to death. And so the manner of death is natural. If trauma or an injury is involved, then we have to decide then let me back up. If trauma or an injury is involved, then the manner of death is no longer natural. And therefore, it could be that.
So in terms of rating her, explaining this, because again, every trial, you're going to hear this. So the question was just, what is cause, manner of death, right? So first thing I would say is what she did is she launched into what are the different manners of death. What I would have preferred personally is for her to just answer the question and then wait for him to say, and are there different types of manners? And then say yes. And then what are those different types? And then to name the 5 types. And then, can you please explain, da, da, da. And so what's happened here is I think she's just kind of, it's so much information, right? That she's kind of, what's the way to put it? And I'm not saying anything. I mean, obviously she's very knowledgeable. Again, just saying we hear this in every trial. And I always think it's interesting how different people explain it differently. And you don't want to overload the jury with too much information at once, right? And so, the let me back up sort of what made me think of that.
The trauma was inflicted in an accidental manner, in which case the manner becomes accident. If it was inflicted by another person with the intent to cause harm, then the manner becomes a homicide. And if the trauma, and when I say trauma, I should include both physical.
Oh boy. Again, it's just the teacher in me, right? It's like, let's define trauma separately, right? Or we should have defined that first. But that's also why you should just answer the question and anyway.
Then the manner becomes a homicide. And if the trauma, and when I say trauma, I should include both physical and chemical trauma. Chemical when it comes to
not emotional trauma,
intoxications due to drugs, etc. If the trauma was self-inflicted, then the manner of death is suicide. So we have natural, accident, homicide, suicide. And then the 5th one is what we call undetermined or could not be determined. That is when the circumstances in a case are not entirely known or clear to us, and the information that we have does not support one manner of death over another. In that case, we classify the manner of death as undetermined.
100% agree, though. Yeah, it's on Brennan, not her. So what you would expect in a murder case, right, is you would expect one of the 5 causes, or you would expect any number of causes of death, or it could be undetermined, but you would expect the manner to be homicide, right? So even if the cause is undetermined, right, you would expect the manner to be homicide if it's a murder trial, right? I mean,
You are conducting an autopsy and making an analysis and attempting to reach a conclusion. You said when you looked at in a case, is your case and what you do different than the procedure in a prosecution's case?
Can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand.
I can. When you're making your determinations about cause or manner of death, do you have any limitations?
Okay, so the cause of death is something that is determined by the autopsy. That is my opinion or our office opinion as to the disease or injury that led to that person's death. So that is, I don't have any major limitations unless we're dealing with cases where, the body's decomposed and we're not able to do, all the testing necessary. But in most cases, the cause of death depends on my findings during the autopsy. The manner of death, yes, there are limitations because it's circumstance driven. And so the circumstances might not be known to us at the time of the autopsy. They might not be known to us ever. And therefore, while the cause of death is my medical opinion, the manner of death depends on information I get from other people.
Are you always able to reach a conclusion on manner of death?
No, that's why I said that in cases that we cannot, that manner of death is classified as undetermined.
I want to now ask.
I mean, and for me, it's like, okay, well, then we shouldn't be charging. Now, what's interesting is in the Casey Anthony trial, the celebrity medical examiner who didn't actually do like the autopsy, they just brought her in as like a show pony. Why I had thoughts about her, but anyway, she tried to dance around it because in the Casey for Kaylee Anthony, right, the cause of death is undetermined and the manner of death is undetermined. But the Dr. G, the celebrity medical examiner lady, tried to come in and dance around that by saying that she tried to say that the manner of death was homicide by undetermined means. But that's one of the many things that just drove me crazy because I was like, it's undetermined. And you could tell she was just really wanting, I mean, that was, you don't oftentimes see a medical examiner or a forensic, okay, let me back up. I've never seen a forensic pathologist or a medical examiner in any trial that was so clearly biased. It was absolutely crazy. most of her testimony went to like Casey's like behavior and like speculation to her state of mind, and it had nothing to do with the actual victim. It was wild. Anyway, just wanted to note that she tried to get around that because it was undetermined. She tried to say undetermined and then homicide by undetermined means, and it was like, come on now. Anyway, all right.
Ask you about whether or not you examined John O'Keefe.
Yes, I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe.
When you examined Mr. O'Keefe, did you work with a team or by yourself?
No, we always work in a team. The team is made up of the medical examiner and a medical examiner's assistant that helps with the actual performance of the autopsy, especially when we examine the head. And then, of course, we work with the toxicology lab and, in this particular case, our neuropathologist.
The medical examiner's office, is that a division of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Is it a division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
No.
Is the medical examiner's office independent?
Yes.
When you conduct an autopsy, are representatives of law enforcement or district attorney's office able or allowed to attend an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually allowed to attend the autopsy if they wish.
Is that an uncommon practice?
No, it's not uncommon.
Would you remember when your autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe occurred?
You're welcome.
Yes, I performed the autopsy on January 31st of 2022.
And I will
If you
say,
have notes,
it's one
Yes,
of
I
the
do.
things that was especially interesting in the Murdoch case. The forensic pathologist there, Dr. Ellen Reamer, I thought she was phenomenal. She's speaking of great, when I was talking about forensic pathologists, she, I think, is the best that I've seen. But what I love about her, among other things, is that her practice is she does not let anybody, apart from whoever else is there, like assisting her, like she does not have law enforcement in the room. She does not look at crime scene photos. She doesn't have anything there that will cloud her judgment. As I can quote her, she said it many times, I examine the body. My job is to examine the body. And I loved that because literally you've got completely, this is that, and that's their job, right? Like it blows my mind when you hear about law enforcement being present or if they look at the crime scene, because if they look at the crime scene before they perform the autopsy, even if you're not biased, it's going to at least in some way influence how you perceive the injuries, right? Anyway, just wanted to note that.
I think you'd be able to use them, but we'll just want to indicate that you're reading from your notes if that's the case.
Yeah.
Thank
So
You can use your notes, Doctor. Just
I need to get
Thank
the
you.
notes approved.
When you began the autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe, do you know who, if any, representatives from the Massachusetts State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were present?
I don't remember their names. I do believe there were 2 individuals, and every person who attends an autopsy has to sign a log, and their names would be
That's gonna
logged
come
in
up
our
later.
records. I don't remember their names.
What is the role of law enforcement relative to the actual physical
Our-
autopsy? Do they have any role?
No, they're not part of the autopsy. They don't have a role. Their role is to observe. Sometimes they will ask questions, and
I mean, I just don't like that at all.
based on my findings, they might,
I don't think they should be there.
go on and do their investigation.
Does your office
And
photograph?
that's fine if they want to wait for her to be done and get her findings. Obviously, that's going to happen. But for them to be present, I just,
Things of interest like injuries on the person that you're doing the autopsy on?
Yes, we do.
I think you're talking about
Is
doctors.
law enforcement
right?
allowed to take their own photographs as well?
Yes,
Did you in fact memorialize your findings in this case?
I did.
Are there a number of different ways in which you memorialize your findings?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I took notes, physical notes, pen and paper. There's a report that's issued within 90 days of the completion of the autopsy, and then photographs, digital photographs.
You mentioned a report is due in 90 days. Is that often referred to as an autopsy report?
Yes.
Why 90 days?
That is the standard that is set by the National Association of Medical Examiners. We're part of NAME, and therefore we try to have a finalized report for all our cases within 90 days because we know that families are waiting for these reports, and therefore we do our best to finish a report within 90 days.
Did you in fact complete a so-called autopsy report in this case?
Yes, I did.
In addition to the autopsy report, well, included in the autopsy report, do you make handwritten notations about locations of injuries?
Yes.
And share with us how's that done. Is there a picture or a graph?
There's a diagram, a body diagram that we use to mark.
Again, these are always interesting because they're different in every jurisdiction, and you're still like, you never know what you're going to get with these body diagrams.
The location of injuries.
May I approach, Your Honor?
yes,
Okay, we're going to go forward here, approaching.
Okay.
yes.
Chocolate. It says.
Or my diagrams from
Great. We're going to get
the
that in.
note. Correct.
For reference, and to assist us, I have some blank diagrams that I may ask you to point out things on the blank diagram for us.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd ask permission. I've spoken to defense to use these.
So her sighing, she did this last year too. I think that's another one of her mannerisms, just like the eye closing. I think it's just part of her being
As a chalk.
personal.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna get to the blank.
Before you begin,
Like a
an
lot of these facial expressions, right? This is just how she was like this last year. It's just how she is.
autopsy, do you seek any medical records if available?
Yes. When a case is called into our office, depending on the time and the day that it is called in, our intake department, who are the people initially on the phone taking the information, will start asking for both medical records as well as police reports. So in the morning, when we start the autopsy, it's possible that we have some records. Sometimes if a decedent is brought to us from the hospital, there might be some records that come along with the body. But to answer your question, yes, we always ask for medical records, what we call PCP records, which are primary care physician records, any records from a hospital where the decedent may have been, and investigative reports, police reports.
Do you recall whether you had access to John O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital?
I did have access, yes, in the day, I believe the day of and the following day.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Subject to any later reactions, I would move the Good Samaritan medical records.
No objection, Your Honor.
155.
Approaching.
Samaritan Hospital for identification. Further, this time I'd move for identification. Your Honor. With the court's permission, Ms. Gilman, if you could put up the diagram, full body. If you could enlarge that a little more. Thank you very much. Could you explain this to us?
Yes, this is the diagram that we use during every autopsy. As you can see, we note the name of the decedent. Every case has its own number. In this case, it was 22-1697. And then we take note of, as I mentioned, during the external examination, physical characteristics such as hair, eyes, teeth. And then on this diagram, we would note any scars we see on the body, any tattoos we see on the body, any injuries we see on the body, and any therapeutic interventions. Those would be things that are sometimes done either by emergency medical personnel or at the hospital. Everything would be noted on this diagram.
Okay. Now, if you could take us through, I'm going to ask you, we'll go body part by body part, if that's okay. I'm going to ask you to begin with Mr. O'Keefe's face, the front of his face. And if you could enlarge that, Ms. Gilman. Thank you very much. Did you notice any injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face? And if so, could you, I think there's a pointer available for you, doctor? If you could point out on the diagram what you observed.
So on the diagram, well, first of all, there was medical intervention on Mr. O'Keefe that included an endotracheal tube that had been placed to help him breathe. But once all the intervention, all the medical devices were removed, I observed on his right upper eyelid a 1 centimeter laceration. So as we're looking at the diagram, this is the right side and this is the left side. So on his right eyelid, there was a small laceration. I also observed abrasions on the anterior and the left aspect of the nose. So the nose would be here on the front and the left aspect. Abrasions are scrapes. Lacerations are tears in the skin. I should probably explain that. Then there was some bleeding and some swelling of the eyelids of both eyes.
Does that complete your analysis?
For the front of the face, correct, yes.
So like,
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
why does this diagram though look? You guys remember that thing where you what is it called, Etch-a-Sketch or whatever? But it's like there's one where there's like the dude's face and it's like the magnetic little pieces of lead or whatever. Y'all know what I'm talking about with the thing. Oh, what is it called? You know, you draw the person and it's like the lead thing. Anyway, it looks like that. Very weird, right? That's what I'm saying. They're all weird. And they're all weird in different ways. That's what I love about these diagrams.
Doctor, I'm showing you a photograph. You recognize in that photograph?
Yeah, what is it
Yes,
called?
this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's face.
Does that photograph depict any of the observations or injuries you made that you described to the jury?
Yes, it shows the small laceration that I noted during the autopsy on the right eyelid. You can see some of the swelling and some of the bleeding over his eyelids, and that's pretty much all I can see because it's a side view.
Is there an apparatus?
There is an what we call an endotracheal tube, as well as a C collar or a C stabilization collar. That's something that
Here we go, guys. Let me show y'all what it is. It's this thing. Woolly Willy. Hold on. Here we go. So where you do, is there another picture? Yeah, another picture. See what I mean? This type of thing, right? That thing. That's what it is. That's what it's like. But if you were to actually do the entire outline with that type of stuff, anyway, you guys see what I mean? Oh, court. Love it.
Would have been placed on him by medical personnel.
Right, we'll do some evidence and ask for instruction.
Okay. All right. So, folks, during the testimony of Dr. Scordi-Bello, photos will be introduced to you. They're photographs of John O'Keefe that Dr. Scordi-Bello from the autopsy. So you'll have them in the jury room with you. I'll put them in an envelope, or I'll ask that they be put in an envelope. So if you don't want to look at them now, you don't have to. At some point, we'd ask that you make sure you look at it. These photos are not pleasant, and you may find that they're graphic. But what's important for you to know is that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by these photographs. So consider the photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status, or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, or to the nature of the incident itself.
I mean, this is a, I think they read this in every trial, this instruction. If I were on the jury, I would never be thinking that I'm supposed to like see the contents of a stomach, for example, and be like, oh, I'm going to make the person guilty because like, you know what I mean? It's like, you're there. Obviously you're going to be seeing, I don't know. It's like, duh, you know what I mean? Like this is you should be expecting to see these anyway. But one thing I was thinking about too today, guys, is like, whenever they're doing jury voir dire, right? And they're going to like ask the people, in every trial, right, where there's going to be graphic images, whether it's homicide or whatever the case may be, they're going to ask them like, are you, there may be graphic images, like, will you be able to handle it essentially, right? Will you be able to tolerate it? Will you be able to handle it? And I almost think to myself, like for me personally, right, I've never actually seen like what this stuff is with real humans. You know what I mean? Like, we all see graphic things in movies or whatever, but for example, like the type of stuff you would see if you're looking at autopsy photos, I've never seen that. And, I feel like that's probably true for a lot of people. And I was thinking about this today, and I was thinking, how would someone know if they could handle it or not, right? Because that's going to come up later where it seems like the jury started to get sick or nauseous or something like that. And I thought to myself, that was when I thought of it, because I was like, clearly one or more jurors said, yeah, I can handle it. And maybe they were overestimating, but how would you know if you can handle it if you've never seen it? I don't know. Do you guys have any thoughts on that? Heather made it in. Welcome, Heather. And Kat Randall has been a member for 2 months. Shout out to Kat Randall. Love it. Love the cat. Oh, the wrong thing. That is a reference to Glenn. Here, let's do the Glenn thing. We haven't done that in a while. Where is it?
I have that skirt.
That's a shot. That's a reference to Glenn, our one troll that we've had, our channel troll the one person who's ever been banned. He's a legend. Glenn had a favorite saying, and it was wrong in all caps. And that's what that is from. And that's also why James made his command the opposite, which is right in all caps, which is really funny. So, I'll put that there. So we have wrong and we have right. I forget who it was. Somebody said they saw Glenn in a chat somewhere. And I think they also said he got kicked out of that one too, which is really funny. Oh man. Anywho. All right.
So they'll be displayed up on the screen.
Oh yeah. So I had a question though. So let me know, what do you guys think? I mean, if you're, I'm sure that I'm not alone, or I would assume that I'm not alone, that not many, if not, or some of you guys certainly have never seen autopsy pictures, right? How would you expect yourself to know if you can handle those or not, right? Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like it's kind of like a weird question. I mean, I understand they have to ask it, but it's like, how would you know until you see it? And then it's too late. You know what I mean?
For you as well.
Okay.
Last exhibit is exhibit 156.
Thank you.
Ms. Gillen, can you show the jury? Doctor, can you point out the injuries you were describing by using the diagram, or were you using the diagram?
So the laceration, the small laceration that I previously described would be here on the right upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. You can see some discoloration that's bleeding under his eyelid and what I would describe as swelling. The endotracheal tube and the neck collar are also present here. And the other injury, which I noted, was on the front and left side of his nose, which you cannot see here because this is looking at the right side of his face.
So obviously we're not seeing these pictures. So yeah, so Angel saying I couldn't handle autopsy. Yeah, and I'm sure I would imagine I'm sure I couldn't either. So for me, it's like the thing that is weird is like, how would you assume if you've never seen anything like that? Like assuming that you couldn't handle it seems like that would be like the standard, right? But if you've never seen anything like that, the thing that is crazy to me to think about for a juror is like assuming they could handle it, right? Like that's the thing that seems to be crazy. And clearly people say that. I just don't know how that happens, you know?
Okay. Take that down, please. You mentioned that there was something about his eyes that was notable.
Yes, there was bleeding or hemorrhage, as we call it, on the eyelids, as well as swelling.
I'm going to ask you more detail about that later, but was that observation important in your ultimate diagnosis or conclusions? May I approach your arm? I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is another picture showing Mr. Keefe's face. Again, the medical intervention is present, and you can see more clearly now the discoloration on the upper eyelids.
Is this vantage point helpful for your ultimate conclusions and diagnosis?
Yes.
Your Honor, look at this one.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 157.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show this to the jury.
Yes.
P645, please. Doctor, could you point out what was significant regarding Mr. O'Keefe's eye area?
So I noted that there was discoloration, that's bleeding, that's blood, that's under those eyelids. The eyelids appear puffy, that's what we call edema or swelling. And then also there were two abrasions, two scratches on Mr. Keefe's nose. You can see one here and then the other one on the more front part of his nose.
Could you take that down, please? If we could move down a bit to the chest and stomach area, did you make any observations about this area, Dr. Scordi-Bello?
The observations that I made on the chest were that there was, as I mentioned before, there were defibrillator pads on the body, and there was an abrasion that's very commonly seen in people who have undergone resuscitation.
Again, look at this. Like, could they not actually make a real outline? It just blows my mind.
And internally, that abrasion and the whole resuscitation apparatus was
why does it look like that?
Associated with some anterior rib fractures, which are also seen in cases of resuscitation. But I didn't make any other notes in terms of trauma on the chest or abdomen.
I'd like to move to the arms and the hands. If we could come down just a little bit. Let's begin with Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands. Did you make any observations regarding Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands?
Yes. On his upper right arm, I noted that he had a superficial abrasion. So it would have been, you can
we move that down a little
move
bit?
it down a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Seem to be doing a very good job. Okay, somehow doesn't want to
Sorry
work.
if that's not working well.
It's projecting here, but not on the actual picture.
Oh my God, did the
Maybe a
batteries
second.
die again? I swear, they never check the batteries in these freaking laser pointer things.
Pointer.
I can do it here.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So on the right upper medial arm, that would be the inner side of his arm, there was a superficial abrasion. Again, that's a scrape. Then on his right posterior arm and forearm, so not exactly on this aspect of the arm, but on the back side of the arm, which would be in the back of the diagram, there were multiple abrasions, which I described as ranging from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters. Then, if you could move the diagram down, please. Again, there is a back to this diagram. I don't know if you could put that on the screen. There we go. So this is now the right side, and this is the left. I noted that there were 2 bruises on the back of his right hand. Also, a faint scratch on the back of his left hand. And then moving down to the lower extremities or the legs, if you could please show the front, there was a small abrasion, a small scrape on the side of his right knee.
Okay, approach your arm.
Yes.
Dr. I'm handing you a photograph. You recognize in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, I believe.
That's very accurate depiction of how his hand appeared when he was standing here.
Yes.
Move this to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 158.
With the court's permission, I'd show P647 to the jury. And could you explain, you said there were 2 bruises. Could you point those out for us?
Yes, there's one here and one here.
Did you attempt to assess those, determine whether you could conclude or opine on a cause of those?
No, I did not. Well, I take that back. I'm sorry. So this particular one has 2 small little pinpoint defects in the middle, which we sometimes see when emergency personnel tries to get access to a vein for fluids, for intravenous fluids. So, but I did not put that in my report. I just described it as a contusion.
Now, wasn't that in dispute last year? Do y'all? I'm sure one of you guys remember. I feel like there was dispute over that.
Is it common to see that type of coloration where medical personnel put intravenous or other types of support into somebody's hand?
Yes, it's very common for the skin to bruise when someone tries to get access to a blood vessel.
Heather, we don't need to
The
make
other
sense of
coloration that is unrelated to those 2 small points,
Heather,
would you have a
okay.
description of what those are?
No.
Good.
I'd also like to show you exhibit number 1. Exhibit number 1, please. Thank you. You use the word superficial. What does that mean?
Superficial means that the abrasion is on the superficial layers of the skin, usually the epidermis and sometimes the dermis, but there's no penetration of the skin.
When you're assessing to determine whether there's any penetration, do you measure the length of the wound?
Oh,
Well,
The abrasion?
penetration would be measuring the depth. If there was actual penetration, I would have to measure how deep into the skin. For example, when we assess stab wounds, we have to measure the depth of the wound. In this particular case, you can see that these are scrapes or scratches, and there's no exposed underlying fat or muscle. And therefore, to answer your question, I measured their length and gave a range, but I did not measure their depth.
As a routine practice during an autopsy, doctor, if there was penetration or depth, would you, as a routine, measure that?
I would make a note of it.
And again.
Are there any such notes in any of your autopsy findings or reports about depth?
No, I did not make a note on the depth of these wounds.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how those superficial abrasions occurred?
I do not.
Can I ask you about the hand,
We're
which we
here.
just saw, and I should
We're here
ask,
for that. Hold on. We can do one better, guys. Hold on. Hang on. Where is it?
It's very big.
Um,
Hard as a rock, freeze thaw effects on penetrometer resistance. You know, his head's as hard as a rock.
and one more for the win.
You also told him that you thought you heard a wildcat, but maybe it was a person or something like that as well.
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say then?
I said when I went outside that there's a house cat that's gone wild, and he hangs around. He goes from hanging around the shop, goes from hanging around the house. Different times you might, and there'll be times you don't see him. And he had been around the house. And when I went outside, I believe that cat was over there.
I have so many favorite parts of that, but one of them is Creighton's just, And then when I went outside, oh my God, it's so good, right? It's so classic. You miss him sort of. I understand. Spencer, also, just as of yesterday, Miss Becky was arrested. I don't know if you're aware of the whole Miss Becky thing, but Murdoch is back in the spotlight. Just as we've still been revisiting key testimony. We've been on closing arguments, and so funny, right? Because out of the blue, there you have it, right? It's like, yep, we're always talking Murdoch over here, but then now everyone's talking Murdoch again. So can't say I'm mad about it. Outside. The thing is that it's going to be so hard to match trial number one, because trial number one was such a miracle. It could never be. It's like one of those things that like, it'll never be the same. I don't know. Hard to explain. It's just like one of those moments. It was like a moment in time. I mean, it was a 6-week trial, but it was like a moment in time that will like, just, magical. Anywho, iconic.
ask you the same question. do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that coloration, aside from the medical intervention, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how the other discoloration happened on Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
I can state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that that's a bruise, a contusion, but I cannot tell you how it occurred.
And to summarize finally what we've been through so far,
It is
regarding the scrape on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye, can you provide an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that scrape occurred?
No, I cannot.
So as far as this, did you guys see, we watched the Miss Becky live stream we did yesterday. We watched an interview with Poot just from like a few days ago. And Poot said, it's so funny because Poot actually referenced, he's like, yeah, if he gets another trial, we have a new theory of another culprit or whatever. He said there's like alternative people. And I was like dying laughing. Of course he didn't say who, but I was like, so he's teasing everybody with exactly somebody that they would swap in for the two child ninjas, but we don't know who yet. So anything, it could be a leprechaun, maybe a leprechaun, could be a leprechaun, or 2 leprechauns, 3 leprechauns, 4, or a leprechaun, an elf, and a fairy. I mean, really, anything's possible.
You mentioned for us that when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's legs, you observed bruising on his, or a small scratch on his right knee.
Correct.
I don't want to summarize it. Can you describe that
Can we turn
more
the lights on,
specifically?
please?
Thank you.
Yes, I described it as a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you see any marks or abrasions on his left knee?
No, I did not.
Was the mark scratch on Mr. O'Keefe's right knee on the inside or the outside of the knee?
It was on the lateral aspect, which would be the outside.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Could you look at this photograph and could we enlarge it, Ms. Gilman, and could you point out to the jury and explain what it is that you saw?
Yes, you can see the abrasion here with a little bit of adjacent discoloration, but this is what I was describing.
If you could zoom back out, please. And you didn't see any similar type bruising or abrasions on the left knee?
No.
During your autopsy, did you
Those were photos from when he was in the hospital there.
notice any injuries internally to Mr. O'Keefe's rib area?
Yes, I did note that there were rib fractures on the anterior, that would be the front, of his 4th and 5th ribs.
And so would that be his left or right side?
It would be both the right and the left, and it would be the part of the rib that is closer to the sternum.
Is there a number of ribs that had fractures, or are they connected as one?
The 4th and the 5th, both on the right and the left, close to the sternum.
Have you, in your experience, seen ribs fractures?
Spencer, are you saying this because have you seen the Twiz princess pictures? Hold on. Or are you saying that? I don't know that you've seen it. Hold on. I don't know that Spencer has seen this, and this will be crazy if he hasn't, because there's, hang on. I don't think he's seen this. Oh my God. So, okay. This is hilarious. Let's just take a moment. I was busy putting some emojis there. We got the two gray boys. We got the red solo cups. We got the owl with a knife. We got Twiz. Oh yeah. Hang on. Don't worry. I got you. All right. Hang on. This is a whole thing. Shout out to Meg P. Welcome, Tonka. Welcome. All right. Let's do this. And we can even vote again, guys, because like this is never going to, this is going to be magical literally every time that we do this. So, okay, give me a sec. No, Spencer's just so on the scroll level that like this is why you'll see what I'm talking about here in just a second. And why I was like, oh my God. Okay, hang on. Okay. So we've got, let me just unshare, reshare. All right, Twiz number 1. So this is the first option. This is if Twiz were a Disney princess, I call this one Twiz Punzel. Some of you guys have seen this before. I don't care. It's amazing every time. So also, again, love looking at the little boys on his beard. Little boy, hey boy, I love you. You know, that song. So there's Twiz as a Twiz Punzel. That's one Twiz. Then we've got okay, now this is Twiz, King of the Maps. And of course, all the maps are Idaho. This is Twiz's favorite. You'll see why here in a second. And then we've got the third option, which is also great as a, so this is, we had a number of names for this one. Twizzlebell, I think Twizzarella maybe. The thing I love about this one, now Twiz takes issue with the length of the beard. Here's what I love. It's the twinkle in the eye. Look at, this is Twiz waiting to meet his Prince Charming at the ball. Is Twiz going to find Prince Charming? Hi, Black Winter. Welcome on in. Just so hopeful, so full of magic, right? Magic in Twiz's heart. And look at this gown, though. Look at this gown. It's also interesting how it's the same exact color as the skin. Spencer says, I'd yank your beard anytime, Twizzle Prince. Love it. So that's in reference to this one here. Oh my God, I love it so much. Yeah, that's what they say, right? A lady on the street, but a freak in the bed. What's that from? Lady on the street, but a freak in the bed. I forget which song that's from. Flash call. Twiz shall go to the ball. I know. Lady, I'm looking it up now because it's gonna drive me crazy. A lady on the street. Freak in the bed. Oh yeah, of course, duh. It's from Yeah by Usher. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that song. But where's the, where is it? Little John and Usher, of course. Up in the club with my homies, trying to get a little VI, keep it down on the low key, because you know how it is. Anyway, okay. So that there I solved that quest. So I don't know. So there you go, guys. And actually, I think Meg, it's not out of the realm of possibility that Meg will be making more of these. I've already put through some requests to her of ideas that I have. I'm not gonna give any spoilers, but I think there might be more of these in the future. So okay. Excellent. There we go. So Spencer, now you can see exactly why I was like, wait, hang on. Did you know that this is a real thing? I just have to unshare, reshare here. Because there it is. Twiz as the princess. I've tried to do a version, as you guys know how I do. I've tried to do a version of that song. The problem is it's really tough without I think it's without having like a drum machine or drums or something like that, right? Like there was really no way to do it justice. I've done a number of songs, like I've got a medley that I did of like T-Pain songs. What did I do? I did Bartender. I forget. There's 3 of them. If y'all start naming T-Pain songs in the chat, I'll remember what they are. But anyway, not that, obviously that song's not whatever. Anyway, my point being that some of the songs are tough to do with just an acoustic guitar. Anyway, all right, let's carry on.
Fracture during first aid or medical intervention?
Very often, yes.
Given your experience and your study of Mr. O'Keefe's body, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those rib fractures were obtained?
I believe those rib fractures were due to resuscitation.
And you have that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Magical.
I'd like to show you a different diagram, one of the head area. If we could enlarge the bottom right.
Make it
Thank
bigger.
you. Using that diagram, could you assist us, doctor, and explain to us any observations you made about the back of John O'Keefe's head?
Yes. The main observation was a laceration that is a skin tear on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head to the right of midline. So this would be the midline. The laceration was somewhere here, so we call the right occipital area. And associated with that, there was an abrasion over it that would have been here. So this was what we call a compound injury, an abraded laceration.
We'll turn in a few moments to your autopsy observations about the inside of Mr. O'Keefe's skull. But first, I want to just show you a photograph relative to what you described to us. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Photograph?
Yes, the hair has been shaped off so that the injury can be clearly photographed, and it's a laceration with an associated abrasion.
Thank you. Your Honor, move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
So Needs and Thieves had a thought on why he called her earlier at the beginning of the live stream, and I think I would agree. You know, that it's just basically like he would be even more disgraced if he didn't call her. And I made a half joke, which is like, does he think that if he calls her, the jury will forgive him for not calling Trooper Proctor? Like, it's a half joke because you guys get it, right? Like, you know, sad. It's just sad. He's just desperate. He's trying to make it seem like he's got a case, you know? Nothing against her. I mean, she did her job. Like, I mean, that's the thing, right? She did her job. It's nothing against her. It's just, this is not homicide.
When you examine the laceration, do you measure it?
Yes,
Did you measure it in this case?
I did measure it.
How long was the laceration?
I measured it as 2.5 centimeters, which is close to an inch.
Do you examine a person's body before you begin to intrude? Do you examine the outside of a person's body first, or is there a certain procedure or order?
Yes, the external examination is done first, and the internal examination is done second.
I want to show you that photograph that you just recognized, and I would like you to explain what you see to the jury. Ms. Gilman, with your assistance. Thank you.
This is the laceration that I noted, and this is the scrape that's associated with it.
Take that down, please. After you make observations, what are your next steps in an autopsy?
The internal examination, after the external is performed, the pictures are taken, then we proceed to the internal examination of both the, as I mentioned before, the torso, the body, as well as the head.
I'd like you to take us through the internal examination. Did you have a chance to look internally behind the laceration you saw on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Yes.
And when you did that, could you describe for us what you saw?
Yes. The way we examine the head is we make an incision with a scalpel behind the ear from one side to the other. That allows us to reflect or pull back the scalp, and that will expose the skull underneath. We do this carefully so that we don't disfigure clearly the face. And when we reflected and when we pulled back the scalp, I noted that there was blood, what we call hemorrhage, under the laceration or associated with the laceration on the back of the right head. And then furthermore, there were skull fractures associated with that laceration.
Okay, so this is really important. I mean, obviously all this is important, but they're getting to the head injury. By the way, I just put the Twiz emojis in the chat.
Abrasion on the right side of the head.
Were the skull fractures in the same or different area?
The skull fractures were in multiple areas of the skull, what we call the base of the skull. Imagine the base of the skull is sort of a bowl and the brain sits on top or in the bowl. When the brain is removed, you can have a very good view of the base of the skull. So when the brain was removed and we were able to look at the base of the skull, I noted that there were multiple fractures that appeared to be originating from the area of the laceration, or what would correspond to the area of the laceration.
When you made your examination of the fractures in the skull, did that lead you to your opinion, or was there more you needed to look at before you came to an opinion about the cause of death?
Well, that was part of the findings that led to my opinion. But yes, I removed the brain, and as is our protocol, I saved the brain in a special solution called formalin that allows the brain to become a little harder so that our neuropathologist in Boston could go ahead and examine it. Because when I did look at the brain, I noted that there were injuries. There was bleeding on top of the brain. And therefore, I saved it. The brain ultimately went to our Boston office, and our neuropathologist, Dr. Stonebridge, examined it and issued a report.
Did you engage in any type of analysis on your own about any injury to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I noted the kind of injuries I could see superficially on the brain. And I have looked at the brain after it was fixed and pictures of it, but I did not issue a report on it. The whole point was for our neuropathologist to examine it closely and issue a more detailed report.
I have a few more photos. Would now be appropriate time for a break, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, they're taking a break. We're going to learn what a French script
Why don't we
is.
take 15 or 20 minutes?
I definitely have questions about the French script. We will learn more, and we're going to skip past the break, which is a plus of being able to watch this after the fact. All right. Let's see here. They're having a sidebar. Oh my God, a sidebar. Sidebar. You guys are so funny in the chat.
One will be.
I will just say that I almost bought another bag of these cough drops that I love. Well, okay, let me just side story. So earlier, after the day finished with all the stuff, and then I had right in between before I had lessons, I ran a couple errands. So I went to the Trader Joe's, as I am wont to do, and I also have stories from the Trader Joe's. Today's story, though, is the dude at the checkout. They're all so friendly there. The dude at the checkout was like, "Got any big plans for tonight?" And I was like, I'm live streaming. And I specifically remember, like, last summer when Karen Reed's first trial was happening, I remember them all asking, some of the employees are newer, they weren't there, but like, I remember some of these employees like asking me like, "Oh, how's it going?" Because they all knew I was streaming the trial. Anyway, so this dude's like, "Oh, what are you, got any big plans?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm got a live stream." And then he was like, "Oh, what are you streaming?" And I'm like, "Trial, live trial." I'm like, "Well, it was live today." And I was like, "Have you heard of Karen Reed?" And it's just a great example because this is somebody who's like had heard the name but doesn't know anything about the trial. I just wanted to tell you guys what he said. So I was like, do you know the name Karen Reed? He was like, "Yeah." He was like, "I don't know much about that." He was like, "But I feel like he was like, isn't that the one where everything's really, there's some weird stuff going on?" It was something akin to that. And I was like, "Yup." So I just wanted to tell you guys that because, you never know what people are going to get from mainstream media, but I was pleasantly surprised with that one. But then the other thing, did Kitsmits pop in for a sec? Oh, hi, Kitsmits. Love it. Hopefully you'll be in chat when you get home. We love you. And so then the second part of the story is I went to the Target, and I never go inside Target. I always do the pickup orders because they're awesome. But I had to go inside to make a return. And I almost bought, this is the second part of the story, I almost bought another bag of these cough drops that I love so much because literally in preparation for what happens at the end of this day in court, I'm like, "Oh my God, do I have enough cough drops?" I think I have enough though. Because literally, well, I'll talk about that when we get there. Anywho, welcome Fender as well. Did I get mango slices? No, is that what you get at Trader Joe's though? Mango slices? I think the whatchamacallit, the merchandise or whatever varies by Trader Joe. I think it does. You know what I mean? Like they get different things. But shout out Fender as well. Mary loves that song. Which song? The Trader Joe's song. I don't know. The cough drop song. I could write a cough drop song. That'd be pretty cool. I don't even know what you're saying with our mango slices. Is this like fresh fruit or is this dried mango or? Fender, you've seen the magical Princess Twiz pictures, right? I think you've seen those before. We just did those a few minutes ago. Oh, I missed the reference to a Daft Punk song. Hold on. Let me go back. Oh, got it. Yeah. Does anybody listen to LCD Sound System? I need to listen. They popped into my brain recently, and I'm like, I feel bad. I haven't listened to them in so long. Oh, dried mango with little sugar. Yeah, I haven't bought those. So I said I wouldn't save them. Wait, wouldn't save what now? But what didn't I save? I'm not a snacker. For me, it's just the cough drops, right? That's it. I mean, they're not from Trader Joe's, and I don't know that you count them as a snack, but like, that's what I have is I have the cough drops, man. That's all I need. What am I not saving now? How's everything in India, Thunder?
Tori, I'm going to give you those. Those were both marked for ID. So one will be coming into evidence and one will be a chalk. So you may need to have them available for the witness.
I don't know why they're struggling. There's Lolly though. He's still alive. For the record. Yeah, Fender's in India. She's amazing. Oh my God, why are they taking forever? I guess the jury's coming in. Oh, Lord of mercy. Okay.
Exterior of Mr. O'Keefe, and we had talked about your observations of
Good
both
news.
the
Good
fractures
news.
in his skull and also your observation of Mr. O'Keefe's brain. You mentioned earlier that you use other resources, other testing. Did you ask for any type of assistance on toxicology analysis for Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is routine and it is protocol to submit toxicology specimens to the lab for examination.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the report of toxicology from the State Police Crime Lab for Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
Have you seen that document before?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the report we saw before?
Yes.
All right, introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
She pronounces her first name Irini.
Is it 161?
Thank you.
I love that Fender is asking Spencer when the news was about her.
In your experience, Doctor, are you familiar what the toxicology report and the testing involves?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Are you familiar in your experience with what is involved in a toxicology test?
In general terms, yes.
And if you studied Mr. O'Keefe's toxicology report, was that important or part of your analysis in the ultimate conclusions?
It was one piece of evidence that I took into consideration, yes.
In the toxicology testing, is there a search to see if there are any type of drugs or medications in Mr. O'Keefe's blood?
Yes.
And was there any?
There were no prescription medications. There were no illicit drugs in his system.
In a toxicology, is there also a testing for blood alcohol content?
Yes.
What is the difference between ethanol in heart blood and ethanol under 1102?
In vitreous humor?
Yes.
So we usually submit multiple specimens for toxicology. Some of the specimens are used for screening of classes of different drugs, and then other specimens are used to confirm, the presence and quantify a particular drug. So in this particular case, the lab tested the heart blood, which showed that it had an ethanol level of 0.21 grams per deciliter. And they also tested the vitreous, which is the fluid that sits behind the eyeball. And in that specimen, the ethanol was slightly higher at 0.28.
Thank you, doctor. After your autopsy and observations of Mr. O'Keefe's body, inevitably, did you come to a conclusion about the manner and cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Here we
and I'll
go.
ask you first about the cause. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you reach a conclusion about the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes. The cause of death was determined to be blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
Blunt force trauma, guys.
You mentioned two different things, blunt impact and hypothermia. Was there a primary cause of death in your opinion?
The blunt impact injuries of head.
Hypothermia,
Hey.
was that sufficient to be a primary cause of death in your opinion?
In the absence of head trauma, hypothermia is a cause of death, but I'm not able to make that determination in this case because we do have the blunt impact injuries of head.
So if I understand, you are not saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that hypothermia was the cause of death.
Not the primary. It contributed. The primary cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head.
Did you learn what Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was when he was brought to the hospital?
Yes, some of the medical records stated that his body temperature was 80.1, I believe, degrees Fahrenheit.
And what is a normal body temperature?
98.6.
Regarding the blunt force injuries as the cause of death to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point when you were conducting your autopsy, or even at the end when you drew your conclusions, were you able to reach a conclusion as to the manner of Mr. O'Keefe's death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No, I was not.
Hear that, guys? The manner is undetermined. Remember, even if they're unsure, the cause, okay, that's in a murder case, right? Again, the cause, it could vary. I mean, that's the thing that you need to see, though, if it's a murder case, is that the manner of death is homicide, right? And so that's part of why the Commonwealth was saying they weren't going to call her. In fact, for anyone who missed it, they had motions in limine where they were going to try to keep this out. They were going to try to make it to where this couldn't even come up, like that. No one could even ask what the manner was, because the Commonwealth wanted to hide from the jury that the manner of death was undetermined. Why? Because it's not homicide. Disgusting and shameful.
After you complete your findings, including the manner of death and the cause of death, even if undetermined, are you required by statute, by law, to file a report or a document?
Yes,
And what is that document?
it's the death certificate.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes.
When you file a death certificate, do you include your ultimate conclusions regarding cause and manner of death?
Yes, there is a death certificate that is issued immediately after the autopsy. The death certificate is a document that is necessary for the family in order to make funeral arrangements and proceed with their plans. So a death certificate is always issued at the end of the autopsy. If the cause and manner of death are known at that point, they are stated on the death certificate. If they are not, or if we need to do additional studies, then both the cause and the manner are listed as pending. And that death certificate is sufficient for the family to make arrangements. Later, as we get more information, as we get more results from our studies back, we issue an amended death certificate. So that amended death certificate will have a cause and a manner. The amended death certificate, in this case, stated that the cause was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and the manner was undetermined.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Certificate for Mr. The manner of death could not be determined.
Okay,
Cause of death is blunt impact injuries of head, and
Sorry, I'm
death
gonna read
certificate for Mr. O'Keefe stating that the cause of death is blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and that the manner of death could not be determined.
Do you recognize that document as accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, thank you.
162.
After issuing the death certificate and after the 90 days pass, have you done any further study or investigation on this case, Doctor?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross. We're going to do a swoop for cross. Swoop for cross. Swoop for cross. Swoop for cross. Which one should we do?
And boy, you're busy bee on that phone right out of the gate at 9:02, right?
Am I a busy bee?
Yeah.
I am using my telephone.
So what you'll learn is that while Karen slept, here's what was actually happening by some other very busy bees.
For Spencer and anyone else who didn't know, the second part of that clip was one of the defense attorneys for this very trial, the opening statements. And that was why I was beside myself, because I'm like, did he do that on purpose? Because I don't think busy bees are brought up in too many trials, but in Murdoch and in this trial, there you go. So, all right, cross. And it's Mr. Alessi.
Hey, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
Morning.
All right, let's go.
With regard to cause of death as opposed to manner of death, is it correct that a forensic pathologist is tasked with determining that cause of death that includes contributing factors injuries and circumstances regarding the medical legal death investigation. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And I'm using the term medical legal. Is that a term that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And is it correct that medical legal means, particularly for medical examiners, that there's a medical aspect to the investigation that you perform, and there's also a legal aspect or a law enforcement aspect to it? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a little different than what physicians usually do, right? Because isn't it the ordinary course that it's mostly just medical, but medical examiners by statute and law need to have both of those prongs taken into consideration? Do I have that right?
Yes.
So in other words, the forensic pathologist, which you've indicated you are, is tasked with determining the cause of death, which answers the question as to why, in more layman's terms, why did the individual's body stop functioning at a particular time, correct?
Yes.
So more broadly, the cause of death is generally defined as the disease or the injury that resulted in the death of a person.
Correct.
So let's now, if we could please, move to the manner of death. And I'd like to summarize, I know you covered it on direct, but I want to put it in a slightly different context, and hopefully I'll get it right. So medical examiners, as you've stated, are also tasked with, if they can, determining the manner of death or the circumstances under which the death occurred, correct?
Correct.
So manner can and does involve the circumstances under which the death occurred.
Yes.
And that causes one to go the medical examiner to go beyond just medical analysis. You take into consideration other factors, which we'll get to. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked about, and I'm just going to go through them quickly, but if you could just check me on this, the 5 main categories of manner of death. So you talked about natural causes, correct?
Yes.
You talked about accident. You talked about suicide. You talked about homicide. And then the last category, undetermined. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
So what I'd like to do is to focus on the undetermined category. And my understanding is, doctor, that that's where you landed, that's where you concluded with regard to manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
So undetermined is a term that is used and that you use. And does that mean that when the information pointing to one manner is not more compelling than other reasonable possibilities, or the death investigation lacks sufficient information to opine on a manner of death, at the time of death, the certificate is signed? Is that generally correct?
Yes.
So as we've talked about, I'm just trying to follow or just develop some logic and see if this is in agreement with you, that as a medical examiner, you're specifically tasked with conducting that medical legal investigation. And what we've just talked about is a bit of the method of analysis that you go through for that, correct?
I conduct the autopsy and I request information information from the investigative body that is out there investigating the other aspect of the case, not the body itself.
Yes. So is it correct that there's 4 general components to a forensic pathologist death investigation? Is scene investigation one of the components?
It depends on the jurisdiction where you practice. Scene investigation is part of forensic pathology in certain jurisdictions, and it is the responsibility of the district attorney and law enforcement in other jurisdictions. In the state of Massachusetts, we are responsible for the autopsy, and the DA's office and law enforcement are responsible for the scene investigation.
Excellent. So scene investigation in the state of Massachusetts is not within your domain in the office of the medical examiner. That is the domain of the district attorney and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
How about another aspect, forensic autopsy and laboratory testing? That's within your domain, correct?
Correct.
And how about police reports and witness statements?
That is not under my jurisdiction. That is under the district attorney's office and the police.
Do you consider information, nonetheless, from police reports and witness statements in your analysis?
Yes.
And do you also consider, even though it's not within your jurisdiction in Massachusetts, do you also consider information about scene investigation?
Yes.
So it's correct then that you consider, whether it's within your jurisdiction or not, you consider scene investigation and police reports and medical statements, correct?
Yes.
And then forensic autopsy and laboratory testing is right within your jurisdiction, and therefore, of course, you consider that. And then lastly, medical history and hospital records, is it, therefore, am I correct that that's something within your jurisdiction and that you consider in performing your forensic pathologist death investigation?
Yes.
So now let's move on to the application of those principles. So in order to conduct a proper medical legal investigation, the medical examiner has to have certain qualities, if you will. Is one of them being well-grounded in general medical knowledge?
Yes.
Is another appropriate training and experience in forensic pathology?
Yes.
In other words, you wouldn't want a specialist, for example, in cardiology without anything more to be conducting a death investigation. Is that correct?
I would not want them to be conducting an autopsy, correct?
Right. Would you want a neurologist to conduct a death investigation?
Personally, or are you asking me that? No, I don't think every physician has their specialty and their training, and forensic pathologists are trained to perform autopsies. And
I think what this is going to remember in the opening statements from the Commonwealth, he did not mention Dr. Scordi-Bello. What he said, instead of saying you're going to hear from the medical examiner, what he said was you're going to hear from a neurosurgeon. Okay. And he was referencing Dr. Azik Wolf when he was referencing the neurosurgeon. That's what these questions are going to, right? Like a neurosurgeon, right? To be, again, he wasn't going to call her Breenan. I mean, now again, the defense in their opening statements did reference Dr. Scordi-Bello because they were going to call her if the Commonwealth didn't. But anyway, so yeah.
Cardiac surgeons are trained to perform cardiac surgery.
Would you want a neurosurgeon to be conducting a death investigation?
To be performing an autopsy? No.
So you wouldn't want a neurosurgeon to perform an autopsy?
No.
Because you don't believe they're qualified to do so, correct?
I don't believe they've had the appropriate training to perform an autopsy.
Going back into the many qualities of a medical examiner and attributes, they also have to have the ability to form opinions based upon all the available information using the scientific method along with sound reasoning. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the term scientific method?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the scientific method generally is sort of a systematic pursuit of knowledge that involves recognition and definition of a problem? Is that fair?
Yes.
Is it also involve the collection of data through observation and experimentation where appropriate?
Correct.
Does the scientific method also include the analysis of data?
Yes.
Does the
He's undetermined, I would imagine, is because they couldn't say for sure whether it was accidental or homicide. That's sort of my interpretation. But also, Fender, if you're listening, did you see what Spencer said in the chat there?
scientific method also include the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses?
Yes.
And does it also, where possible, include the selection of a final hypothesis after considering other hypotheses?
Correct.
And so what we've just discussed is a fair explication, a fair explanation of the scientific method. And the scientific method is part of the autopsy and forensic pathology analysis, correct?
Correct.
Now, applying one concept, that medical legal concept we talked about.
Yeah, exactly.
Just holding for a moment, if you could, the medical and going to the legal, if you will, law enforcement.
And this is like literally to the heart of what you guys were asking here, or what Heather was saying, the legal part, the medical and the legal overlap, right? Because really, when you look at it, right, whether some, like if you're making that determination here, just to take three, for example, like undetermined, accidental, or homicide, this is where it's really more into a legal determination. So let's see what he says.
In Massachusetts is not under your jurisdiction, but nonetheless, you consider information arising from it.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person named Michael Proctor? Is that name familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And at one time, Michael Proctor was a trooper, correct?
Correct.
And so did former Trooper Proctor inform you of the working law enforcement theory at the time of the investigation of this matter, namely his working theory, a collision of a motor vehicle with a pedestrian? Did he inform you of that?
He informed our office of that, yes.
He informed your office. And is it fair to say that he informed your office or provided that information to your office in or about February of 2022?
That information, part of that information was provided to our office at the time of the autopsy. One of the...
Fender, real quick, before you do your makeup time, read what Spencer said in the chat there. Go scroll up a little bit. But I'm so excited for the AI time again. So hey, Heather's making a point here. Yeah, it's reasonable. Okay, gotcha. Okay, cool. Okay. Yeah, it's reasonable to say he died at the hands of someone, but they can't, I mean, if she's looking at the injuries alone, right? The head trauma, I mean, there's just not really enough to go on. I mean, the thing is this though, right? Like, this looks terrible for the Commonwealth. Like I said, that it's undetermined. You know what I mean? Like, if it's death by the hands of another, even if it's an accident, it would still get ruled a homicide for the manner, right? Even if it's an accident, that's the point. So even if you imagine, like, you know, let's just say, because, you know, of the different charges that Karen Reed has, even if you go with like the, you know, count two, one of the lesser included or whatever, let's just say it was an accident, right? Because accidents do happen where it's somebody, you know, but it was another person, then it would still be like, it could still be homicide, but like an involuntary manslaughter situation, like what Heather was saying, you know what I mean? So in other words, the crucial thing here is that she couldn't even rule it a homicide, even if it's like death by the hands of another, but nothing nefarious going on, to say it like Brennan, you know what I mean?
Pieces of information that had come in, and there were multiple sources calling into our office providing information, was that this was a possible person struck by motor vehicle.
And the time of the autopsy, if I have it correctly, was that around the end of January of 2022?
The autopsy was January 31st.
Your Honor, if I could, with your permission, please publish a photograph which Your Honor has. And
Okay, here comes a bombshell, guys, that we did not get in the first trial. All right.
parties are stipulated, or that's in evidence. And this is the one.
Yes. Okay. All right, so we will mark this as the next exhibit. There's no objections to Brennan?
No. Guys, are you
So
ready?
we'll mark it first and then you can display.
Exhibit 160.
Yes.
Just
I'm excited for the
look
AI.
back up and I'll proceed at that time.
Yes, I recognize the picture. Well, I've never seen this picture before, but I know what it's depicting.
Thank you. What is depicted in that picture?
It's a picture of two individuals standing in a morgue setting, which looks very similar to our morgue at the Cape Cod office.
Very good. If you could just hold that for a moment, and with the court's permission, could I publish that for the jury?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? And if you could please zoom in on the two individuals in that picture.
All right. Let me move that word. So you guys see who that is there? That's Trooper Keefe, who testified a few days ago. And that's definitely Trooper Proctor right there. Now, what's interesting is Trooper Keefe said he was there alone, I believe, at the autopsy. But Trooper Proctor, I remember Trooper Proctor testifying last year and saying that he was there. Like, I remember that. I remember that very, very well, because they went into that whole line of questioning about how he seemed to be trying to influence the autopsy and whatnot. But the jury hasn't heard, like, the jury for this trial does not, to my knowledge, wouldn't have been expecting Proctor to be there, because so far what they've heard is that Trooper Keefe was there and he was the only one. And now they're seeing a picture of two people, and I'm sure they're about to talk about who's in this picture. So,
Dr. Scordi-Bello, do you recognize any of the individuals in that picture?
To be perfectly honest, no, I don't.
With regard to the person on the right, do you recognize that person?
No, I don't.
And you said you recognize the setting, correct?
Yes.
And if I heard you correctly, you said this is the Cape Cod facility?
It appears to be, correct.
Right. So you testified earlier,
Lied.
if I recall
He covers
correctly,
Proctor a
that
lot.
the autopsy was performed at the Cape Cod facility of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
Yes, it was.
And you're normally in, as I recall, Westfield, in an office that covers Western Massachusetts, it's Westfield.
Correct.
But you were at the Cape Cod facility, as I understand it, because there was a staff shortage and you had to travel down to Cape Cod for this. Is this correct?
Correct.
So you were at your normal home base sort of facility. This is a facility that you went to for this autopsy, correct?
For this autopsy and multiple others, yes.
Yes. And you were covering a staff shortage, and that was the reason you went to Cape Cod, correct?
Correct.
I mean, maybe Trooper Keefe thought if he lied, or maybe he was told, I don't know, I can't say, that if he lied for Trooper Proctor, he would like get a promotion. I mean, he lied a lot, because there were several things that have now been provably false. Either they've come out after that testimony, or things that we went back and checked on, for example, with the witness interviews, where he said that he was there and he wasn't there. And now he's saying he was there alone and Proctor's there. I mean, it's just crazy.
What's depicted in this picture are two individuals. For two individuals to be present, is there a protocol that they had to follow to be present for that, like a sign-in or an authorization?
Yes, there is a sign-in sheet that individuals have to put their name and their shield number and before they can come into the autopsy room.
So they have to put a shield number down, correct? You mentioned a shield number.
Yes.
And does that therefore mean that even though you don't know who they are, that they are with law enforcement? Are you able to determine that?
Correct. I believe they were with law enforcement.
So those two individuals were with law enforcement, but you don't know who they are.
I don't know who they are specifically and what their actual position was.
But they were with law enforcement.
I believe, if my memory serves me right, there was a person from crime scene investigation and someone from state police. But I'm working on a 2+ year memory.
Fair. That's fair. That's fair. I'm not going to ask you more questions to probe the memory. We can take that down. And yeah, we are finished with that. If you could hand that to them. Thank you.
Wow.
Now, we were speaking about former Trooper Proctor. Do you recall former Trooper Proctor sending you a copy of scene photographs and wanting to schedule a phone call with you so that he could explain the status of his investigation. You recall that?
Yes.
And that occurred approximately in March of 2022?
Yes, approximately.
Right. And the method of communication of that was that by email, to the best of your recollection?
I requested that our medical legal investigator, we have our own investigators at the office that are responsible for obtaining medical records and sometimes being the liaison between us and law enforcement to get reports. I requested that she contact whoever was in charge of the investigation and set up a meeting, a phone call. So since it had already been a few weeks since the autopsy, I wanted to make sure that if there was any additional information that could be provided to me, I could take it into account because I had 90 days to issue a report and a death certificate on this case.
Now, you've mentioned the 90 days on direct. You just mentioned it now. Is the 90 days a hard and fast rule, or is it just something you aspire to as a matter of good practices?
It's not a hard and fast rule. It's something that as an office, we try to achieve. Again, the reason being that there are family members, next of kin that are waiting for these reports and these death certificates for various reasons. So is it possible to go over the 90 days? Absolutely, if necessary. But we do try to finish our part in those 90 days.
So it's possible to go past the 90 days, but there would, given the considerations you just articulated, there had to be a pretty good reason why you'd want to do that, right?
Correct.
In this situation, you concluded that you had sufficient information on the medical side and the legal side to come to the conclusions that you needed to come to. Is that fair?
Well, I had sufficient information on the medical side because I did the autopsy and I had those findings. I did not have sufficient information that pointed to one manner of death over another manner of death. And therefore, I stated that the manner of death was undetermined.
Exactly. So the manner of death is undetermined. You know, I want to, if I could with you, pursue that a little bit in a moment. But when you came to toward the end of that 90-day period, you had information from the law enforcement side on their theory of what had happened, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'll let that one stand.
You had performed all of the medical investigation and analysis that you needed to perform, is that correct?
Yes.
There wasn't something more that you wanted to do on the medical side. You had mentioned, to be fair, you had Dr. Stonebridge involved as well. You had what you needed on that side, correct?
Yes.
And you therefore concluded on the manner of death that there was a not more compelling or more likely than other reasonable possibilities. Is that fair?
Yes.
So in furtherance of that, on April 14th of 2022, you issued a death certificate, correct?
Yes.
And please feel free to check your report of any dates or any other particular as I go through.
Okay. I issued my final report on April 14th, correct? And I would assume that the death certificate was on or around that same day.
Thank you. Now, to back up a little bit with regard to the autopsy, as you stated, it was conducted, I just want to do a little bit of a timeline, on January 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And we discussed that the body of Mr. O'Keefe was presented to the Cape Cod location, correct?
Yes.
And you also discussed that you brought Dr. Stonebridge to work with you on this matter, correct?
She didn't physically come to the office. The way Dr. Stonebridge was involved is at the time of autopsy when the brain was removed, having seen that there were injuries, I saved the brain in a special solution, and then the brain was transported to our facility in Boston. That's where Dr. Stonebridge examines the specimens. And after examining the brain, she issued a report.
Who asked Dr. Stonebridge to become involved in the matter?
I did.
And Dr. Stonebridge is triple board certified, correct?
Correct.
She's a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
That means she's achieved board certification in forensic pathology like you?
Do you know that?
I do. Yes, she's board certified in forensic pathology.
And she is board certified in general pathology, correct?
Yes.
And she's board certified in neuropathology, correct?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe to the jury what neuropathology is?
Neuropathology is a subset or specific additional training in forensic pathology where the person spends a considerable amount of time, usually 1 to 2 years, examining brains and learning all about the diseases of the brain as well as trauma to the brain.
Now, you asked her to be involved, as you indicated earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that she should be involved because there was a brain injury, correct?
There was trauma to the brain, correct?
Trauma to the brain. Is it a fair characterization that Dr. Stonebridge is sort of the brains of the brain area of autopsy? Is that fair?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
So with regard to Dr. Stonebridge, would you agree that she's really uniquely qualified in some ways? Or how would you describe her qualifications, Dr. Stonebridge?
Sustain.
With regard to Dr. Stonebridge, what did she do?
I'm going to see you at sidebar, please.
Sidebar.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, have you, are you aware of an attorney named, or excuse me, a doctor named Zeke Wolf?
No, I'm not.
Aha, the nerve.
Now I'd like to move on to another category. Based on the information that was presented to you as part of your examination and analysis, is it correct that you presume that because Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in the snow and his body temperature was 80 degrees, that he died from hypothermia as one of the causes?
I reached that conclusion after performing the autopsy and after seeing some findings that were consistent with hypothermia and then combined with the information that was provided to me about Mr. Keefe's body being found in the snow, I came to the conclusion that was one of the things that contributed.
Did you consider whether there may have been other reasons as to why his body reached that temperature of 80 degrees? Sort of applying the scientific method and seeing if there were other reasons?
Other than being out in the snow? No, I do not.
Do you know whether there are other alternative reasons how his body could reach the temperature of 80 degrees?
People can become hypothermic for other reasons such as sepsis. But in this particular case, I didn't have any reason to believe that that was part of the circumstances.
You're familiar with the medical phrase differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And a differential diagnosis is a term that's used by doctors to pursue other potential causes of a medical injury. Is that a fair general statement?
Yes.
So, for example, if somebody is having difficulty breathing, a doctor may say, I think it's the heart is their primary hypothesis, but they may want to differentially diagnose this and look at the lungs. Is that an example of a differential diagnosis let's look at the lungs to see if that may be the problem? Is that a fair example?
In the example you're giving, yes.
So applying that concept, and do you believe the concept of, applying that concept to this situation, did you perform a differential diagnosis as to the cause of the death and question whether there was hypothermia as any cause of the death of the deceased? Did you make that analysis?
I looked at the anatomic findings that I had at the time of autopsy, the information that was provided to me based on the circumstances and where the body was found, and I came to the conclusion that there were hypothermic changes in Mr. Keefe's body.
So you just used the phrase hypothermic changes. Did I hear that right?
Yep. Yes.
Can there be hypothermic changes without a cause of death being hypothermia?
Yes, of course.
So you can have signs in the body.
Great
of
answer. Yes, of course.
Hypothermia, which you can also conclude that a cause of death is not from hypothermia, correct?
If the person is deceased and I am examining the body and there are multiple things that I believe contribute to the death, then I tend to include all of them. Meaning that if this was a drug intoxication and the body also showed signs of hypothermia, I would include both of them on the death certificate because there is no scientific way of teasing out whether it was just one or the other or both. In this particular case, I had two processes that were going on. One was the head trauma and the other one were these hypothermic changes. I put all that together and again, included or took into account the investigative information of where the body was found, what the temperature was when the body was found, whether the person was still alive or not. And I came to the conclusion that the cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head. And I included the hypothermia because I saw during the autopsy that there were changes consistent with hypothermia.
So I want to break that down a little bit if I could with you. So you testified on direct, and I think you alluded to it here, that the primary cause of death, use that phraseology on direct, was blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Blunt impact injuries to the head, yes.
Blunt impact injuries to the head, and that's the primary cause, right?
Correct.
And then there's, and I'm not clear on what you refer to on direct as a secondary cause of being hypothermia, but you used a little different phrase in some of your answers, and I want to make sure I got it right. Hypothermic considerations. Can you repeat what it was?
It's like hypothermic changes.
Hypothermic changes, and we agree that you can have hypothermic changes without a conclusion of hypothermia, correct?
No, hypothermic changes are what I'm referring to are actual things that I can see in the organs that are consistent with hypothermia. They're anatomic findings. They're things I can see with my eyes.
So you can, I'm sorry, did you finish?
And those changes suggest and are consistent with someone being hypothermic.
as you sit here now, with regard to, you use the phraseology consistent with hypothermia, signs of hypothermia, that's what I want to pursue just a little bit with regard to further information. We got started on this by asking whether you used the concept of differential diagnosis and hypotheses to determine the cause and manner of death. And you said in one of your answers that you relied upon law enforcement information, correct? Is that part of it? You brought that up. You're the one who said you relied upon that, correct?
Yes.
And you brought that up on your direct testimony and earlier in the cross. Is that correct, that you relied upon the investigation of law enforcement? So now what I'd like to do is to ask you whether, using the concepts of differential diagnosis scientific method, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have died somewhere other than where the body was found and been moved and placed in the snow? Did you consider that?
Sustain.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Move along with this. We can approach in a bit.
Thank you. What, if any,
That,
alternative
hold on, let's hear that again. Dude.
diagnoses using the concepts of differential diagnosis scientific method, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have died somewhere other than where the body was found and been moved and placed in the snow? Did you consider that?
Sustain.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Move along with this. We can approach in a bit.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, but they have the right to get the grounds and their response to the objection on the record. And it's her own, this just drives me crazy. This is her own rule. Her own rule. Her own rule.
What, if any, alternative diagnoses did you apply to Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand your question.
What alternative scenarios did you look at, if any, for the cause or manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'll allow that question. What, if any?
At the time of the autopsy, I documented injuries and signs of hypothermia. I was provided with a set of circumstances, and at the end of the investigation, or at the end of my timeline, I concluded on the cause, but I did not conclude, or I did not determine a manner. The manner would be the circumstances you are speaking about, whether I considered other causes or circumstances. That's not how it works. I don't come up with hypothetical scenarios on how those injuries occur. I try to state the injuries, describe the injuries, state the cause of death and why the person died. And then I use all kinds of other investigative information that is provided to me to determine if I have enough to make a determination on the manner.
Did anyone provide to you any alternatives as to the finding of the body of Mr. O'Keefe in the snow?
Personally, to me, no.
Did you ask for any alternatives to the nature and location of the injury or death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked for all the information that was available.
Understood, but my question is, did you ask for any alternatives to the information that was provided to you as regards the location of the injuries? Did anyone provide you any alternatives to where the injuries could have occurred?
No.
So
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no. So there's no evidence of that. So next question.
So you talked about the information you had at the time. What time is that?
Listen
The
to this.
information
Hold on.
at the time was a preliminary police report, and
Listen to how Judge Bev rephrases the answer to the question and the question itself.
The injuries?
Hold on.
Understood, but my question is, did you ask for any alternatives to the information that was provided to you as regards the location of the injuries? Did anyone provide you any alternatives to where the injuries could have occurred?
No.
Did anyone provide you with any alternatives?
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no. So there's no evidence of that. So next question.
So
There's no evidence of that. See how she changed it? So Bev is saying there's no evidence of any alternatives. That's not what the question was. The question was, did anyone provide you with other alternatives? Oh, God.
you
Why
talked
is
about the
she doing
information
that,
you
dude?
had at the
You
time.
can't testify.
What time is that?
the information at the time was a preliminary police report and verbal communications
And
regarding the circumstances of how Mr. Keefe's body was found.
when I asked about the time, I'm on calendar time. Was this January, February, March, April of 2022?
The preliminary police report was on the day of the autopsy, and then information, I don't remember exactly how long, but in the weeks following, information was coming in.
Do you have the ability to amend a death certificate?
Yes, I do.
And you can amend a certificate if you obtain further information with regard to the circumstances surrounding the death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your previous answers, you were talking about the information you had at the time. And I'm concluding that the latest that would be is April of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you obtained or been provided with further information, in other words, information after April of 2022 regarding the cause or manner of death?
What do you mean, have I been provided? Has someone physically provided me with a report on different circumstances?
Well, what I'm just talking about is any other information that you have received or considered in terms of the analysis with regard to the cause or manner of death.
Received in what way?
Here's what I'll do. I'll be a little more specific. What I want to do is to get at the head injury of the decedent, okay? Is it fair to say that the head injury, you called it a traumatic, state what you phrased that as, because I want to use your phraseology.
Blunt impact injuries of the head.
So blunt impact injuries of the head. Is it fair to say that that was a very severe injury?
It was a severe injury, correct?
And would Mr. O'Keefe had been rendered unconscious nearly instantaneously with death following shortly thereafter?
It's very possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that's what would have occurred?
I can't tell you how quickly he would have been rendered unconscious, but at some point after that injury, yes, he would have been rendered unconscious.
Is it possible he could have been rendered unconscious immediately?
So she's answered it this way. I think you need another person for that. Let's move on from that, Mr. Alessi.
So Spencer,
You made your own determination of the.
I'll back that up. So Spencer asked a good question here. Hasn't she made her distinction clear about where she stands on the manner? Here's the thing. You know, if you're the Commonwealth, you would rather her manner of death have been homicide, right? If you're the defense, right, normally you would think that undetermined is a great answer for them, right? I mean, it is a great answer for them. However, the tricky part here is because of their third-party culprit that they're trying to get into, and that's their theory of the case. Their theory is that it was a homicide, but that it wasn't Karen that did it, right? That it wasn't from the car, that it was because of an altercation in the house or what have you. And so that's where normally the undetermined would be like, great, that's a great answer for the defense. That's what they're trying to get to, is what else could have caused it, I think. But again, by cause, it's really kind of getting into more of the legal determination, which is like, was someone else involved, if that makes sense.
You made your own determination of the cause of death, correct?
Yes, that's my job.
Understood. And what I want to do is to pursue the basis of your determination. So you used the phrase brain impact injury.
Blunt impact.
Blunt impact injury. Is that correct?
Blunt impact injuries of head, yes.
Of head, right. And that's your conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Based upon your conclusion, did you make any determination as to whether the decedent would be able to carry out any purposeful movement after that injury?
Define purposeful movement.
Sure. I'm talking about the ability to perhaps manipulate their hands.
I don't know.
Did you make any determination as to whether they...
So real quick, I will say, as far as hypotheticals go, you're allowed to ask expert witnesses about hypotheticals. Now, they haven't tendered her officially as an expert, but I don't think they really did that at all in the first trial either. Like in some jurisdictions, they make it really clear that they're offering, well, most of the time, in most jurisdictions, you'll see them, they're making clear that they're offering somebody as an expert. And I don't think they did that at all in the first trial, and they haven't done that this trial. But, you know, in other words, we know that they talk about expert witnesses like in the litigation outside the presence of the jury. But anyway, nonetheless, she would be what they would consider an expert witness, whether they have said that officially to the jury or not. But point being, with expert witnesses, you are allowed to ask hypotheticals.
Would be able to engage in any cognitive functions, meaning processing things and making decisions.
I did not make that determination, no.
Did you observe any pattern to the injuries to the head of the decedent?
A pattern? I observed that there were injuries to the back of the head, as well as other internal injuries to the base of the skull, as well as the brain.
Your Honor, if we could please publish, I'm just going to check to make sure they're. If we could, Your Honor, publish 160 that is in evidence. But before we do, Mr. Wolf, I would like to approach Your Honor and let you know in case there's anything further that needs to be done. Thank you.
Did you show it to Mr.
It's
Brown?
already been agreed to as in evidence.
Okay.
Oh,
it's in evidence?
Yeah, I just want to make sure if there's any statements Your Honor wanted to make it now.
So why don't you come over here, because why don't you come over this side?
perfect opportunity here. Okay, so let's do this while they're approaching and whatnot. So Spencer being unfamiliar with the case, let's talk about this because this is actually really relevant to what is going on with this whole undetermined thing. So basically, I would say that no one really knows what happened to the victim, John O'Keefe, who was a police officer. I don't know that we will ever really know what happened. Part of that is because of the horrific investigation, if you could even call it that, done by law enforcement, right? But basically, the Commonwealth's theory of the case, right, is that Karen Reed, the defendant, hit him with her car. And I mean, the theory has changed and morphed over time. It seems like where they're going this time around is, she clipped him, quote unquote, with her car, and then his arm hit the taillight, and then he hit his head on the frozen ground, and the frozen ground is what caused the injury to the head, which again, I've seen that injury on accident and no way. It's a huge laceration. It's blunt force trauma, but it's also a laceration. And it's very distinctive. And then of course he was then rendered unconscious and in this cold in the snow, and the hypothermia being a contributing cause, as we've heard about. It's going to be tough to kind of summarize because there's like a lot, but basically the defense theory is that he went inside the house and with the people who were in the house, who also some of them happened to be law enforcement, had an altercation. And basically, I'll put it this way. In the opening statements for the defense in the first trial, Mr. Unetti, one of the defense attorneys, started by saying Karen Reed was framed. So their third-party culprit overlaps with this Bowden defense, which is like grossly inadequate investigation by law enforcement, because it's like there's a lot of overlap, right? Because how to explain this simply, like y'all help me in the chat because there's just a lot. But let me see what else you guys are saying here. What happens if this is another hung jury? If it's another hung jury, great question. The Commonwealth has the option to try this case again a third time. They can try it as many times as they want if it's hung, if it keeps getting hung, right? And so let me see here. So Spencer says, if she says, hey, I'm not doing hypothetical at one point, is asking it in hypotheticals more or less or unknowns or things she can't determine. So hypothetical to her, do they cut it? In this particular, with that particular line of questioning, it was that line of questioning was shut down because of what the hypotheticals were pertaining to. And that's a determination that was made by the judge because the hypotheticals in that line of questioning had to do with going into the third party culprit, right? That's what other hypotheticals, it might be different, but because of what those hypotheticals dealt with, that was why that got shut down. So great question. When can they be asked and answered or move on? That's up to the judge. That's up to the judge. And this judge is notoriously and biased, to say the least. That's a really nice way to put it. Twiz said Higgins got him in the basement with a candlestick. Love it. Love it. Yeah, and his Fender already responded. Yeah, when the judge decides to in this courtroom, at least. Yep. Blunt force can cause that split skin for sure. But the frozen ground, no. The frozen ground, I would say no. I don't know why Heather says I'm amazing, but thank you. Right. So that's the thing. So Spencer's saying that she said she's not going to do hypothetical a couple times, but they keep pushing it basically. Basically, if you've got a witness who's like not, I mean, again, because technically they can ask those questions of an expert. If you've got a witness who's like who's kind of refusing to answer the question, really the way you get around that is by rephrasing the question as a defense attorney. And we see this all the time. It's one of those really masterful things that you'll see attorneys do where they take the witness's answer and then they work around it in another way. Like they might switch up the line of questioning and then come back, but they do it in a way to where, and they will end up getting the answer that they are seeking without the witness really realizing, I guess, that they are answering it, or in a way that it doesn't feel like whatever it is that's holding the witness up or like preventing them feeling like they can't answer the question. They can go around and kind of rephrase the question in a way to where then the witness feels comfortable answering it, and then they can elicit the answer that they were looking for, if that makes sense. I'm sure we will see examples of that, actually. Oh, that was the AI. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me scroll up. So the AI summary, Dr. Switch-Bello to review Dr. Stonebridge's report on the brain examination, Dr. Switch-Bello to consider alternative scenarios for the cause and manner of death. How funny. Dr. Switch-Bello to review all information available, including preliminary police reports and verbal communications to finalize the death certificate and autopsy. Interesting. Wow. The candlestick makes more sense than a biting car. Oh, I should also mention the whole thing about the dog, right? So the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm, which were not a contributing factor to his death, look like dog bites, right? So, so there's that. Hey, Flash, welcome. Happy to see you, my friend. They do like permutations on it. Wait, what are you referencing there, Spencer? I was going to say something else too. Okay, as it pertains to letting the third-party culprit go, at some point we need to go back through the jury instructions and verdict forms, because when we look at count 2, that is why they are not letting it go. I think we need to do that, and I think a good time to do it will be when the Commonwealth rests their case in chief. But yeah, we delved into it a little bit on one of the live streams, but we didn't finish, and it's a lot, but we need to do that at some point. Merry Christmas to you as well, Flash. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year as well. Oh, I see what you were asking. The way that right. So it's not quite the same questions they sort of ask. Right. It's an art. It's an art, right? The way they ask questions when you're in it's an art, because you can ask the question in a different way to elicit the exact same answer. But because the question is phrased differently, it's a different question to the witness, right? And it's up to the attorney to figure out exactly how the witness needs the question to be phrased so that they will feel comfortable answering it, if that makes sense. So yeah, but we do need to, okay, and they're at sidebar. These are not dumb questions. These are excellent questions, Spencer. They're excellent questions. Not dumb at all. Not dumb at all. I always welcome all questions, and no questions are dumb. You guys are amazing. So we're going to go past the sidebar, but yeah, at some point we need to go through those jury instructions. It's very
yes. Thank you. With your Honor's permission, I would like to publish Exhibit 160.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, if you could please draw your attention to what is depicted on both screens, pick whatever screen is most convenient for you. And what I want to do is to go over what is depicted there, and I'd like to start with just some basics. What is that white rectangle that is on the photograph?
This?
Yes.
That's a ruler.
And what's the purpose of the ruler?
To show a scale. When I measure the injury, I use the ruler to document that.
And if you could please draw your further attention to what I will refer to, and you use your own term, but just to start it, the horizontal line that is appears to be a laceration. You know what I'm referring to?
This is a laceration.
Right. So it's fair to say that that's a laceration.
Correct.
And just so we get all that's depicted on this, you referred to earlier up above that, the red area. And is that an abrasion?
Yes.
And do you also denote to the left, almost like a J-type item going vertically up? Yes, and going up. You see that?
Yeah, that I did not note that specifically. I just noted the whole injury. That's part of the abrasion.
That's my point. So you didn't make a separate note of what appears to be a J, and it might be easier to see it in the screen over there. It's your conclusion, but is it easier to see there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and
I'm trying to think of an example of the question thing that is like a simple one. Like, so here's an example. Like if you've got a kid, right? Let's say you're a parent, you've got a kid, and you want the kid to clean their room. If you were to say to the kid, do you want to clean your room? They're going to say no. But if you say, would you rather clean your room or, I don't know, would you rather clean your room or scrub the toilets? I don't know. Maybe it depends on the kid. But if you give them another thing that's worse, right? Then their answer would be clean my room. You see what I mean? I don't know. That's a kind of a dumb example, but it was just a simple one I could think of at the moment.
So you didn't make a separate note as to what that was in your report, correct?
No, I did not. Yeah. Eat broccoli, great example. Yeah, love your suggestions, guys.
Do you consider that an abrasion?
Clean your room or clean the bathroom, clean your room or eat broccoli, great suggestions. There you go.
Or something else?
I believe that's still an abrasion.
Do you conclude that J is different in any manner from the abrasion that you've noted above the laceration?
I believe it could be part of the whole abrasion, or it could be something different.
Fair enough. Would a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground produce a circular and not a linear abrasion as depicted here on the back of an injured person's head?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Assume a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground.
Aha!
Would such a fall and impact present
Oh my God.
that type of pattern or
$1 million question. I'm going to back it up, guys. $1 million question.
person's head?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Assume a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground. Would such a fall and impact present that type of pattern, or would it present a circular pattern, perhaps with something like a starfish in the middle?
I'll allow that. Can you answer that?
I can say that a fall backwards could.
He objected. Can you believe that? That's their theory. And he objected. You know why, though? I mean, we all know why. Disgusting.
Very well produce that injury.
My question is more specific, and that is a fall backwards where the person impacts the back of their head on flat frozen ground. Would you expect that type of a laceration from that type of a fall? Not just a general fall backwards, but specifically a fall backwards where the back of the head hits flat frozen ground. Would you expect that?
I could, yes.
And under what circumstances could a laceration like that, and an abrasion, all of it together, what circumstances could cause that type of
Now,
a
my
fall?
opinion of her now, I hadn't seen this part yet. My opinion of her is now lessening.
Backwards on flat frozen ground.
Well, the laceration is due to the blunt impact, and so is the abrasion. The abrasion is friction. So depending on the type of surface, you mentioned flat frozen ground, it's quite possible to have an injury as the one depicted. There's nothing inconsistent with this injury. And
This is actually going to cause, right, the cause of the head injury, which again, depending on the cause, it could go to manner, but this is not about in other words, no one's disputing, there's no dispute that he has this injury to his head, right? The question here, it's a fact for the jury, right, is like what caused it, which you see why there's a bit of overlap there. But yeah, hopefully that makes sense.
A fall on someone's, on the back of the head with a blunt surface.
Are you familiar with the phrase pattern recognition in medicine?
Yes.
And isn't pattern recognition something that requires training with regard to being able to recognize certain patterns and determining what could be causing that pattern?
Yes.
And just merely recognizing whether there is a pattern takes certain specialty training, et cetera?
Correct.
And isn't pattern recognition a principle that you apply in the medical examiner's office?
Yeah, we do.
And so example of pattern recognition could be a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Could be a gunshot.
Correct.
And there's certain patterns that you see on the scene that can be consistent with those types of causes of injury, correct?
Correct.
Assuming a fall backwards onto frozen ground and there being on a lawn with grass, would you expect to see any grass at all in the injury site?
It's possible to have grass.
Is it possible to have are you familiar with the height and weight of the decedent generally? If you need to look at your notes, please do so.
Yes. Mr. Keefe was approximately 6'1" and 216 pounds.
So assuming a fall backwards and an impact ahead on a ground with grass, a person who's 6'1", there is going to be significant acceleration forces that occur as they're going backwards. Is that correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And therefore, the more acceleration forces, usually there's a correlation with the force of the impact.
Correct.
And In terms of force of impact and assuming grass on the ground, would you believe it's more probable than not that one would then see some grass on the head? Given what you testified regarding the height of Mr. O'Keefe, and assuming what I just gave to you as a fall backwards and acceleration and forces, would you expect to see anything else on the back of his head?
You have to be more specific than that.
Right. Thank you. So would you expect to see? Is it possible, if that was the manner of the fall, that there should be grass on the head? Is that possible?
Sustained.
Wow.
Did you consider at all in your evaluation let me back up. Do you see any evidence of grass in this depiction?
No, I do not.
Did you recall ever seeing any evidence of grass when you were performing the autopsy?
I did not see evidence of grass.
Did you consider at all in performing your autopsy whether or not grass should be present given what was reported to you by law enforcement?
Sustained.
Did you make any considerations at all regarding grass in regard to your autopsy report?
Good point.
I did not see any grass. No, I did not make any determinations.
And was grass at all even a consideration in your analysis?
I had very limited information as to the exact nature of the surface at the time of autopsy.
So the answer is no to that question. Thank you.
Just to reiterate, so in this particular case, right, the cause of death was the blunt force trauma to the head with a contributing factor of hypothermia. So in other words, if the hypothermia hadn't been present, he still would have died due to the blunt force trauma to the head, right? The manner, again, is, your 5 options, right? So you've got accident, homicide, suicide, natural, or undetermined. So, in other words, in this particular case, with the cause, again, being, they're talking about the head injury here, right? So the blunt force trauma, that could be due to many different things, right? In any case, right? Sometimes there's fewer options, but here again, it's really kind of like the Commonwealth's theory again is like the blunt force trauma is from the frozen ground, right? And the defense theory is the blunt force trauma is from getting struck in the head during an altercation from being inside the house. And so the reason that Mr. Alessi for the defense is asking these questions about, is it possible to get this injury from falling backwards on the frozen ground, is because that's the Commonwealth's theory. Does that kind of help, Spence? Have fun, or I don't know if have fun is the right thing to say, but good luck with your therapy session there, Fender. I think you said is it the group session that you have right now? That sounds especially a lot, but hopefully it goes well. So Kit Smith is saying cause equals what made my body go. Nope. Manner equals circumstances of the cause, like how the cause. Yeah, that's a good way to put it as well. Yeah.
Did you have any information regarding the circumstances that you said you look at in trying to determine manner of death as to whether there were any stones or rocks around the scene?
That I did not have any information.
So meaning you didn't have any information, you saw no information that there were any stones or rocks by the scene, is that correct?
Sustained in that form.
What, if any, consideration did you make in
So,
your...
like, in other words, I think the point of this, like, just using common sense, right? It would be far more likely, it would make way more sense that with the Commonwealth thing of like, he hit his head on the frozen ground, right? Remember, prior to that, they're saying the reason that happened is because he was hit with the car. And, the evidence does not support that, and that's an understatement. But taking away even that part, just the fact that somebody falling backwards and hitting their head on the frozen ground, that would be so much more plausible if there was, let's say, a big sharp rock in the yard, right? And it's like, oh, he hit his head on the rock, right? That would make more sense than grass with a light dusting of snow, right?
Assessment of cause and manner of death with regard to stones or rocks.
I did not make any.
With regard to any other potential causes other than ground, did you consider any other possibilities that could cause the type of injuries that are depicted on the screen?
There's a number of possibilities that could cause the injury.
My question is, did you consider, not whether there are, but whether you considered them at the time you were performing the autopsy?
I'm always considering at the time of autopsy what could have caused a certain injury.
Did you put in your notes or your autopsy report any of those considerations? Are they documented?
No.
Now, in terms of differential diagnosis that we talked about, did you determine whether there were any other possible explanations for the injuries to the decedent other than what law enforcement presented to you?
I'll allow that.
Internally, I consider all kinds of other explanations. I have to look at the findings and the possible ways that those injuries could have been sustained and decide whether I have enough information.
I have to just interject real quick to say here, if this feels like this has been this particular segment has been a little bit plodding or arduous, he is really trying to get a number of points across. And there's a bunch of challenges here because there's these objections coming from the Commonwealth and they keep getting sustained, right? So again, just like how I was saying, we're rephrasing the question for the witness. If the witness is like, I can't answer it the way it's being asked, same thing. So if Mr. Alessi's asking a question, Commonwealth's objecting, and it's getting sustained. So he's still trying to get, he still wants to get this question out. So every time, so then he's rephrasing it. He's changing. Now, normally, as we know, they normally state the grounds, and then the questioning attorney can then tailor their question accordingly. Like if it's leading, or if it's hearsay, or if it's asked and answered, or if it's argumentative, or whatever. There's so many different grounds for objections, right? When they can state the grounds on the record, which happens in every trial except for this one and the previous trial of this same one last year. Then if they say the grounds, then the questioning attorney, sometimes they can actually offer the judge will say, okay, well, what do you say? And they can like argue it or whatever. But regardless, by knowing what the grounds for the objection are and why the judge sustained it, they can then tailor their question. Now here, they don't state the grounds. So he's having to try to guess what the Commonwealth was objecting to, what their grounds were. He's secondly having to guess why Judge Bev sustained it. Now, with this particular judge, there doesn't really have to be a reason. She'll just sustain things because of the bias. I'm just being blunt here with that. And then he's having to tailor his question or change his question accordingly, right? And hope he got the guesses right. And that's sort of a really brief synopsis of what he's trying to do, because he doesn't want to give up on this line of questioning. So hopefully that makes sense as to why this might feel a little bit clunky.
And whether
because it's either that or just abandon the line of questioning, right?
I'm satisfied with the information that I have in order to conclude or determine the manner.
Did you make any notes at all about the considerations you were just speaking about, other considerations, any notes whatsoever in any document in your autopsy report?
Not in my autopsy report, no.
Did you make any other notes of those considerations in any document that you created for this case at all?
No, these are considerations that I've had and discussions I've had with colleagues in terms of evaluating these injuries. And
I don't want you to go into what other people said, but I want you to finish your answer.
And I just wanted to read this comment on the screen here, because I think this is right before you got here, Happy Annie, but like literally that's why I was saying, I don't know that we will ever truly know what happened to him. And that's exactly what Happy Annie is saying. Law enforcement did such a crappy job of investigating the case that there will never truly be justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Yep.
Right. No, I did not make physical notes of my considerations.
Your Honor, I'm going into a different category, so I just wanted to alert Your Honor to it.
All right. And it will take more than 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
All right, jurors, we'll take the lunch and recess. So we're seeing about.
Okay, they're taking the lunch and I hate how she says lunch and recess. It's so freaking annoying. So they go to lunch. Okay, and we're back. Like a herd of turtles.
All right, so I'm told you want to see me. I'll see you at sidebar.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if they do this in front of us.
£5.
Or no, they don't. Oh gosh, darn it. Okay.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Scordi-Bello. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Oh my God, the closed captioning says Dr. Scordi-Bello. Oh my God, you guys see that on the screen?
I want to move on to a slightly different aspect of the hypothermia discussion. So you've acknowledged previously that hypothermia is a very difficult diagnosis to make, correct?
Correct.
And you acknowledged that in your grand jury testimony in this proceeding, correct? You recall that?
I do.
And you indicated in that grand jury proceeding, generally the diagnosing hypothermia is based on contextual clues. Is that correct?
On autopsy findings and investigative information, yes.
Right. And the last part, investigative, and that's that legal part, sort of the law enforcement contribution. Is that correct that you're referring to?
Correct.
You diagnosed Mr. O'Keefe with hypothermia based upon certain medical data that you believe you observed in the gastric area and the pancreatic area. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just for, I think most people will get this, just be clear, gastric is sort of synonymous with the stomach. And then we know the pancreas is a separate organ. And in your autopsy, you observed for example, the lining of both the stomach and the pancreas. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the word you used?
Let's start with the stomach. Did you observe the lining of the stomach as part of Mr. O'Keefe as part of the autopsy?
Yes, I observed some hemorrhages in the lining of the stomach.
We'll get to that, right? But I just want to talk about the organs and what aspects of the organs first, and then we'll get to that. And with regard to the pancreas, what aspect of the pancreas did you observe?
I examined both the external surface and the tissues around it, as well as the pancreas itself by making several cuts.
And there was also a histopathology report that was relevant to both the stomach and the pancreas, correct?
Correct.
Histopathology?
Spell it, Mr. Leslie.
Histopathology. So that histopath information informed your hypothermia analysis, is that correct?
The histopathology was done to further confirm my finding or my determination of hypothermia.
So do I have it correct? And let's start with the pancreas. That you noted the pancreas was congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. Do I have that correct? And you feel free to look at your report, please.
I will.
Numbered pages, but it would be 4.
Okay.
And then the next page is the histopathology.
Yes.
All right. Are we sort of oriented in the same location?
Yes.
All right. So let's start with the pancreas. So if you look at the histopathology page, it says endocrine and exocrine pancreatic tissue with vascular congestion in patchy parenchymal, that's parenchymal hemorrhage, autolytic changes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I want to go at these one at a time, so I'm going to jump back to the previous page where you discussed the heading liver, gallbladder, and pancreas. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see the last sentence says the pancreas is congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. You see that?
Yes.
So now what I'd like to do, and is that what you're rooting in, if you will, the analysis of hypothermia?
The determination of hypothermia was made, yes, based on these findings and the circumstances that was provided. Yes.
Right, and thank you. I'm going to get to the circumstances, but it's sort of the medical legal construct that we were talking about. I want to just start first with the medical, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
So then let's now move to the organ of the stomach, a synonym gastric in terms of your report. So let's go to, please, back to the histopathology section. And under that, under pancreas is stomach. And there's a bulleted one sentence that says gastric tissue with vascular congestion and focal mucosal hemorrhage. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then let's go back, as we did with the pancreas, for the stomach, go back to the previous page in your report under the heading digestive system. And the second sentence states the gastric mucosa shows focal areas of linear hemorrhages. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So we've got hemorrhage discussion with the pancreas. We've got hemorrhage discussion with the stomach and the gastric area. Your diagnosis of hypothermia was not based just on gastric and pancreatic hemorrhaging alone, though, was it?
No.
And you did fairly refer to other circumstances just moments ago in your answer, correct?
Correct.
And we're going to get to that. So that means that your diagnosis of hypothermia was also informed by the information we discussed earlier that was provided to you by former Trooper Proctor in his investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Oh, boy.
And one aspect of that information is that he was found, Mr. O'Keefe was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
So let's go to the death notification report. Am I generally correct that you were, I'm sorry, I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall the death notification report in this matter?
I do recall, the very initial first information that comes in. That's the death notification given to our intake staff.
Do you recall the contents of that death notification report?
Would you like me to summarize? I don't recall the.
So basically, the reason for that objection a second ago was actually this is because this is for refreshing her recollection. They have to lay the foundation that she needs to reference the death notification to refresh her recollection.
I don't have it in front of me, but I can tell you what the gist of it was.
Would it be helpful to you if I showed you a document
There
that
it
might
is.
refresh your recollection on what that a document that may refresh
She
your
said
recollection?
sure. I don't think you heard her.
Okay, he's going to refresh her recollection.
This is other. And once you're done, if you could kindly look up and
Okay.
refresh your recollection with regard to the circumstances
Now
of
it's
that
Dr. Scordi-Bello. That's hilarious.
section of the death notification report.
Yes.
And you could please state now what your refreshed recollection is on that topic.
Yes, the initial intake death notification was made by a physician at the hospital, and it stated that we were dealing with a adult male that was found in a snowbank. There was note of having been at a party. There was some information as to the decedent was walking to a house. There was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with.
Sustain.
That's right.
Jurors, disregard that. Move on with this, Mr. Leslie. With this, but just move on.
Yeah, yes. In terms of the differential diagnosis concept that we were talking about before,
What did she,
based upon
what did she say she struck there?
Walking to a house. There was there was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with.
Sustain.
Oh shit. Did you guys hear that? Hold on, one more time. Oh boy.
The decedent was walking to a house. There was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with.
Sustain. Jurors disregard that. Move on with this.
Wow.
With this, but just move on.
Yeah, yes.
Move on.
In terms of the
Wow.
differential diagnosis concept that we were talking about before, based upon your refreshed recollection of circumstances of death as discussed in the death notification report, based upon that, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have been injured and died somewhere other than the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
I'm going to allow that.
Initially, no.
Hilarious.
Let's go to significance, if any, of hemorrhaging
Sorry.
of the two organs.
Flash said, I knew someone from high school named Scordi. They went on to be a pole dancer. Amazing.
We were talking about the
A
pancreas and the
plus.
stomach.
A plus.
Is it correct that the
That's
hemorrhaging
correct.
of a pancreas can be caused by many different things?
Yes, it is.
And to be clear, you found evidence of hemorrhaging of the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe in the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And is it correct before the grand jury, you yourself were evaluating whether the injuries had been sustained in a different environment? Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall what your testimony was in the grand jury about hemorrhaging of the pancreas and possibilities of injuries being sustained in different environments? Do you recall any testimony on that subject?
All right, I'll see you at 10.
Okay, sidebar. Oh, where did it go? Hold on. Okay. So
Yeah, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. At the grand jury, did you testify as follows? If the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages.
Oh.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can also be caused by blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can be caused by CPR, correct? Cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
It's possible.
Do you know what a Lucas machine is?
Yes.
And a Lucas machine is
Morning,
an
buddy.
automated CPR machine, correct?
Correct.
And it's a rather large device, correct? It gets strapped down to the chest of someone. So instead of someone having to exercise, etc., you put on a Lucas machine that goes over the chest and it automatically does the compressions, right?
Correct.
Lucas machines can cause hemorrhaging, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, wasn't a Lucas machine applied to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe so.
And wasn't the Lucas machine applied from when the first responders came to the scene and he was in the ambulance continually and through when he was in the hospital?
I believe so. Yeah.
So when a Lucas machine is used in resuscitation efforts, you'd actually expect to see some hemorrhaging, wouldn't you?
Where?
In the stomach, in the pancreas, would you expect to see it there?
Not in the mucosa of the stomach and not as extensive in the pancreas.
Let's talk about and pick the pancreas first. So you would agree that from the use of a Lucas machine, you would expect some degree of hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Not always.
But it's certainly possible that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging of the pancreas, correct?
It's possible.
And now let's move to, and there was evidence of hemorrhaging in the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now let's move to the stomach. Isn't it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Personally, I have not seen it in that context.
But do you rule that out?
I can't rule it out. I can only tell you my experience.
So your personal experience is you don't believe you've seen that, but you can't rule out that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging to the stomach. Is that correct?
I don't believe a Lucas machine causes hemorrhage to the mucosa of the stomach.
Right. I'm not yet at the mucosa of the stomach, which is a subset of the stomach, right? You're talking about the gastric rugae.
Talking about the inner lining of
The
the
inner
stomach.
lining, and another name for the inner lining of the stomach is the gastric rugae, R-U-G-A-E, correct?
Yes.
Gastric rugae.
So I'm just talking about the stomach in general, not a subset of the stomach. Is it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Not in the stomach, around the stomach in the soft tissues of the torso.
Okay.
Pretty good reason there, Flash.
Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine, correct?
Yes.
We're back to the
And
machine.
are you aware of the length of time that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine?
No, I'm not.
Do you know how many compressions per minute a Lucas machine causes?
I would have to say close to 60.
would 100 compressions per minute be a reasonable amount of compressions for a Lucas machine to cause?
Sure.
So assume 37 minutes of a person hooked up to a Lucas machine and assume 100 compressions per minute. That would result in 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine, correct?
Correct.
Spencer, you're saying what is there evidence for manner? Are you talking about the Commonwealth? I mean, because you would have to be talking about the Commonwealth, right? I mean, the manner is undetermined. So one would say there isn't.
Could 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine explain hemorrhaging in the pancreas?
You could.
And that explanation could be why there's hemorrhaging in the pancreas as opposed to hypothermia causing hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Possible.
Did you consider that at all in your autopsy report, the effect of the Lucas machine? Is it written anywhere in your autopsy report?
Just to sort of explain what the point of this is, right? So part of the whole thing, right, with the defense is their theory is that he went in the house. So another thing that's huge, big time in dispute here, right, between the Commonwealth and the defense is how long was John O'Keefe on the lawn? So remember, he didn't die of hypothermia. It's just a contributing factor. But the Commonwealth, their theory puts him out there on the lawn at around, 12:30-ish a.m. And he wasn't found and the next day until, 6:04 a.m., something like that, right? And he was basically barely alive, but not salvageable. But he was still technically alive, right? But so he was, and this was, for Spencer, anyone who's less familiar, this was like a blizzard and a nor'easter, right, was happening and all that. And so the defense theory puts him in the house for, I don't know, help me out guys in the chat. How long do you, I don't know that they've really said, but it puts him, what I was going to say, it puts him in the house for X amount of time, but I don't know if they've really given any specifics for how much time. But basically the point being, it puts him in the house for some period of time, right? And then basically being dragged out into the yard, right? With this whole thing, like the being framed and whatnot, third-party culprit. And so, their theory would be like he died, got beat up in the house or whatever. There was an altercation, and then the people in the house put him out in the yard, and that's, where he was found. But the point is that the discrepancy is like, how long was he out? How long? Sorry, was he in the front yard in the snow, right? And so the defense is here they're trying to, let's say, cast reasonable doubt into, even though the cause wasn't hypothermia, it was just a contributing factor. I think what they're trying to get at here is that some of these findings, which were the reasons she put hypothermia as a contributing factor, was they could have been caused by other things, so that it's lessening the existence of the hypothermia, essentially. Does that make sense? Like, in other words, for the defense, if he's in the house for a period of time and not in the yard for as long, then, less hypothermia or less hypothermic symptoms would occur. And so does that make sense? It's a bit into the weeds, as they say, right? Yeah, they're raising reasonable doubt. Exactly. Yep. But I just wanted to make sure that it was clear as to what area they're talking about here. What is the deal with this Lucas machine? It's going to the hypothermia, and then I wanted to explain why it's going to the hypothermia, because the dispute and one of the facts for the jury has to do with how long he was in that front yard. Although they haven't really heard, they haven't been able to get much in yet about the third-party culprit, but they have to build that over time. Welcome back, Tonka. Let me scroll up here. So, there are multiple contributing factors to the condition of, and I think they haven't gotten into all of those yet where we're at here. But I know that as it pertains to the stomach lining, was it Wisniewski? That has to do with they haven't gotten to that yet, but that will be like hypothermia related. And Kit's been swaying in saying they haven't given specifics for how long he'd been inside the house. Right. That's what I recall. But they're not leaning into third parties much this time. Somewhere between midnight and 2:27. Yeah, that's a good guess, Twiz there, or not even a guess. That's an informed opinion there on that. Allie McCabe said in the first trial, Colin wasn't there when John was, or something similar. Right. And that's, yeah, pointing out all the other avenues the Commonwealth should have considered definitely. Spencer, you're asking great questions. And in fact, that is one of the things that has come up a lot in this trial. Spencer saying, would Snowfall be able to determine how long he was out there for? Yep. Using your common sense and critical thinking, depending on how covered he was. Yep. And the conditions. Yep. That has been talked about at length. But I don't think that they were able, it's not really a determinative measure. You know what I mean? Like, for example, if it was like a discrepancy over, like, was he out there for half an hour versus 6 hours, right? Type of thing. But also the conditions were changing, and it's actually one of the running jokes about this trial is that in the first trial last summer, the prosecutor then, which was Lolly, would go on and on and on about the weather. It was one of the running jokes. Okay, Flash has got to go. Bye, Flash. We love you. So okay, let's keep listening here.
Report.
I do consider changes due to cardiopulmonary resuscitation.
That's true.
The rib fractures that were observed were attributed to.
Yeah, they did go through the snow with the weatherman, but not like no one measured. Like, for example, no one measured how much snow was on top of John O'Keefe. But again, also this goes to the crappy ass law enforcement. I mean, again, if you see someone in the snow, you're gonna get the snow off of them and try to save their life. But nonetheless, there were no pictures taken before he was moved. There were no measurements taken. Nothing was done properly in terms of the investigation. So there's that as well.
CPR.
We love you.
Usually we will see some amount of hemorrhage in the soft tissues. But in this context, with the gastric findings, the pancreatic findings, and the information that he was found in the snow with a body temperature of 80 degrees, my opinion was that those hemorrhages, along with the gastric hemorrhages and his body temperature, were consistent with hypothermia.
I mean, yeah.
My question was, does your report state anywhere the words Lucas machine?
No.
And you agree that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging to the pancreas?
It can cause hemorrhage in a lot of tissues.
But including the pancreas?
Including the pancreas.
If you see hemorrhaging of the pancreas and you believe that hemorrhaging is a contributor to hypothermic deaths,
right? Here
you
we go.
Also expect to see Wisniewski ulcers.
Here's the Wisniewski.
I did note gastric hemorrhages.
So the court reporter needs to have a spelling of that. Doctor, can you give us the spelling?
Here's the Wisniewski ulcers.
Would you like to give it?
If you'd like me to, I prefer to do it. Thank you. Wishnewski. So, can you just tell the jurors what Wisniewski spots or Wisniewski ulcers are?
Wisniewski spots are small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in the mucosa of the stomach that are thought to be associated with hypothermia, amongst other things. They're believed to be either a reaction to stress due to the hypothermia or some form of what we call reperfusion injury.
Is it correct that if someone is believed to die, at least in part, from hypothermia, that in 90% of the cases of death from hypothermia, you would find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I do not know the exact number.
Okay. So one thing, I'm not a medical person, but here's what I will say is that I know for that, like, people who have experience with the medical field apparently were like losing their shit over this. And I didn't actually see this part, so I don't know yet really why they were losing their shit. I just wanted to know that people were losing their shit and about this Wisniewski situation. So we'll see. I haven't seen
that you're not recalling what the percentage is for the percent of cases for death of hypothermia that you would expect to find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I don't.
So do you recall?
Hold on. Move on. The objection sustained. So
Okay.
you're asking it. Yes. Go ahead.
There were no Wisniewski's ulcers present in Mr. O'Keefe. Is that correct?
I believe there were.
Can you point anywhere in your autopsy report where the word Wisniewski appears?
I did not call them Wisniewski spots. I called them gastric hemorrhages.
Oh, okay.
Right, so you didn't use the term Wisniewski and you didn't use the term ulcer, correct? In your report at all?
No, I used gastric hemorrhages under the title of hypothermia.
Do you believe that all hemorrhages in the pancreas are Wisniewski ulcers?
You mean the stomach?
I want to start with the pancreas.
Wisniewski ulcers are the term is used to describe the gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so I wanted to clarify that. So now I want to move to the stomach.
Okay.
Do you believe all hemorrhages in the stomach are Wisniewski ulcers?
Not all of them.
Therefore, there can be Wisniewski ulcers and not be hemorrhaging, correct? Just by logic?
And not be hemorrhaging?
Correct. You can have a Wisniewski ulcer but not have hemorrhaging.
You could, but ulceration would manifest in what we call hemorrhage, the actual appearance of it.
What I'd like to do now is, Mr. Wolf, what has been in evidence, what I'd like to do is to, with your Honor's permission, publish some depictions of first the...
So I'm going to go ahead. So, yeah, so exactly, Kits, this is exactly what I recall as well. Like, it was just, there was like some snow on top of him, but nothing more specific than that, really. So,
gastric mucosa.
One that we have not introduced into evidence openly,
okay,
but it's
this is the part where they give the jury a little bit of a warning. This is interesting.
right?
What I'd like to do is to, I'll start out with the one that is in evidence, which is the gastric mucosa.
Okay,
Start with that.
what number?
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, so it's easy to think about from between 12:30. Again, it's 12:30 to 6 a.m. That's like your, the easiest way to round it, and it's close enough there. So that's 5.5 hours. Yep. Okay.
Your Honor,
Okay, so that was the one I was referring to that we did at sidebar, not in open court. Okay.
Yes, and I'd like to move into evidence.
Satisfied with that, Mr. Alessi?
I'm satisfied with that, Your Honor.
All I'll say about this, Jurors, is that
Okay, this is the part where she gives them the thing about it being graphic.
this may be considered graphic. You satisfied with that, Mr. Alessi?
I'm satisfied with that, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, you satisfied with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
May be considered graphic.
Exhibit 164 in evidence.
So we don't see it.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, do you recognize 164 as the, well, you describe what 164 is.
This is a picture of the stomach of Mr. Keefe after it was removed and opened and the contents were removed. And what you're looking at, this pink-red surface is the mucosa. That's the lining of the stomach. And you had used the word rugae before. These are the folds. The stomach has a lot of folds. And what you can see here are small areas that are redder than everything else. That's hemorrhage, that's blood. And these are the gastric hemorrhages that I described.
Right, so those are what you just showed. There's darker areas. There's just a few of them. That is what you refer to as hemorrhages, correct?
Wisniewski's was correct.
Well, you didn't use Wisniewski's in your report, correct? You referred to them as hemorrhages.
Correct.
Okay, so what I'd like to do now is to, if I may approach, Your Honor, with a chalk. MM. With your Honor's permission, may I show Dr. Scordi-Bello? Yes. May I hand it?
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello.
With hemorrhage. Picture of a
This is pretty funny. Huge emergency.
stomach, again, the mucosa with hemorrhage.
What pits are you
Sure,
talking
can we take a break?
about?
Yes.
And also, I guess,
Yes.
tonight then? Okay, is that the part, hold on, is that the part where they, hold on. That might be the part I was looking for. Hold on, let me back it up.
Your Honor, can we take a break?
Yes. Yes.
Right there. So that was the bailiff saying, Your Honor, can we take a break for one of the jurors? So this part, I did see that one part. And I mean, I think that my interpretation, and I think this is what the reports from the courtroom were as well, that the one or more of the jurors was like going to throw up or something. And so they had to take a break from the picture.
Right, jury.
Kit Smith is endeavoring to give us a summary of the entire case. Good for you, Kit Smith. Good for you. Love it. You're the best. So they go away, and they come back. The Wisniewski of it all.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, Mr. Alessi, you can continue where you left off.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I agree with what you said?
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, you have in front of you, which has been marked for identification as MM, and you were discussing that. Do you recognize that document? Sort of start over to your answer. Do you recognize that?
I recognize what it is, yes.
And what is it?
It is a picture of a stomach, of the mucosa of a stomach with multiple hemorrhages.
And does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict a stomach with what you have referred to as multiple ulcers?
Yes.
Running off of that into evidence. I'll, you know what, if I can use it as a public.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. Thank you.
So you can have it displayed.
Thank you. And again, I'll leave this hard copy with the court reporter will use the.
Oh, so it's not in evidence.
It is not.
It's marked for identification.
Yes, marked for identification. Weird.
Trouble in paradise. Or not paradise.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, is that the depiction that you were just describing at your witness stand?
Yes.
And could you please, with the laser pointer, state what you see in this depiction?
So this is a stomach. This is the mucosa, the fold of the stomach. They're not very folded in this particular picture, but you can see these distinct areas that are that have a darker coloration. That's blood. These are hemorrhages.
And to be clear, this is not the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe. This is a medical reference depiction to sort of generic or some other depiction other than Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, correct?
Correct.
If we could, with your Honor's permission, Mr. Wolk, put side by side this chalk with what is in evidence as the actual gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe.
The objection sustained.
Could we, with your Honor's permission, publish simply Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes.
gastric mucosa?
Yes.
Isn't it correct, Dr. Scordi-Bello, that there are much less dark spots in this depiction of the gastric mucosa than there were in the chalk that we just displayed? In other words, that green depiction of what I'll just refer to as a generic stomach. Is that correct?
A generic.
That is correct.
So you can take that down, Mr. Wolf.
Stay down.
Isn't it correct that for hypothermia in the presence of Wisniewski's ulcers or spots, that you have to have a predominance of the stomach covered by the spots for them to be Wisniewski ulcers?
I think there's different levels and different grades.
In hypothermia, particularly death from hypothermia, wouldn't you expect to see a predominance of those ulcers, meaning they take up most of the stomach lining? Isn't that what you would expect to see?
Not always. I have seen that. I have also seen cases with much fewer spots, as you refer to them.
But isn't the majority of the cases that
One
you
could
would
call this Wisniewski gate, am I right?
you've seen where someone has actually died from hypothermia, that the ulcers predominate, take up greater than 50% of the stomach?
Yes.
And what percentage of the, and I'm trying to avoid putting it up again, so what percentage of the gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe would you estimate is taken up by the ulcers that you have identified?
I would say somewhere between 10, 15%.
Just 10 and 15%. Thank you. Now, if we could look to the issue of continuing with hypothermia, let's go to frostbite. Do you note any evidence of frostbite on the deceased, Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
Do you know what the weather conditions were in Canton, New York on the early morning? I'm sorry, I keep saying Canton, New York. My apologies. Do you know the weather conditions in Canton, Massachusetts, starting at midnight on January 29th, 2022, going through 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
It was very cold. There was a blizzard coming.
They called it a nor'easter, right?
Correct.
And when you say very cold, in addition to very cold, do you recall whether there were gusting winds?
I believe so.
And do you understand that when there's a very cold temperature in Fahrenheit and you add gusty winds, that is called, when you apply the two together, that's called wind chill, right?
Correct.
And with wind chill, doesn't the phenomenon of wind chill mean that the wind combined with the temperature brings the actual temperature down, and in addition to bringing it down, temperature and wind chill calculation, it also has a physical effect on the body, right? Wind chill. Doesn't wind chill also cause greater effects than if there was no wind?
Correct.
So in medical terms, the wind synergizes with the temperature and exacerbates the effect on a human.
Correct.
And with a wind chill, isn't it correct that you would have a greater chance of frostbite than if there was no wind chill effect at all?
Yes.
So you saw no signs of frostbite on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
At the time of my examination and at the time of autopsy, no, I did not.
Did you see frostbite at any other time with regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
This is really important because this is the point. He would have, had he been out, I mean, this is a really good point. And this is the crucial thing. Like this whole thing about, like, if he was out there for 5.5 hours, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what Breenan does with this on redirect, because I haven't seen the redirect, but like all accounts say that he should have had frostbite, big time, right? And there was no frostbite, which again will point towards, was he really out there for 5.5 hours? Did he go in the house? Da 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 da.
I only examined him at the time of autopsy.
So at the only time you examined him, which is at the time of autopsy, you had 0 signs of frostbite, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Scordi-Bello,
What's fun to say?
now that you have gone through your this part of your examination here today, would you like to amend in any way your opinions as to whether hypothermia was any cause of the death of Mr. O'Keefe?
Okay, I'm going to back that up. This is what he was working towards this whole time. Would she like to amend her opinion that hypothermia had any contributing factor to the death? That's what he's getting to.
Here today, would you like to amend in any way your opinions as to whether hypothermia was any cause of the death of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I don't. I still believe that there were hypothermic signs.
Hypothermic signs, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to move to another topic area, please. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you?
No, I did not.
Ooh, here we go.
In fact, there were no injuries consistent with a motor vehicle impact on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Sustained.
Did you evaluate it all in your autopsy, whether Mr. O'Keefe had any injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
And
This is where I start to get, I think I saw some of this. This is really good. In other words, I mean, he doesn't have any, none of his injuries are consistent with being hit by a car, right?
Can you elaborate to the jury what you mean by no evidence of an impact site?
I'm going to sustain that objection.
What do you mean in your answer, no evidence of impact injuries?
I'll allow that.
What I look for is some sort of bruise, either on the outside of the leg or bleeding on the inside after the skin is reflected in the soft tissues, or any fracture of the bones of the legs. I did not observe those things.
That was going to be my question. You did not observe any of those things, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to turn to, please, the face of the decedent in your analysis that you discussed on direct examination of that area of the decedent.
Taken through the candlestick. I'm going with that.
You talked about ecchymosis. You recall that?
Yes.
In medical literature, there's a synonym for ecchymosis. It's sometimes referred to as raccoon eyes. Is that correct?
And before they get into the raccoon eyes, yeah. And what Kitsman's is saying here, she says, if it were me, the shoddy investigation is enough. The case shouldn't have ever gone to trial. And really, every single attorney, for anyone who's less familiar with this case, any attorney that comments on this case that I've heard of, and I feel like also non-attorney, like a lot of people. I mean, there's people. This case, Spencer, and for anyone who's less familiar, is notoriously divisive. I don't quite understand it. For me, how it's so divisive in terms of, I mean, again, everyone that I come into contact with, I think without exception, is all of the opinion that this should never have been brought. This should never have gone to trial. It's and everything that we're saying in the chat here for anyone on Replay Crew too, these are all like summaries and I think in a lot of ways understatements. And I just have to say, I appreciate Kitsman saying that in her opinion, Canton PD did a shit job. I think that's in everyone's opinion, but I appreciate that you include that because you're very fair. So, right, recognize. Let's go.
Ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to an eyelid, does it?
No.
Ecchymosis does not cause a laceration to a nose, does it?
Great question. I'll back it up so we can hear the. Okay, so what does EDB say? She was a prosecutor. So she says that that prosecutors have a duty to pursue justice, right? Like they have ethical obligations. And she has said many times that if she was working and this was her office and they brought this case and they said, you have no choice, you've got to take, let's say her boss said, you got to take this case, right? You got to prosecute this case, that she would have quit her job before she would have taken this case. Similarly to how Erlinda Johnson in the Alec Baldwin case, you guys remember how she walked out because she was like, I will not be a party to this. Same thing, same thing, same thing.
Sure, there's a synonym for ecchymosis. It's sometimes referred to as reclunized. Is that correct? Ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to an eyelid, does it?
No.
Ecchymosis does not cause a laceration to a nose, does it?
There was an abrasion on the nose, but no, the answer is no.
Correct. So ecchymosis doesn't.
Happy Annie also chiming in. That great. And another important, again, there's a lot to this case, right? That's another whole important facet. The FBI got involved to investigate the investigation of this case, which never happens.
Cause a laceration to the nose. Correct?
Correct.
Did your report at all evaluate whether there was any significance of the laceration to the eyelid that you spoke about in your direct testimony?
What do you mean?
Other than just noting that there was a laceration to the eyelid, did your report at all evaluate the potential significance, if any, of that laceration to the eyelid?
I noted it and photographed it, and it was part of the totality of the blunt impact injuries that I noted on both the face and the head.
Do you believe that the laceration to the eyelid could be caused by a blunt impact injury?
A laceration, by definition, is a blunt impact injury.
Do you believe the eyelid laceration was caused by...
Listen to how he asked it again. Let me back this up. This is great. Okay, hold on.
And photographed it, and it was part of the totality of the blunt impact injuries that I noted on both the face and the head.
Do you believe that the laceration to the eyelid could be caused by a blunt impact injury?
Do you believe the laceration to the eyelid could have been caused by a blunt impact injury?
By definition, is a blunt impact injury.
Do you believe the...
I'm going to ask it again.
The eyelid laceration was caused by a blunt impact injury from falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Not from falling backwards and hitting one's head, but that area at some point came in contact with the blunt object or surface.
Okay, if I could follow up on that, please. So you agree that if a person falls and hits the back of their head, that they cannot sustain an eyelid injury, is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And if somebody falls backward and hits their head, they can't sustain from that impact back of the head a laceration to the nose, correct?
Correct.
So if we could, Mr.
Let me hear that part again. Also, he demonstrates it, so we get some courtroom theater there. Hold on.
Correct.
Right. And if somebody falls backward and hits their head, they can't sustain from that impact back of the head a laceration to the nose, correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay. Again, this is going with there was an altercation. So the altercation that was referenced earlier, that I think is altercation as in, well, initially, okay, law enforcement's initial theory with this was that the altercation, I guess, that they would have been referencing since this came from law enforcement, was that Karen Reed and John Keefe got in a fight and she threw a cocktail glass at him. That was their initial theory. Didn't involve the car. It was that she threw a cocktail glass at him. They were having a domestic dispute, which is anyway, I'm not going to, no evidence to support. This was just what their first theory, right? That she threw a cocktail glass at him and that was their first thought. So the altercation that was referenced earlier with the Emmy that she got from law enforcement would have been that, basically. By the way, to follow up on that.
So if we could, Mr. Wolk, and with your Honor's permission, publish which is already in evidence, which are depictions. Let's start out with, please, the laceration to the right eyelid. And Dr. Scordi-Bello, is this the laceration to the right eyelid that we've been talking about of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And that injury could not be caused by a fall backwards and one hitting their head, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, we'll just need, and then I'm going to repeat the question. Can you state your answer again? Let me read it. That injury to the right eyelid, that laceration, could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting their head, correct?
Correct.
Bear with me one moment, Your Honor.
And Turtle
May I approach, Your
Boy,
Honor?
yes. By the way, Spencer has actually is known for being kind of a controversial journalist, but also nobody would have really, how to say this? He brought attention to this case in terms of the corruption, because he lives there, the corruption of law enforcement. And also like, there's like a whole Free Karen Reed movement. It's a whole thing. And they've raised a ton of money for her to pay for her defense team and all this, because they had to pay for now 2 trials. And so there's like a whole, like, he's really become known for, like, if it wasn't for him, like, probably we wouldn't even be, we likely would not have even heard of this case. I think most people would agree with that. He's a huge Karen Reed supporter, but he is considered to be controversial.
In front of you, Can we mark this?
So, Mr. Brennan, are you objecting to that coming into evidence? Okay, so let's just put it in evidence.
Look at how quickly Spencer learns. Spencer says, and so this is the retrial of a trial that was shit from the jump, so complete shit show. Bravo, you got it, Spencer. Yup, you got it. That's it. You got it. And it is so much more effective, right? Or not even, I don't know if effective is the right word. Isn't it so much more worth it that you formulated that opinion based on now having a really good idea of what the facts are of the case versus us just saying it? Because when someone just tells you it's a shit show, that doesn't really mean anything. But that is absolutely accurate. Well done.
165.
These trials are crazy. They are crazy. It is a shit show.
Yeah.
Yep, stop. Oh, and
Dr. Scordi-Bello,
I'm getting to the shittiest shit show of all of it at the end of the day today here shortly that I lost it.
Place before you what is in evidence now is 165. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish
Yes.
165?
Get ready for that one, guys.
So, Dr. Scordi-Bello, that laceration to the right eyelid could not be caused by a fall backwards where someone hits the back of the head, correct?
Correct.
So that injury you've called, what do you label that category? Traumatic, did you use that phraseology?
Blunt impact.
So that's a blunt, in your opinion, that's a blunt impact injury, correct?
Correct.
So is it correct that that injury had to occur in some manner other than falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Yes.
And is that injury consistent or inconsistent with a punch?
I'll allow it.
Could be consistent.
If we could, Mr. Woke, have the laceration to the nose. I'm sorry, hold off on a moment. Yeah, Your Honor, may Mr. Woke publish?
Yes.
Thank you. Those of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, it's an abrasion. I described it as an abrasion, as a scrape.
So you would classify that as a scrape?
Yes.
That scrape could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting the back of their head, could it?
Not by a single event, no.
You can take that down, Mr. Woke.
You got her to say it. Sorry, I was typing in the chat. Are you saying? Okay, hold on. Let me see here.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the laceration to the nose of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, it's an abrasion. I described it as an abrasion, as a scrape.
So you would classify that as a scrape?
Yes.
That scrape could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting the back of their head, could it?
Not by a single event, no.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf.
Had she not already called it a scrape, Annie? Or laceration? I thought she already called it that.
On your direct testimony, you talked about injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
Yes, I
Here
do.
comes the arm.
And is it correct that you, in your autopsy report, did not determine the cause of those wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Oh, it's coming. Okay.
With your Honor's permission, I would like to.
But we didn't miss anything. Great.
Mr. Brennan.
It said, Mr. President, did y'all see that? Hold on. Mr. President, it says. Great.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to submit his evidence.
Okay.
Whatever one best allow you to answer the question. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish those two? Thank you. With regard to what is on the screen, am I correct that you noted these injuries to these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe in your autopsy report?
Yes. Pausing this especially for you, Spencer, or anyone who's less familiar with this case. Those are the injuries to the arm that the Commonwealth, I'm not fast forwarding it. The Commonwealth, I guess this trial, it's different than the last trial, but this trial seems like they're trying to suggest it was from the tail light. But you know, I think most people would agree that it's definitely from a dog. So oh, sorry, too late. I said it before I saw that. Sorry. And I think we brought it up earlier actually as well, Kit Smith, maybe before you got here. Oh, he got her. So are you saying it's coming, or did we pass it? I'll back it up. Or are you giving spoilers? Because I feel like that is probably we haven't heard that yet. Anyway.
And am I correct that you noted that there was a pattern to those wounds?
Correct.
And although you noted there was a pattern to the wounds, you were not able to determine the cause of those pattern wounds. Is that correct?
I passed it. Okay, sorry. Okay, let me go back. I thought they were just getting this into evidence.
It's 167 and 168.
Thank you.
going to do the same thing if I may, Dr. Scordi-Bello. I'm going to leave these with you, but I'm also going to leave the court permission to have it published. Okay. Whatever one best allow you to answer the question. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish those two? Thank you. With regard to what is on the screen, am I correct that you noted these injuries to these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe in your autopsy report?
Yes,
And am I correct that you noted that there was a pattern to those wounds?
correct.
And although you noted there was a pattern to the wounds, you were not able to determine the cause of those pattern wounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are
It
those
must have been before this. And it's funny because I think I actually heard that part earlier when this was with the punch. But I thought, hold on. Maybe it's right here.
down, Mr. Wolf? On your direct testimony, you talked about injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
It's got to be before that.
Rape.
So you would classify that as a scrape?
Yes.
That scrape could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting the back of their head, could it?
Not by a single event, no.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. On your direct testimony, you talked about injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And is it correct that you, in your autopsy report, did not determine the cause of those wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
That's correct.
With your Honor's permission, I would like to.
I'm not really sure. I'm wondering if we still haven't come up to the part about the punch. I don't know. Because now I don't know where it is because I don't know. We'll keep looking. Okay.
Whatever one best allow you to answer the question. Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish those two? Thank you.
I feel like it's later because I think I saw that part when it happened.
With regard to what is on the screen, am I correct that you noted these injuries to these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe in your autopsy report?
Yes,
And am I correct that you noted that there was a pattern to those wounds?
correct.
And although you noted there was a pattern to the wounds, you were not able to determine the cause of those pattern wounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep.
Are those injuries consistent with a dog bite?
Based on our answer to the last question, ask something else.
I'm sorry, could you?
Ask another question. Sustain.
Can you identify any cause of those injuries that would be consistent with what is depicted on the screen? Okay.
So can you answer that, Doctor?
I cannot.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Do you recall discussing at all on your direct examination? Well, let me ask it this way. Did you evaluate at all in your autopsy a gray hoodie sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
So were you aware that there was clothing associated with Mr. O'Keefe when he came as part of the autopsy?
He did not have any clothing that came to us. The clothing was removed at the hospital and was packaged and I believe submitted as evidence.
So the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, a t-shirt or hoodie, didn't make its way to you?
No.
You were unable to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That is correct.
So you have doubts about the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, and you consider those doubts reasonable?
Sustain. Sustain.
You were not able to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
He was-
In manner of death, as
He made that happen once. He couldn't make it happen a second time. So with Ian Whiffen, for anyone who just to refresh y'all's memory, the cell expert for the Commonwealth, he was able to get Ian Whiffen to say that he had reasonable doubts, and he's trying to do that again. And yeah, that would be a bit too lucky, wouldn't it, to get an expert to say that again without there being an objection? So he didn't get it this time, but he got it last time with Ian Whiffen.
as you've testified, includes the circumstances surrounding death in addition to the medical analysis that you performed. Okay.
I'm sustaining it. Ask and answer.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
You're welcome.
They're going to have redirect. I'm going to go back just a second here to find the part. So, but I remember hearing that when it happened live about the head, where she does end up saying that it could have come from a punch. And so I don't know if it's, I do remember that. And that was definitely a moment where she said that could have come from a punch. But that's not surprising to me, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's not surprising. It looks way more like it could have come from a punch than from the frozen ground. So, like, to me, that's like, of course it could. You know what I mean? Okay.
Mr. Leslie, Mr. Brennan.
All right. So now we're on to redirect.
Doctor, how many autopsies have you performed in your professional career?
At this point, more than 1,200.
When the person is brought to you, are they usually clothed?
It depends on the circumstances. If the person comes directly from their residence, they may or may not be clothed. If the person comes from a hospital where they went first for treatment, many times the person is unclothed. They may be wearing a hospital gown, but in most cases, that clothing has already been removed.
If that clothing has already been processed, is it common that it would be brought to you for inspection?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is 2.
Is clothing that is not accompanying the person's body commonly brought to you for observation?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move on.
So again, so this is, for anyone who's less familiar, this is Hank Brennan. This is the prosecutor for the Commonwealth for this trial, who's not here on the first trial. They brought him in as a special prosecutor, which means they paid a whole fuck ton of money. I think it was like $250,000 to bring him in specifically to prosecute this case. He normally works as a defense attorney, and now he is the prosecutor in this case and has literally forgotten everything about what it is to be a defense attorney, and that's an understatement. Wait till we get to this hearing at the end of the day, guys.
Ask me.
You were asked questions
Like, I told Twiz,
about your
I texted Twiz, and I was like, "There's a special place in hell for Brennan. He's got a reserved seat."
opinions
And
relative to spots in the organs of Mr. O'Keefe. And you were asked about part of your statement in the grand jury. When you provide statements, is it important to have the statement in context to understand it?
Yes.
Is it important to have a complete statement rather than just part of a statement?
Yes.
And when you were asked the question that counsel asked you, do you remember that grand jury testimony you gave?
I remember it was a long time ago,
Okay.
but I do remember most of it.
Do you remember when he read part of your answer? It was in response to a grand juror's question?
Yes.
And he read part to you, right, I understand your question, and my answer is that I don't know, but given the environment, so if the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The doctor can answer that.
Do you remember Attorney Alessi read you that part of your statement?
Yes.
Do you remember that you had more to that statement that was left off when he confronted you with it?
I'm sure there's more to this.
To complete your statement, you said, but in the whole context, I believe that those are signs of hypothermia and not caused. Do you remember that completion to your statement?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You can show me the statement.
I can approach
Okay, just refresher.
your answer back. Was more to your answer?
Yes.
Could you share with us the rest of your answer?
Without
Objection, Your
reading
Honor.
it. Without reading it. Turn the paper over, please.
I can take your honor.
Ask the appropriate questions to him.
She seems annoyed with him, guys, which is watch. Huh, interesting.
Follow it appropriately.
Do you now remember there was more to your answer?
Yes.
Could you share with us the rest of your answer?
Without reading
Objection,
it.
Your Honor.
Without reading it. Turn the paper over, please.
I can take your honor.
Sorry, I'm trying to move
Ask
this
the
so
appropriate
because
questions.
she looks annoyed with him.
Yes.
Could you share with us the rest of your answer?
Without reading
Objection,
it.
Your Honor.
Without reading it. Turn the paper over, please.
I can take your honor.
Ask the appropriate questions to him.
Do you remember the part?
Oh my god, I'm just trying to move these. Oh my god, stupid clicky things. Can't we just move? Okay, there we go.
That was left out?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement to the grand jury?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
After looking at this, does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement you made to the grand jury?
Yes.
And could you share the rest of your statement with the jury, please?
The rest of the statement was that I have to take those findings in the context which was presented to me. So in the case of this particular case, those hemorrhages, the context of a body found in the snow, I believe they were due to hypothermia.
Is your answer more complete in context?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were shown a photograph of two individuals that were in the room at the time of autopsy. Do you remember that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you were asked about certain names?
Correct.
You said that there would be a log identifying names?
It would be a log, yes.
A log. Do you remember exactly who logged in?
Oh
to that
shit.
autopsy?
Okay.
No, I don't
Well,
remember
this is going back to that picture of the
for
autopsy.
their names.
May I approach?
Yep, show Mr. Lesson.
Oh, right. Okay.
Take a look. I can move. Brought to the hospital? Keefe's body temperature.
But they're going to come
You
back.
mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was a little under 81 degrees when he was brought to the hospital.
Yes, that's what the hospital records stated.
And again, a normal body temperature is.
98 degrees.
So there was, is it fair to say there was over an 18-degree drop in his body temperature?
Correct.
You shared with us that you generally understood it was a blizzard and cold outside. Do you have any experience on how rapidly a body temperature will drop outside?
The body temperature?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, still.
Yeah,
It's within the scope. Let's see if she's got the basis.
The rate that the body loses heat depends on a number of factors. Depends on conditions, weather conditions. It depends on the original temperature of the body, and the higher the gradient between the body temperature and the environmental temperature, the faster the drop will occur.
You were asked if there's any signs of frostbite. There was no type of freezer burns or anything on Mr. O'Keefe's body, was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was there any type of burns on his body that would suggest that he was put in some type of machine or environment where there was cooling, mechanical cooling?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Sustained.
what
Move
the
on, Mr. Brennan.
actual fuck?
You were shown a photograph, a chalk that had spots on them. Do you know where that photograph came from?
I do not.
Do you know who?
What the fuck was, dude? What? Hold on.
Will occur.
You were asked if there was any signs of frostbite. There was no type of freezer burns or anything on Mr. O'Keefe's body, was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was there any type of burns on his body that would suggest that he was put in some type of machine or environment where there was cooling, mechanical cooling?
What?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Sustained. Move on, Mr. Brennan.
Wow.
You were shown a photograph, a chalk that had spots on them. Do you know where that photograph came from?
I do not.
Do you know who that was from, what person that was from?
No, I do not know the context of that picture.
Do you have any information on the circumstances which led to that condition?
I do not.
Do you have any information about what caused the condition that you saw in that jar?
I have seen similar pictures in textbooks depicting gastric hemorrhages or Wyszynski spots.
You were asked about your role as a medical examiner, and there were a number of questions about your assessment from a legal perspective.
Yeah, I know. It's just
Yes.
disgusting.
You mentioned that you had information from a police report. How many police reports were you given?
There was a preliminary police report, I believe, the day of the autopsy, and communications with law enforcement in the days and weeks following.
May I approach?
Yes.
It was just so like,
Showing you a document? You recognize that
condescending.
document?
It reminded me of like a toddler. It was just so juvenile the way he asked.
Yes.
What is it?
This is a police report on this particular case.
Is that a police report from your file?
Yes.
And that police report, is that the police report that you considered?
Amongst other information, yes.
How many lines is that police report?
11.
What's the date and time of that police report?
This was initiated on January 29th. It says at 1941.
I have this marked for identification, all right?
Okay.
May I hand the and document? Is that how many lines is that report? Okay. Were they?
I believe one person was Mr. Keefe and the other one.
Okay, here's the autopsy, people.
Does it refresh your memory on people who attended the autopsy?
Yes.
And who were they?
I believe one person was Mr. Keefe and the other one was Mr. Corner.
All right, problems. And I don't know what happens. I don't know if they deal with this. Like, I think I heard this part when it happened live, but I didn't. Then I popped back into Coburg. I don't know what happens after this. Mr. Keefe and Mr. Connor. Row. So I don't know if that's just her making a mistake, having just refreshed her recollection, because Connor Keefe, right? Remember, Spencer made a joke, if that's even your real name. But this is saying Mr. Keefe and Mr. Connor. And this would be like, is that to try to hide that Trooper Proctor was there? Like, that is wild. Like,
Are you part of the criminal investigation team?
No, I am not.
Did you go to the scene and evaluate any evidence?
No, I did not.
Did you do any of your own detective work or investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
So when you were asked questions about your role as the medical examiner in your medical evaluation of Mr. O'Keefe's body, you were also asked whether you considered any part of the legal aspect. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You were never, well, let me ask you.
the asshole.
You submitted the death certificate on April 14th.
Correct.
Yeah, Spencer wants to know who called
I
in.
want to talk about some of the things that you may or may not have known about or considered at the time you
Oh, boy.
wrote your death certificate or filed your death certificate. Were you informed or were you aware that before you filed your death certificate, there was information in the investigation that police spoke to a first responder by the name of Timothy Nuttall, who reported that the defendant
I'm going to allow it.
that the defendant said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." Were you aware of that
I became aware of it at some point.
during your 90-day window?
I believe so.
Were you aware that there was another first responder by the name of McLaughlin who provided information that the defendant said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him"?
Yes.
Were you aware of statements made by the defendant, to Ms. McCabe, that she said, "May have I hit him? Did I hit him?"
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach, please, briefly?
Okay.
Yeah, no, I know we need to see that login page. I figured we would. I don't know why we aren't. We should be seeing it, I feel like.
So jurors, I want to let you know that like other evidence that was let in previously, this is not coming in for the truth of what's in the statements. It's coming in so that as it goes to Dr. Scordi-Bello's knowledge and state of mind at the time of her report.
Thank you. At the time of your death certificate that you filed, were you informed that a Jennifer McCabe had reported that the defendant said, "Did I hit him or could I have hit him multiple times?"
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I don't believe I knew about Ms. McCabe.
Did you learn that Ms. McCabe reported later that the defendant, while speaking to first responders, reported that she had hit him? Did you know that?
I was aware of that information later on.
Were you aware of the investigation regarding alcohol consumption?
Yes.
Were you aware that the police or Massachusetts State Police spoke to other witnesses about their observations that night?
About their,
observations?
yes.
Were you aware of an interview by Trooper Buchanan with firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 7, 2022?
I don't remember.
Were you aware that Mr. Whitley told the police that the defendant had expressed that she had gotten into an argument with the defendant that night?
That was part of the information I was given, yes.
Were you aware of a report from first responder Anthony Flamate about statements made by the defendant to him?
I don't recall that particular first responder, no.
Meanwhile, they've not called him.
Were you aware of statements provided by Kerry Roberts to the police?
Proctor testified at last year, guys, in the first trial. Proctor testified to being there. Proctor testified to being there for the autopsy.
That the defendant had called her, citing Kerry, John is dead.
Yeah, I was given that information.
And the questions of, did I hit him? Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Were you aware of information that troopers had an opportunity to go and speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Were you aware of the statements that she made to the troopers?
Not in detail.
Were you aware that when they spoke to her on January 29th, she informed that she had a broken taillight on her vehicle but did not know how it happened?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Yes, I was provided with that information.
Were you provided the information that she had never observed John enter the residence?
I believe that was part of the original information, yes.
Were you aware that she informed relative to the broken right taillight she didn't know how it happened?
Yes, I was.
Were you aware that
What a dumbass. He's asking these questions. Never supposed to do this, right? He's asking questions he doesn't know the answers to. I think he was hoping that she's going to say, no, I didn't know this, as if it would change her opinion. No, she knew all this stuff and it didn't change her opinion, right? In other words, she wasn't like, oh, car accident. Oh, so he did lie. Here's the thing. Here's what I think. I think Connor Keefe, because he didn't testify that year, I don't think he knows or remembers, or probably didn't know, right? That Trooper Proctor last year testified to being there. So I don't think he knew about that, right? But as to why he would lie, he covered for Proctor multiple times in that testimony and perjured himself on the stand. Again, not that he's going to get charged with perjury, but he lied for Proctor multiple times over. I made a joke earlier that maybe he thinks he's going to get a promotion, but it's only a half joke, sadly. So,
members of the Massachusetts State Police obtained John O'Keefe's phone and did a forensic data analysis on it?
I was not aware of that until much, much later.
After you filed your report?
Correct.
Were you aware of location data that was obtained from John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of
Great.
healthcare data on John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of battery temperature data on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone before
Why
you
would
filed
she-
the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of voice messages left on John O'Keefe's phone from the defendant before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe before you filed your death
Brennan?
certificate?
No.
Were you aware of statements from the defendant to various media outlets before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Did anybody ever come to you after you filed your death certificate and ask you to change it?
No.
Did anybody ever provide you any of this additional information you weren't aware of at the time, ask you to evaluate it, and then reconsider your finding?
No.
And Trooper Proctor's also been fired by the censor and anyone else.
You were asked some questions about impact injuries. In your experience, are most pedestrian collisions where there's injuries to the lower legs, either frontal or rear impacts?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that. I'll allow that.
Most pedestrian fatalities that we see are with impact with the front of the vehicle.
When you gave the perspective that you looked for impact injuries, was that with consideration of your experience that most collisions are frontal impact injuries?
Most collisions involve frontal impact, yes.
How about cases where you had an opportunity to observe people who sustained injuries from being clipped? Not hit, but just being clipped. Is your opinion any different in your experience?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that one.
How about a sideswipe injury? Is that different relative to your expectations to lower extremity injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
A bruise on the knee, is that consistent with a sideswipe impact?
Could be.
Oh my
Did
God, freaking sideswipe. Annie, you're saying till the feds get a hold of
Do any type of biomechanical analysis of any alleged collision in this case?
No, I did not.
Were you asked to?
I'm not qualified to do that.
And so when you talk about
That's right, Spencer.
injuries from a collision, are
That's
you in
right.
part speculating about what could happen to somebody?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that one.
Are you giving a direct opinion in this case about
As far as that bite, that's one of the running jokes of this case, the taillight bit him. Yeah, good job.
how the injuries were caused?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked questions about a nose laceration.
Yes.
And you offered that was not consistent with falling backwards on the head alone.
Correct.
You were asked if that was consistent with a punch.
Aha.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's not the testimony. That's your objection.
Yeah, that is your Honor. There's no question.
Did you provide an opinion that it could be consistent with a punch?
I did provide that opinion.
Could it be consistent with broken glass?
It's possible.
Could it be consistent with sharp shards from broken plastic?
Possible.
Could it be consistent with first aid?
I'm sorry, what was
Could
it?
it be consistent with first aid treatment?
Anything is possible.
Oh boy.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge of how the laceration on the nose happened?
I do not have firsthand knowledge.
Did you
They
know
cut his nose rendering first aid.
at the time you filed your death certificate that there was plastic pieces of taillight found near Mr. O'Keefe's body around 5:45 p.m. on January 29, 2022?
I do believe some of that information was communicated to us, yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Alessi.
Okay, we cross, people. Then we have the end of the day free hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Scordi-Bello, this Attorney Brennan just asked you questions about alcohol.
No, it's Dr. Gordy. Watch.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, this
Dr. Gordy-Bello now.
Attorney Brennan just asked you questions about alcohol consumption. You had the opportunity to evaluate the medical records of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you had, in terms of the medical records, information with regard to the medications that Mr. O'Keefe had taken, is that correct?
I believe I reviewed those records at some point prior to issuing my report, yes.
Do you recall the list of medications that were in the medical records that Mr. O'Keefe was on?
I do not recall.
If I were to show you a document, might that refresh your recollection as to the list of medications?
I'm going to allow it. Is in connection with alcohol too, you said, right?
Correct, Your
Go right
Honor.
ahead. Yes.
Dr.
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, May I stand by the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, I am providing you with a document. Up at the top it says John O'Keefe, and I would like to draw your attention to medications. And to expedite it, I am going to focus on the fourth item on that list. Can you state what that medication is?
The fourth item is omeprazole.
Does that refresh your recollection as to one of the medications? Mr. O'Keefe was on?
Yes.
And that medication is?
It's an antacid.
Right. And so omeprazole is the trade name of omeprazole Pepsid?
I believe so.
And Pepsid is a proton pump inhibitor?
Correct.
And a proton pump inhibitor stops the proton pump in the stomach from releasing acid, correct?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to that in just a moment, but do you also recall testifying at the grand jury with regard to alcohol consumption and potential alcohol consumption of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do remember testifying, yes.
And do you recall what your testimony was with regard to alcohol consumption and small ulcers in the stomach potentially associated with alcohol consumption?
Alcohol consumption, I don't recall my exact words at grand jury, but alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers.
And alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers. And what medications can treat gastric ulcers?
Well, they don't treat them, they prevent them, but that would be a proton pump inhibitor such as omeprazole.
Right. So isn't it correct, therefore, that the ulcers that are observed in the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe that we talked about, the gastric mucosa, could have come from ulceration due to alcohol consumption?
It's possible.
As opposed to hypothermia, correct?
Correct.
Attorney Brennan asked you questions moments ago, and actually several of them, of which included the words, did I hit him, could I hit him? Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And isn't it correct that you had that information before you issued your final findings in this matter in April of 2022?
Yes, I did.
So, even though you had all that information, you still were unable to conclude the manner of death of Mr. Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
All right, doctor, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
That was brilliant. Okay, so now we're getting into this end of the day hearing, guys. Okay, they're discussing the jury.
All right, so Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you.
All right,
I'll hear you,
guys.
Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
The topic I would
Right.
like to raise with Your Honor is the timing and nature and significance of the information that the defense has received from the firm Aperture. And Your Honor may recall there are two individuals on the witness list that
If it sounds like it's slowed down, I put it on normal speed. So Aperture, for anyone who's not familiar, they are the firm hired by the Commonwealth to do the accident reconstruction on this trial. They were not here last trial.
we understand are to testify in this matter. First is Dr. Judson Welcher, and the second is Shannon Burgess.
And are they testifying in reverse order, though, than what you said?
My understanding is, Your Honor, yes. that
Okay.
My understanding, Mr. Brennan has the best information, is that it's proposed that Mr. Burgess testifies first and Dr. Welcher testifies thereafter.
Okay.
So the Commonwealth has established in reports right up until not established, they had stated in the reports of Aperture, particularly the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher, a trigger called 1162.2 that they have associated in the report of Dr. Welcher with a specific time. And that specific time that they have associated.
Okay, so this, let me back up. When I heard him say this, and I saw this when it was happening live, and I was like, no. So this trigger right here, for just to refresh everyone's memory and for anyone who's newer, this trigger event, 11622, is the Commonwealth's, their theory is that this triggering event from the Lexis data is the collision. Okay. Now, one thing that's especially important here is that the timeline. So the 12:32 of it all. So 12:32:16 is what has been previously the time that we've been told is this trigger, and that would be at 34 Fairview. Now, Karen connects to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house, One Meadows, at 12:36. That says a 4-minute difference, right? And there's literally no way that she could have made it back in time. So that's a real problem for the Commonwealth. And I've been talking about this on every live stream, right? That no matter what, regardless of anything else, how are they going to address this timeline, right? Welcome to know. And so I've been saying this. I'm like, what are they going to do about this timeline? How are they going to put her there? How is this supposed to happen? Because they don't have location for this event. They just have the event, right? And I kept saying, you know, if you look at how long it takes to get back there, and then she connects to the Wi-Fi at 12:36, you know, this triggering event, right? There's no proof that this happened at 34 Fairview, apart from this is the Commonwealth's theory, right? It could have been on the way to John O'Keefe's house or whatever. So here's what, as soon as I started hearing this, right? Okay.
In the report of Dr. Welcher with a specific time. And that specific time that they have associated with that trigger is 12:31:38 to 12:31:43.
And as soon as I heard this, I was like, no. It was one of those things where I wanted to be wrong. I was like, don't tell me they're changing the time of this event. This event is, according to the Commonwealth, it's essentially the murder event, right? It's the collision. It's why they're charging her with murder, is because of this collision. And here we are on day 16, and they're wanting to change this timestamp. And this is when I just started crying, because I was like, of all the things, this is beyond.
And we have been assuming that information, and this is from best memory, but I believe it's slide 137 or so, where the statement is in the slide. And so we have proceeded with our defense. We have proceeded with the work that has been assigned to ARCA based upon that time period. On May 8th, not too long ago, Your Honor, we received an amended report
Incredible.
of Shannon Burgess that pushes that time period. I'm just going to get it. So, although it was dated May 8th, we received it actually on May 11th. And in that report, Mr. Burgess states that he is making an amendment, and he is now stating that that infotainment trigger of 11:62:2 is further back in time, and it is past 12:31:43.
Do you have the time?
Imagine
I'm going to
that.
get the exact time, Your Honor.
Imagine that.
It is
They're pushing back the time.
12:32:16. And Your Honor may recall that the seconds, literally seconds, matter in the analysis of many factors. I won't go into them other than to say I went through and developed testimony with regard to the cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen. He had a timeline. He talked about much human volitional conduct. Suffice it to say that that information is literally by seconds determinative in some ways of various analysis. So we basically commissioned, if you will, ARCA to be looking at matters based upon the infotainment trigger 11:62:2 of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43. As of May 11th, we received information that has changed that. Now, Your Honor, that is a Rule 14 violation among other issues, but I wanted to start there. It's a Rule 14 violation. It's,
I mean, and
obviously,
this is where it's like, and I haven't watched the rest of this because I just had to turn it off. I don't even know. I mean, I mean, if it were me, it's like motion for a mistrial, like motion for, dismissal of the case. Like, I don't even know how you remedy this.
as I stated, an amendment of a report of a significant matter. And also, with regard to the defense's ability to provide a defense, we have to be able to evaluate that information in terms of our entire defense. And it's just not limited to ARCA, it's our entire defense. The other data point I want to get to, so the effect
timeline of the
we
collision.
still haven't even been able to evaluate entirely that. And I believe, Your Honor, based upon the information that I have, that this may have been a calculated matter by the Commonwealth, but even assuming it's not calculated, the effect is pronounced. So what I want to do, Your Honor, is to look at what the reason Mr. Burgess has given, which leads me to be very concerned about a calculation and a strategy calculation here. Mr. Burgess states in his own words that the reason why he is changed, that time is being changed, is to, quote, align the trigger with Mr. Whiffin's analysis. And Mr. Whiffin's analysis is based upon
unbelievable
extraction data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
This is inventing, dude. It's like the Ouroboros? I don't know how to pronounce it. The snake eating its tail, the Ouroboros thing. That's what this is like. This is insane.
And I believe Mr. Whiffin, the reason why he is changed, that time is being changed, is to, quote, align the trigger with Mr. Whiffin's analysis. And Mr. Whiffin's analysis is based upon the extraction data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And I believe it's undisputed that the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred years ago. And the data from that has been extant, it's been available years ago. So to me, Your Honor, that basis can't be a proper basis at particularly this stage where we are approaching the end of the trial, just literally days before the testimony of Aperture. And we are in a very, very almost impossible, challenging situation. So, Your Honor, there are obviously, Your Honor knows the situation here. Our first request is that the May 8th report that we received on May 11th be not allowed, that it be not considered at all. As Your Honor knows, I don't like to use hyperbolic words, but the word has been used for us, against us, ambush, ambush, ambush. If there's ever an example of an ambush, this is it.
No kidding.
And so, Your Honor, our request is that Your Honor find a Rule 14 violation, that Your Honor have the remedy be that the violation, remedy be that this is not allowed, and that the Commonwealth proceed with its the information of Aperture that has been extant before the May 8th date of the report. Thank you.
Tanel, literally, I just want to say Tanel's comment here. It's like the state versus Brian Kober saying in closing that he could have gotten there 10 minutes earlier. That's literally what it is. When you've got a case like this one, and like in Brian Koberger, where the timeline is so tight and it's going to be potentially the state's biggest challenge. And again, here, right? It literally, this is mind blowing. It's mind blowing. It's mind blowing. And it changes.
You have another option if that's not something that we do, right? Because the Commonwealth moved to exclude ACA or have them go by their old report, right?
Right. And Your Honor, I'm going to answer your question, but with just a quick point that this is really much different than ARCA because two reasons. We are the defense, and ARCA is a rebuttal to the prosecution's case. That is much different than a prosecution changing its theory of the case at this time.
I understand that. I'm just asking if you have another option.
Horrifying.
It's not what I am saying that I am proffering. I think the only remedy here is exclusion in a Rule 14 violation.
And you're not waiving that.
Oh, I'm not waiving that.
No, I'm not asking you to.
Your Honor.
Okay, a continuance for how long?
I could have a better answer perhaps to that question tomorrow. I haven't given what's been going on. I haven't even had a chance to talk to ARCA.
All right, so tomorrow morning, let me know that. All right,
In Your Honor, I will do that, of course. And I will also say, without getting into an elaboration of it, we have to look at all the witnesses that we called. I'll give you an example. Mr. Whiffen, I had my whole cross-examination, not whole, but a significant part of my cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen based upon going through human volitional conduct off that phone that was after that 1162 trigger. And a lot of our defense in theory is based upon that's been in existence now for several months. And again, I go to the bottom line that the proffered reason in Mr. Burgess's report is to align with the data on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and then that's been around for a long time. So that's my answer to Your Honor's question.
all right, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
She needs to exclude it.
Your Honor, this disclosure is not a Rule 14 violation.
She's not going to want to continue this trial. She needs to exclude this.
The Commonwealth, just like the defense, is entitled to.
This is you're entitled, all right, Brennan.
Mr. Brennan.
Your Honor, this disclosure is not a Rule 14 violation. The Commonwealth, just like the defense, is entitled, continues to work on their case and study their case as time goes on. This issue, the relevance of this issue.
You can't just change the timing of the accident.
Throughout the case, including my opening statement. And the issue is that clocks are different. There is a clock in a Lexus that runs on a different time than that of an iPhone. If you recall in my opening statement, I talked about the fact that there are variances between those clocks. So instead of a moment that coincides happening at the precise second, sometimes there's a variance of time between the two. So the Lexus clock could be at a variance with an iPhone, but the event still could happen at the same time, given the clocks have different times. The defense provided a report by a person by the name of Mr. DeSorga, a noted expert witness who they've listed as a witness they potentially called. Mr. DeSorga wrote a report, and in the report, he suggested, based on his analysis, that Mr. O'Keefe's phone always ran late. That means if the text screen data, the black box data from the car, has
Wait, what? Hold on. The cell phone timestamp was wrong?
that Mr. O'Keefe's phone always ran late.
What? I don't. No.
That means if the text screen data, the black box data from the car, has a event at 12:32:38, 12:31:38, and Mr. O'Keefe's last movements were 12:32:16, last user interaction 12:32:09, there is a variance between those times. We asked.
Let's see what times he's saying here. 12:32. Dude.
there is a variance between those times. We asked our expert to review their expert's report to see if he was accurate, that the variance means that these times would never align. And that's what he did. He studied the data, he studied the ways, he studied the Lexus black box relative to the time. Doesn't change anything, doesn't change the data whatsoever, just adds to the time. What he learned from his opinion is that Mr. DeSorbo was wrong. He used information from different phones, not recognizing the items that these timelines came from, and that his time estimates are wrong. So then he looked at the time of the event of the ignition on and off, and he compared that to the Waze data. And when he did, he found that he could identify what the actual differential was. Instead of guessing that it was within the 30-second window, it was somewhere around 21 to 25 seconds. And that 7 minutes before the collision, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 21 to 29 seconds ahead, which means you subtract that time.
The dumbest thing, dude, I can't.
Puts it in the same variance that we've been arguing from the beginning, that the collision occurred at the same moment when Mr. O'Keefe last had user interaction, and that reconciles with the data. It does not
Thunder, I literally put grave concerns in the description of this video.
change the text screen data or the black box information on the car whatsoever. It does not change ARPA's analysis whatsoever. We received this report on May 8th. I was surprised to receive it. I welcomed it. We turned it over on May 8th. There was no delay. It's been a week now. The defense has had this information.
Oh my God.
And so this is not an attempt to align anything. While it may reconcile or identify that variance more closely, it doesn't change any data whatsoever.
Stop it.
And so this is not a Rule 14
You're
violation.
changing the time of
Yes,
the
it was in
accident,
response
you
to
fucker.
disclosures that we believe were wrong by the defense expert, and it is clarified and it is favorable for us. And so we should be able to use it.
Did you intend to use it in your case in chief, or only if this
Let's remember that the Commonwealth is calling her vehicle the murder weapon.
witness disorder? I don't remember reading that name, so I don't know how to pronounce it.
My case in chief, because we now have this available data. As I said, this wasn't ambush, isn't something that we sat on. It was in response. Fortunately, we received their expert report, which caused us to focus more closely. And now that we've identified that variance,
oh my God,
rather than having an open variance of 30 seconds, we should not be precluded from favorable information that has been provoked by a report by the defense.
Okay. Yes.
I'll do it quickly.
Okay.
Attorney Brennan has provided a lot of information, and he has accurately provided information, but he's got the time completely wrong and the significance respectfully completely wrong. I'm going to hit his 4 categories quickly. He said he referenced Mr. DeSorbo, who is a defense witness. Two points about Mr. DeSorbo. First, Mr. DeSorbo provided his expert report within the reciprocal discovery deadline.
Okay.
And he provided that report months ago.
Okay.
So if, as I heard Attorney Brennan, he's saying the reason why we're getting something on May 8th is because Mr. Burgess supposedly is responding to that. That was months ago.
Okay.
The more apt point is, or an even more apt point is, Mr. DeSorbo was responding to the information of Aperture. It wasn't like Mr. DeSorbo was coming up. He was rebutting as defendants do. So, and it's Mr. DeSogra, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. Again, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. So that's an important point with regard to Mr. DeSogra. Now I want to go to Attorney Brennan's comment about clocks are different. I agree with Attorney Brennan on that. The shortcoming for Attorney Brennan's argument, however, is that the clocks are different concept has been in existence in this case for over 6 months. I can give you by memory Mr. Whiffin's report of December of 2024, where his report went into the different clocks and what their significance was. So that is almost 6 months ago, at least 5 months ago, the issue of different clocks has been in existence in this case. So therefore, the issue of different clocks dates back to then. But even more fatal for the Commonwealth's argument is that Mr. Burgess himself issued his report and talked about the difference in clocks. He already knew it. He already had it.
Did he testify to that last time? Did he testify?
Aperture was not part of the first
All
trial.
right, I thought Burgess was, no?
No, neither.
Okay.
No one from Aperture was.
Yeah, I knew
Your Honor.
Aperture was, and I thought he may have been something. The name just sounded.
Neither
familiar.
Burgess nor Welcher were part
Okay.
of the first trial, but they were retained. Aperture was retained, I believe, in October of 2024.
Okay.
And at best for the Commonwealth, Aperture had, and Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher had Mr. Whiffin's report that talked about the clock differences. So the clock differences cannot be, as the Commonwealth is proffering, some sort of new information that caused Aperture to provide a new report. This variance that Attorney Brennan talked about, it's called the clock drift. A more layperson's term is a variance of time. Mr. Burgess, in his original report months ago, has a whole section on clock drift. That's not a new concept for him. He's just changing the drift.
Okay, so what I'd like to do, because I want to address the other issue and I don't want to keep people here too long, can you wrap it up, Mr. Alessi, or is that?
In 60 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that's
Your
all
Honor.
Naples, Judge Bev, to the defense. Can you hurry this up, please? So I feel like the clocks thing came up with Trooper Paul and his key cycles, but that was all just a complete joke, as y'all know. But with cell phones, are you joking? It was never like, how can you even say that with a straight face?
The last point I wanted to make, and I think I heard Attorney Brennan correctly, is he said he was surprised that he got this report dated May 8th. That's what I heard. So if the Commonwealth is surprised that they got it, that should mean, to me, Your Honor, be an outstanding, fetching reason to not allow it, because they're surprised to get it. And I can lastly say this, Your Honor, there's nobody that's more surprised to getting this than the defendant when we got it on May 11th.
Okay, thank you. The other issue about calling your expert on rebuttal, Mr. Brennan, based on the late disclosure of the ARCA materials. What's your argument on that?
I won't iterate the
Oh my
entire
God.
past, but Your Honor has found discovery.
Why? What? She's saying the late disclosure of the argument. What? What?
Rebuttal, Mr.
What?
Brennan, based on the late disclosure of the ARCA materials. What's your argument on that?
I won't iterate the
Unbelievable.
entire past, but Your
Unbelievable.
Honor has found discovery violations. Your Honor has found that
Wow.
I want to phrase this properly, the efforts of the defense were improper. And inevitably, we've now received an extraordinary amount of discovery on the most important issue in this case, well beyond the discovery deadlines, without any excuse. And the court, understandably, has overruled the government's objection and has stated that it's going to allow the defense to proffer two expert witnesses in a very complicated field, in an issue that is the heart of this case. If you're going to allow them to testify, despite the fact that we have not had adequate time to
You think you're going to allow them to testify? What is happening? Why are you talking about ARCA?
an issue that is the heart of this case. If you're going to allow them to testify, despite the fact that we have not had adequate time to review and to prepare and to address it. The Commonwealth has the burden of proof. The Commonwealth has an obligation to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And this isn't simply late disclosure of some
Oh, sorry
evidence.
for us.
This is a massive amount of evidence on the most critical issue. And so we provided this information to Dr. Welcher. As you know, he was away. He did not get a report until maybe May 7th. He did not have a chance to look at it until May 9th. An extraordinary amount of work, effort, and expense has gone into preparing our case for the jury.
Oh my God.
He is still in the process of reviewing the materials. There are entirely new subject areas within this information, well beyond the simple 4 opinions that they gave at the beginning. There are studies, there are demonstrations, there are experiments. This requires not only review, but an analysis, testing, vetting, and then preparing testimony to address the claims made by the defense experts. Not to get into a battle of disparagement, but
oh my God, listen to this. If she just look, if Judge Bev just allows them to change this time of the accident, I don't know that I'll be able to watch the rest of this trial. I will try, but it's going to be hard for me.
not to get into a battle of disparagement, but
which means he's about to do that. So
our expert has found extraordinary issues in his first reviews of material. And some of those concerns lead him to need, in his opinion, to actually conduct his own tests to demonstrate the failures of these ARPA witnesses.
Unbelievable.
That's going to take time. We've heard from the ARPA witnesses themselves. With the amount of data they received, they estimated they needed 5 weeks. And they were given 5 weeks despite all the discovery deadline violations. They were given 5 weeks. We did not get the report until May 7th. And so we believe we are entitled to have our expert review all the materials, do his testing, provide opinions. None of that is going to happen anytime soon because he still has not finished reviewing all the materials. There's many, many gigabytes. He is in a difficult schedule. He is away tomorrow, Saturday. We were going to try to begin to prep at the end of the weekend. There is no way he's going to.
This dude being busy is not, look, you guys. These experts are all busy. This is insane. Figure it out. And every trial, every expert, dude.
We'll be able to testify anytime soon and have all of this validation and vetting and testing.
So what is it exactly you're proposing?
Not the court's problem. Absolutely.
What we would like to do is have him testify about what he has prepared, that he's had adequate time to prepare. If either of these ARPA witnesses testify and they introduce new opinions, new testing, new demonstrations, he should be able to continue reviewing the materials, actively engage his own testing now. So by the time the defense case is over, he will be prepared to come back and address the new issues, not the older issues or regurgitate his testimony.
He has said if the ARPA witnesses testify, I think like 4 times already in this hearing. Keep in mind, everybody, this is the second trial. And in the middle of trial, like, and let's all remember too, that after the first trial, so much more evidence came out that they didn't have in the first trial. It's like, what is going on?
Address any new issues.
What is going on?
Provided in violation of this.
Like if 10 years from now, if there was mistrial after mistrial and they're still bringing charges against Karen Reed 10 years from now, I guarantee you the theory of the case will be different from the Commonwealth and they'll still be doing this. It's like you could give them 100 years and they're still going to be whining and saying there's problems. Dude, I cannot.
Discovery orders. And so that he can then address the jury on those specific new issues. I see no other way of this expert fairly being provided, presented to the jury. The unfair prejudice cannot be cured in any other way. We ask that he be able to continue his review.
Unfair prejudice.
Offer rebuttal opinions on anything that is new.
I just want to say that he's like completely not even. So instead of addressing, instead of addressing the issues with what was brought forth with the change, I mean, he very quickly mentioned the bullshit about the clocks, but the vast majority, I mean, 99% of what he's been talking about, he's doing that thing, right? It's like, what is it, like straw man or whatever, or red herring, one of them. It's like he's switching it. Instead of addressing the issues that are actually happening, he got rid of that real, like he spent 2 seconds on that. And now he's like, here's all the problems that we have. And he's like, he's doing that thing. And he's done this time and time again where it's like making it seem like this is the actual issue that's being discussed. And he's exaggerating it. And he's just like, in my mind, it sounds like he's just inventing new issues and then making them even bigger as he goes along. You know, like we've seen him do this. Like, I remember when it was the lady cell girl. Oh God, I'm so mad. I can't remember her name. Whatever her name was, one of you guys I'm sure will remember the chat. And he was like, they're trying to dehumanize her. I mean, shit like that, right? Where it's like, as he goes along, his problem, quote unquote, gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It's like the fish story, you know, the whole thing about every time they tell the fish story, the fish gets bigger every time. It's like he does that repeatedly in his own same one argument, like within his one argument. It's wild.
And not to encroach on anything that's been previously provided.
Can Burgess testify after Welcher?
Horrifying.
No, because Dr. Welcher relies on Shannon Burgess's information material. It will make no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense to the jury, his presentation, unless Shannon Burgess has an opportunity to provide background information.
What's happening is he's changing what he's switched. This judge is so biased, right? So when he does this thing where he takes it away from the actual issue and swaps it out for something else that's like, here's our problem, da da, and he goes and exaggerates and does all this, like I was just explaining, she's going to be, to use her own words, gravely concerned. And now this is the issue at hand. That's what I think is going on here. What do you guys think?
All right.
Oh, welcome.
Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you on this.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I hear what he said. I don't know. I'm so fucking mad. Let me back it up. I mean, it's hard. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard. Every sentence is worse than the last sentence.
This expert fairly being provided, presented to the jury. The unfair prejudice cannot be cured in any other way. We ask that he be able to continue his review, offer rebuttal opinions on anything that is new, and not to encroach on anything that's been previously provided.
Can Burgess testify after Welcher?
No, because Dr. Welcher
What does that even, not encroach on anything? What does that even mean? Not to encroach on anything that's been. Wait, what? I don't even understand what he's saying, to be honest.
Issues. I see no other way of this expert fairly being provided, presented to the jury. The unfair prejudice cannot be cured in any other way. We ask that he be able
Unfair
to
prejudice cannot be cured in any other way.
continue his review, offer rebuttal opinions on anything that is
Unfair prejudice to the Commonwealth. Like I said to Twiz when I texted him earlier, there's a special place in hell for Breenan, in my opinion.
new, and not to encroach on anything that's been previously provided.
I'm still buffering on this. We ask that he be able to, hold on.
Continue his review, offer rebuttal opinions on anything that is new, and not to encroach on anything that's been previously provided.
Right. It's that whole thing. He's done this before. Like, my interpretation of this is like, they don't want to have a theory of the case, right? Like what Mr. Alessi was just saying, the defense's job is to respond to the Commonwealth. But what Brennan's been trying to do this whole time is like not really give a theory, right? And now he's trying to change the time. But it's like, it sounds like this whole thing of like, he's trying to find another excuse or another way to be like, they should be able to respond in rebuttal. Like only after we know exactly what ARC is going to say, are we going to come up with something like, dude.
Yeah. Burgess testify after Welcher?
No.
Right.
No, because Dr. Welcher relies on Shannon Burgess's information material. It will make no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense to the jury, his presentation, unless Shannon Burgess has an opportunity to provide background information.
Right. Mr. Alessi? See, I'll hear you on this.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep, here he comes.
I think
Agreed.
and I understand that
Right.
it's very well understand the time of the day, so I'm going to do this hopefully efficiently. When we're talking
You gave him plenty of time.
about ARPA in
But I see Mr. Alessi also has to be aware of the fact that Judge Bev's going to tell him to be quick and hurry it up. And
the information of
Unbelievable.
ARPA, it's very important analytically to put them in their two proper buckets. The first
wait, 2 buckets. Now what's happening? Are we in Idaho?
bucket is
Oh my
the
God.
information
Oh my
and
God.
opinions of ARCA that have been in existence since February of 2024.
Yeah, let's focus on the beyond. Let's focus on.
Okay, good, because my pithy conclusion is there should be no prejudice on that.
And I don't think the Commonwealth's even suggesting that.
So
So
if we're
we,
focusing just on the quote, new information bucket. Your Honor, it's very important to understand that what ARCA is doing is in response to
Thank you.
the testing of aperture. ARCA did not come up with new approaches. We, again, to state the evidence, are the defense. We get to rebut what the prosecution has put forward. And so what ARCA has done with the new information, new testing, is simply to rebut what Aperture has done. So I do not understand the length of time or the lift, if you will, that's being proffered for Aperture. Now with regard to the time period, Your Honor has already determined what the appropriate approach is for the new information from ARCA. When Dr. Rentschler was on the stand, and with Dr. What you said, when can you get me the information? And they said, I think it was May 6th or May 7th, whatever, and they met the deadline. They did it. We proceeded along with the trial with that information. We complied with that request to continually try to claim that there should be ongoing remedies of something that's already been decided. I do not understand.
so I did leave open. I did leave it open to address.
You did leave open the time, but Your Honor didn't leave open that you were going to continue to address this matter as if the defense is making perpetual violations. There was a determination made, and then the question was the remedy. So I'm just addressing the Commonwealth, positing that somehow there's continuing violations. My final 2 points. What Mr. Brennan is seeking is improper. What it's seeking is the most extraordinary situation, which is have Aperture come before the jury, testify to certain things, have ARCA have to come on, and then have Aperture come back and essentially have almost a rebuttal to a rebuttal as of right.
Yeah.
I do not understand that process. I do not understand that proposal. It inverts the order of proof. It prejudices the defendant because it almost ipso facto gives a double rebuttal, surrebuttal to the defense.
Yeah.
I believe, Your Honor,
Rebuttal. Yep.
the final point is if Your Honor is inclined to give Aperture more time, and I haven't even heard a deadline yet for Dr. Welcher. It's still open. What I would recommend, Your Honor, is that we follow the proper order of proof. We determine when Aperture can conclude its review of the ARCA work, and that there be a reflection that keeps the order, namely that the prosecution comes in with Aperture, Dr. Welcher, and Mr. Burgess, and then the defense, as part of its case in chief, puts on ARCA, and we make the determination as to what happens there. Otherwise, what we're happening is here, it's almost a self-serving matter where the Commonwealth is getting to put on certain witnesses here from our witnesses and then have an automatic rebuttal. And Your Honor, I just think that's improper and prejudicial. There's another, and importantly, it's a burden shifting to the defense.
All right, so I have a question for you, Mr. Alessi. Are you still thinking that if the defense puts on a defense, that will take roughly a week and a half for that to take place?
That is our best estimate still, Your Honor.
And not holding you to this because obviously you have no burden. If ARCA is part of that defense, when in that week and a half time frame would that be?
Okay, hold on. I'm going to back that up. I wanted to pause it and say, so Tanel is referencing this hearing. It was that hearing. So prior to that hearing that you're referencing here on the screen about the that spicy hearing, I was, of course, following everything with the Koberger case, but I wasn't covering it. It was at that hearing that I decided I had to cover it myself because I couldn't not. Like, that was a turning point for me. Okay.
Question for you, Mr. Alessi. Are you
I think that's improper and prejudicial. There's another, and importantly, it's a burden shifting to the defense.
Yeah.
All right, so I have a question for you, Mr. Alessi. Are you still thinking that if the defense puts on a defense, that will take roughly a week and a half for?
If the defense puts on a defense, I mean, I know that they don't have to, but like, really though? Is that it? What?
Still thinking that if the defense puts on a defense, that will take roughly a week and a half for that to take place?
That is our best estimate still, Your Honor.
And not holding you to this because obviously you have no burden. If ARCA is part of that defense, when in that week and a half time frame would that be?
We haven't made a final decision, Your Honor, but we're pretty close that it would be toward the end.
Okay. All right. I needed all this information now, so I appreciate it. All right. Thank you.
Court, all rise.
What? And with that, she's done. All right, job done, guys. We got it all situated. What the fuck? Oh my god. 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 Okay. Well, I just checked not that long ago. There's not anything else that's, any new filings or whatever that came out of this that's available yet. I would expect them to talk about this tomorrow because this needs to be sorted, right? Now, will they do it at sidebar or outside of our presence? Who knows? I would hope that it's in open court. Wow. To me, again, when I heard this hearing, at the beginning part where just as soon as I heard that they were changing the time on that accident, I can't even fucking believe it. I can't even fucking believe it. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe it. It's a weird post for Antibo. So, I know she never, but still, I know. I know, but still, it's like, this needs to be sorted. For fuck's sake. Unbelievable. So, okay. I don't know what we can expect tomorrow. As far as the witnesses, I don't know anymore. I can't predict it. I mean, because Breenan does the opposite of what he said he's going to do. I can't predict it anymore. I really don't know. Did they even say during all this mess when the Aperture people would testify? In other words, is that going to be, that would be next week, right? The Aperture dudes? it sounds like. That one dude's really hella busy or whatever. So I don't think we're going to be hearing from them tomorrow. What are they going to do? More forensics? Renee, oh my God, my brain, this is just, Dr. Stonebridge. Okay. It's a lot. By the way, Tanel, thank you for referencing these Koberger docs. I hadn't seen these, but it's so funny just at first glance. We talked about this with the non-dissemination order and the dateline. And we went through it and I literally said, I looked at it and I was like, this violates it. Like somebody had to break, like somebody from law enforcement had to spill, right? In order for any of that to get to how it got there. And so I'm excited to take a look at those. And, the way that I assessed it was like, if it was a family member like Steve Gonsalves or whatever that gave this information to Dateline, he got it from law enforcement. As per the non-dissemination order, it says like, if anyone that's a party, you can't give information to anybody who's going to disseminate it, right? So basically, when we went through it and I looked at it, I was like, no matter how you somebody whoever it was violated the non-dissemination order. You know what I mean? So it'll be interesting to to go through those. So I just don't even know. It's so much. I don't know how you do it. Okay, Dr. Stonebridge, Zeke Wolf. Okay, that's what you're thinking, Kit Smits. So Alessi's going to come back tomorrow and let her know what he thinks he needs for continuance if it goes that route for one order. I mean, the thing is that she's going to do whatever the other options are that don't result in a continuance. I think that's what she's going to do because, as I've been saying all along, she's like all about getting this trial done, right? I don't think she's going to continue it. So the other options would be what? Not allowing them to change the time or allowing them to change the time? Oh, right. Are you saying timing? Are you saying that was in the hearing or that's in one of the docs? Because again, I haven't read them. I just saw that they existed. Are you saying, what are you referencing here with the AT&T timing? I feel like, didn't he say that at some point in the hearing? He referenced it and I was like, what? As far as Breenan and his order goes, she'll have to really think about the fault issues and look at the laws. Yeah, that's your guess is finishing up the medical. Yeah. Oh, in the latest doc. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, the thing is though, right, is like, do they not have other witnesses like the Commonwealth? Like, can't they call other, like, what, like continuing the trial? I just don't know why. Okay. Like if it's just going to be for a long weekend or something like that, my brain is just buffering on this. Cause I'm just like, what the actual fuck, man? Like if this dude is so busy anyway, that he was just talking about from, was it just Judson Welcher? I guess he's talking about is so busy. Then it seems like he wasn't expecting to have him testify soon anyway. Right. You know what I mean? So like, he must have other witnesses lined up. So then I don't know. I mean, he made him sound like he was unavailable, right? Let me go back to that part. He made it sound like the dude is completely unavailable for like, let me just see here. Okay.
And it is available for us. And so we should be able to use it.
Did you intend to use it in your case in chief or only if this witness disorder? I don't remember reading that name, so I don't know how to pronounce it.
My case in chief, because we now have this available data. As I said, this wasn't Ambush isn't something that we sat on. It was in response. Fortunately, we received their expert report, which caused us to focus more closely. And now that we've identified that variance, rather than having an open
I can't
variance.
listen to this again. I'm gonna just try to go to the part where he talks about the timing with the busy dude. I cannot. Where's the?
Mr. Brennan, based on the late.
But Your Honor has found discovery violations.
God.
An extraordinary amount of discovery.
Oh.
Assembly has overruled government's objection and has stated that it is going to allow the defense to proffer 2 expert witnesses in a very complicated field. In an issue that is not.
Okay. Dr. Oh, maybe it's Dr. Welcher.
And so we provided this information to Dr. Welcher. As you know, he was away. We did not get a report until maybe May 7th. We did not have a chance to look at it until May 9th. An extraordinary amount of work, effort, and expense has gone into preparing our case for the jury.
Oh my God.
He is still in the process of reviewing the materials. There are entirely new subject areas within this information, well beyond the simple 4 opinions that they gave at the beginning. There are studies, there are demonstrations, there are experiments. This requires not only review, but an analysis, testing, vetting, and then preparing testimony to address the claims made by the defense experts. Not to get into a battle.
Right there, you can already hear that it's rebuttal to address claims made by the defense experts.
Made by the defense experts. Not to get into a battle of disparagement, but our expert has found extraordinary issues in his first reviews of material.
I cannot.
Some of those
get to the timeline part.
That's going to take time. You've heard from the ARCA witnesses themselves. With the amount of data they received, they estimated they needed 5 weeks. And they were given 5 weeks despite all the discovery deadline violations. They were given 5 weeks. We did not get the report until May 7th. And so we believe we are entitled to have our expert review all the materials, do his testing, provide opinions. None of that is going to happen anytime soon.
Wait, also, I don't understand because the deadline was May 7th and they complied with that. And I don't understand why. I'm just very confused. Like, in other words, this was expected. That was the deadline they were given. They complied. So are they just is he basically whining because he's like, the dude was too busy to get his shit done on time? Is that what this is? I'm just like,
He still has not finished reviewing all the materials. There's many gigabytes.
Yeah, there you go. He's not had finished. So, wow.
He is in a difficult schedule. He is away.
The dude's busy.
Tomorrow, Saturday, we're going to try to begin to prep at the end of the weekend. There is no way he's going to be able to testify anytime soon.
There's no way he's going to be able to testify anytime soon. What? I'm so fucking confused right now. What are you doing? This is what? He's not going to be able to testify anytime soon? Is this just him trying to make another excuse for how this has to be a rebuttal witness because of the time constraints, because this dude's busy? I can't
have all of this validation and vetting and testing.
So what is it exactly you're proposing?
So what would we like to do is have him testify about what he has prepared, that he's had adequate time to prepare. If either of these ARCA witnesses testify.
I would think Spencer, yeah, he's drifting. He's outside of time. You can't make sense of it. Thank you. I mean, that's what it is. This is just, thank you.
And they introduce new opinions, new testing, new demonstrations. He should be able to continue reviewing the materials, actively engage his own.
How? If he's so fucking busy, how is he going to do this though? Tell me how? How, Breenan? How? If he can't even testify anytime soon, he's so fucking busy doing whatever the fuck. Well then, but you're trying to let him, like, you're giving him more work. I can't.
Own testing now. So by the time the defense
I
case
have
is
an
over,
idea.
you will
Tell him to stop doing all his subsequent testing, and then he'll free up all his time. Problem solved.
to come back and address the new issues, not the older issues or regurgitate his testimony, but to address any new issues that were provided in violation of discovery orders. And so that he can then address the jury on those specific new issues. I see no other way of this expert fairly being provided, presented to the jury. The unfair prejudice cannot be cured in any other way. We ask that he be able to continue his review, offer rebuttal opinions on.
The thing is, by forcing him to be just a rebuttal witness, that's not fair to the defense, though, right? Because again, they're supposed to be responding to this dude. This dude is the accident reconstruction dude, like, and she already said that this dude is allowed to even opine to the causation of injury, right? So, like, they need to.
Anything that is new and not to encroach on anything that's been previously provided.
Can Burgess testify after Welcher?
No, because Dr. Welcher relies on Shannon Burgess' information material. It will make no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense to the jury.
It makes no sense to the jury.
Unless, Shannon Burgess has an opportunity to provide the background information.
Right. Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you on this.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wait, hold on. I want to hear. What is he saying? Can Burgess testify after Welcher?
On Shannon Burgess' information material. It will make no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense to the jury, this presentation, unless Shannon Burgess has an opportunity to provide the background information.
Wait, so Welcher's the busy one, not Burgess, right? Am I understanding that? That's what I thought, but like he was hard to hear and the CCs didn't, they got it. They made up another name. Welcher's the busy dude, right?
Material. It will make no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense to the jury, this presentation, unless Shannon Burgess has an opportunity to provide the background information.
Right. Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you on this.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think and I understand that it's very well understand the time of the day, so I'm going to do this hopefully efficiently. When we're talking about ARPA and the information of ARPA, it's very important analytically to put them in their two.
Spencer says, isn't Mr. Alessi saying the judge of the court are being prejudicial, inverting the yes, that's part of the issue. It's one of the issues. I mean, yes. I can't wrap my head around this. Like, I just don't. I'm still trying to figure out which dude is Welcher? Hold on. Let me just go back one more time. I mean, this shouldn't be this difficult to understand, but yet.
And inevitably,
somehow
we've now received an extraordinary amount of discovery on the most important issue in this case, well beyond the discovery that stated that is going to allow an issue that is the heart of this contact at the time to review and to prepare the heart of this case.
Yeah.
An issue that is the heart of this case.
You guys hear that though? It's an issue that's the heart of this case. Yeah, that's why you changing the time is unfathomable.
If you're going to allow them to testify, despite the fact that we have not had at the time
unbelievable
to prepare.
I know, like I still can't even. Guys.
Addressing. The Commonwealth has the burden of proof. The Commonwealth has an obligation to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt.
This is the dumbest.
And this isn't simply late disclosure of some evidence. This is a massive amount of evidence of the most critical issue.
I will just say, we have to remember, this dude is a gaslighter, right? He's a gaslighter.
And so
And he's just,
we provided this information to Dr. Welcher. As you know, he was away. He did not get a report.
yeah, I mean, it says Dr. Wetford. I think he's saying Dr. Welcher.
Information to Dr. Welcher.
I mean, he's saying Dr. Welcher, right? He's just so hard to understand.
And so we provided this information to Dr. Welcher. As you know, he was
He's saying
away.
Wexler or Welcher, guys? Because like that's what I'm wondering is like,
He did not get a report until maybe May 7th. He did not have a chance to look at it until May 9th. An extraordinary amount of work, effort, and expense
like I don't remember seeing any filings about a Dr. Wexler.
has gone into preparing our case to the jury.
I know,
He is
Spencer.
still in the process of reviewing the materials. There are entirely new subject areas within this information. Well beyond.
Let me look at.
the simple four.
Hang on. I think I still have, let me pull it up. I think I still have the witness list saved. Did I keep that or did I decide that we didn't need that anymore? Hold on. I hope I kept it. I hope I kept it. I might not have kept it. Fuck. Hold on. God damn it. Ah, I didn't keep it. Gosh darn it. Because I'm like, is he talking about another? Is there another expert we haven't heard of? Oh my God. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hang on, guys. All right. Hang on. All right. So this is the combined witness list. So it sounds like it starts with a W. Is it Welcher or Wexler? Let's just see here. So hold on. TUV. Oh, right. They did this all weirdly. Look at all the T's. The T is for trooper. Unbelievable, dude. Oh my God. They go by first names. This is the dumbest fucking thing. Let me see if I can do a control F myself. For a W, Lord of mercy. Is it going to even be able to search for that? It's just like one letter. I don't even know. All right. Well, Flamati's on the list, but they haven't called in. There's this dude. Whitley, Wolf. 3. Garrett Wing. Francis Walsh. Whiffen. And it's a doctor. See, John Welcher, was he a doctor? I don't remember. Michael Wagner. Steve Nelson. Was Judd Welcher even on the list? Did I just pass it? I might have done that. Oh my God, dude. So you think he's saying Welcher? Okay. Was he a doctor? Oh, wait, there he is. I think. Where'd he go? Hold on. Let me just see here. Judson Welcher. Okay, he is a doctor. Okay, so he is saying Welcher. It sounds like it could be Wexler, and the reason I'm saying is because like something's weird here. I mean, there's a lot that's weird, but like
Opinions that they gave at the beginning. There are studies, there are demonstrations, there are experiments. This
The
requires
wildcat and the
not only
ninjas is
review,
funny. This is not funny. That's the thing. This is not funny.
but an analysis, testing, this may encouragement, but reviews of material to actually conduct our witness. The amount of these, despite weeks, we did not our expert, not viewing all the materials. There's many, many gigabytes.
They found him as an expert for fucking like. This is not how. They hired him as an expert a long ass time ago.
Difficult schedule at the end of the weekend. There is no way we will go into try. He is a difficult schedule. He is away tomorrow, Saturday. We will go into try to begin.
He's away tomorrow and Saturday. Well, what? Like, what is happening?
At the end of the weekend, there is no way he's going to be able to testify anytime soon and have all of this validation and vetting and testing.
So what is it exactly you're proposing?
So in other words, if you tell him if in other words, if he just, you say, it sounds like he's available on Monday. That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like he's away on Friday and Saturday, but he's available on Monday, but he's just not going to be ready, right? I'm just like.
So what would we like to do is have him testify about what he has prepared, that he's had adequate time to prepare. If either of these ARPA witnesses testify and they introduce new opinions, new testing, new demonstrations, he should be able to continue reviewing the materials.
So then the part that got confusing is when they talk about the other dude.
Address the jury on those specific new issues. I see no other way of this expert fairly being provided, presented to the jury. The unfair prejudice cannot be cured in any other way.
So horrifying.
We ask that he be able to continue his review, don't approach on anything.
After Welcher?
Okay, here we go.
Can Burgess testify after Welcher?
Can Burgess testify after Welcher? Why is she asking this? Can Burgess testify after Welcher? Why is she asking that?
No, because Dr. Welcher relies on.
So this is why I'm like, why is she asking this, right? Because it sounds like Burgess is available, but Welcher is not. So that question is why it's like, I'm so like, that question would make it sound like Burgess is the busy one, right? Like, as in, if Burgess is busy, have Welcher go first. Isn't that why she's asking this question? That's why I was like confused. Because it sounds like you need Burgess to go first because Welcher's too busy, right?
No, because Dr. Welcher relies on Shannon Burgess's information material.
Right. So he's saying he needs Burgess to go first and then Welcher, but isn't that good? Isn't that in your favor then, right? To give that gives Welcher more time. I mean, I just don't. Why did she want it to go the other way around? I just
no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense.
It makes no sense. That's where I'm at. It makes no sense. That's the moral to the story. It makes no sense. I can't figure out why she's asking that question. It is very confusing. Yeah. You guys see why do you guys see why I'm confused about that and why I went to the trouble to make sure? I was like, wait, is there a third expert? Like, is it Welcher, Burgess, and then there's another dude? That's why I was like, because also it sounded like it could have been Wexler, because I'm like, I don't understand, like, this isn't making sense on top of all the other ways it already didn't make sense. Right? You see what I mean? How does that question is just odd.
Can Burgess testify after Welcher?
No.
Like, that means Welcher needs to, maybe she's confused. Does she think Burgess is the busy one? Maybe she's confused. See, that seems, because this to me sounds like a way to buy time for the expert who's so busy, but Welcher's the busy one. So I don't.
No, because Dr. Welcher relies on Shannon Burgess's information material. It will make no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense to the jury, this presentation, unless Shannon Burgess has.
So he's saying anyway, but Burgess isn't busy. Burgess needs to go first according to Brina. Have Burgess go. I'm just don't.
Why
are we not seeing that this is, we haven't, it sounds like they've already solved it.
Right.
At least a certain,
Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you.
right? You know what I mean? Like, I imagine Burgess will be a long amount of time. Like, if he's one of the other, whatchamacallit, laying the foundation for a lot of this stuff from Aperture, what's this, a full day on the stand from him, right? That buys another full day for Welcher then, doesn't it? Welcome, Charlie Lynn. Welcome to the insanity.
On this.
Thank you, Your Honor.
we've heard this. We've gone through this a bunch of times. We're just like, I'm just trying to, yeah. So I'm trying to figure out what to expect. I don't know. This is wild. I don't know, man. So yeah. There it is. Anywho, I'm really wanting to get into though those new Cobra docs. So I don't know. What I might do is, since some of you guys are still with me, what I might do is just do that here in a couple minutes. I have to set up the stream and make a thumbnail and whatnot, but I might not the hearing, but just the docs, because I'm really curious. So this is just craziness. Yeah, this is just craziness. Who knows what will happen next? Well, let's all give Spencer a round of applause, though, for getting caught up on this case in one live stream. And it wasn't even a super long one. Good job, Spencer. Well done. Well done. Well done to Spencer. And thanks, everybody, for helping Spencer out get caught up on all the facts. I think he's completely up to speed, to be honest. I mean, there's more, but he's got I think a better grasp on it than probably a lot of people following, I would say. So well done to you, Spencer. Yeah. Okay. So insanity. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna set up for Koberger, and we'll be back as soon as I get that set up. So like 15-20 minutes or something. And then we will go through those new docs. Because I'm super excited to see what all. And it won't be a long one because these docs aren't long. I say that. I haven't read them yet. Who knows? But they're not long. They're like 3 pages each, and there's like 2 of them. So anywho, but yeah, we will continue onward as we do and try not to lose our minds. That's what will happen. But you guys, thanks so much as always for watching and for being here, for being amazing squirrels. I love you guys all so much. Y'all are all freaking amazing. And for anyone who's interested in the Koberger docs, come back in like 15-20 minutes. Again, I just have to set up the live stream. But I'm going to go ahead and roll the outro and hopefully see you guys soon.